Warhammer x LOTM, The Black Emperor by Jiao Chao Mo. Chapter 536-565. Chapter 536, Russ's Conspiracy, I Have the Conspirer. Carium Gate Star System, Wangquan Shadow, Primarch Office. Ning Lu, who was buried in data slates, heard a faint prayer. He glanced at the large clock hanging on the wall. There were still 10 minutes before Arsena came to report. Ning Lu's mind stirred, and he entered the fourth layer of the Nation of Disorder. His spirituality spread, and he saw Thierry Vieira, holding his hands in reverse, and two lotus roots intertwined on the altar. With a thought, he pulled Thierry and the lotus roots into the Nation of Disorder. My lord. Thierry bowed, then briefly reported to the Black Emperor about attending Ventilian's coming-of-age ceremony, bestowing his former suit, and winning hearts. Finally, he said, "This lotus root grew in Ventilian's magma and is quite special. I thought you might like it." Ning Lu sat high on his throne. He had already recognized the lotus root Thierry offered him as the fire lotus root, the only missing material for the pyromaniac's subsequent sequence 6, Conspirer. I am indeed interested in this item. Order the candidates participating in the final assessment to collect them. As you wish. Thierry accepted the order, deciding to immediately have the tech sergeant develop harvesting tools. After sending Thierry back to the blade, Ning Lu returned to the real world. 2 minutes later, Arsena Dunn, holding a data slate, stepped into the Primarch office. My lord, the fleets of the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves have arrived at Carium Gate. Ning Lu leaned back on his throne and asked with interest. Who are the commanders? The Dark Angels were originally the main force of the Randan War. During the Third Randan War, Leman Russ put aside his grievances with Lionel Johnson and cooperated to cleanse the Randan homeworld. The commander of the Dark Angels is Urian Bendrag, leading 5 battle groups, including the 8th battle group. His flagship is the Rongguang Nuwang class battleship, abhorrent exemplar. The commander of the Space Wolves is the Wolf Lord of the 5th Great Company, Amlodi Skursen's son. After the silver-haired original body servant reported, he asked the Black Emperor for instructions. Who do you wish to see first? Bendrag. After Ning Lu decided, he further instructed. Luther asked me to keep his secret. Have Bendrag avoid all possible contact. As you command, Arsena said. 5 standard hours later, Ning Lu gazed at Bendrag walking into the office. He keenly noticed that this Legion Master of the First Legion, before Lion's return, was enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. He was very different from his high-spirited self after winning glory in the war against the Midas. More and more Terra descendants are being exiled to Caliban by Lion. Bendrag must have also felt Lion's estrangement. As a former Legion Master, he wouldn't even be the 100th person, let alone the 2nd. The nominal second in command of the Dark Angels is Luther, but in reality, Lion now trusts the Legion's strongest swordsman, Koz Wayne, the most. Bendrag can only return to the 8th battle group. Lord Ning Lu, Bendrag respectfully saluted, then directly made a request, please give me the most difficult task. The Gene Seed Primarch heard determination and bitterness in Bendrag's tone, which reminded him of the Dark Angels after the Battle of Fort Calcasson, who, after being reprimanded by Guilliman, sought to prove themselves by furiously attacking Xenos across the galaxy. A thought flashed through Ning Lu's mind, Bendrag is quite miserable. Should I do a good deed and, corrosion, him? But the Bendrag in my memory died in the Battle of Fort Calcasson. I don't know his loyalty to Lion. If I keep him by my side and fail to, corrosion, him, Luther will be exposed. Your legion will be responsible for rescuing the fortress world of resistance. Ning Lu decided not to take risks for now. Luther was far more important than Bendrag. At the same time, he also believed that Bendrag was not yet desperate, he was still trying to prove himself to his Gene father. Perhaps, if he suffers setbacks at the Fortress of Resistance, there might be an opportunity. The Fortress of Resistance has been besieged by Xenos for 3 years. Although the fortress world has not yet fallen, the situation is precarious. Arsena operated the control stick, highlighting the fortress of resistance on the galactic star map. Amidst a sea of red dots, a lone green sphere glowed. Dozens of surrounding Imperial worlds have all fallen, losing strategic space and all supplies. The only unverified intelligence indicates that the Xenos have one artificial war satellite and thousands of warships in the entire sub-sector, along with countless Xeno warriors. Thank you for your trust. Bendreg said gratefully. A powerful enemy was exactly what he urgently needed now. As soon as Bendreg walked out of the Primarch office, he saw two warriors clad in wolf pelts and great power armor approaching him. Urian Bendreg. Skurson's voice, loud and stern, came from beneath the wolf pelt mask. A black wolf pelt was secured behind Skurson's neck by bone clasps, and the skull and long fangs of a dead giant wolf formed his right shoulder guard. Wolf Lord, Skurson. Bendreg raised his head, casting a contemptuous glance at the drooling giant wolf at his feet. The two passed each other, and his gaze lingered for a moment on the rune priest covered in amulets. He saw a smile on the rune priest's deeply lined face, but Bendreg merely walked past in silence. Bendreg left the two behind, then heard the Primarch's honor guard behind him say sternly, "Wolves, no entry." Skurson's grey Terminator armor overshadowed the honor guard's body, and the black battle axe blade on his back glinted in the lumen light. "You, alone, think you can stop me?" The honor guard member from the 7th Battle Group fearlessly gazed into the iron-gray eyes, the same color as the armor, beneath the mask adorned with shattered stone fragments. "Leave them, or go back. Listen, boy, my name is Amlodi Skurson, Skurson's son, Wolf Lord of the 5th Great Company of the Space Wolves." Skurson's tone was like a killer's, cold as ice. "I heard you," the honor guard said calmly. "Leave them, or go back." The giant wolves hunched their bodies, looking fiercely at the much smaller wolves. The Catachan wolf, with its green fur, stared back at them just as fearlessly as its master. "Wolf Lord, don't forget the Wolf King's command, our mission." Wardmick's voice sounded, and he said to the giant wolves, "You wait outside." Skurson said nothing more and walked forward. Seeing that the giant wolves did not follow, the honor guard member allowed him to enter. As Skurson walked past the honor guard member, he saw the 7 red arrows painted on his right shoulder guard, his iron-gray eyes as sharp as knives. Order Shadows keenly felt a chill on his shoulder, and he instinctively reached for the Catachan fang at his waist. Wardmick smiled at Order Shadows, commendable courage. Order Shadows saw the smile on the rune priest's face. He keenly felt that the smile was like a Catachan viper. He tightened his grip on the Catachan fang, watching the rune priest warily. Wardmick walked into the Primarch office with a smile on his face, following his wolf lord. "My name is Amlodi Skurson, Skurson's son, Lord of the 5th Great Company of the Space Wolves. I obey the head wolf's command and heed your call to war." Oshiel Wardmick, rune priest of the 5th Great Company, greets Lord Ning Lu. "Lord Primarch, I hope to fight alongside the librarian of the Order Shadows." Ning Lu glanced at Wardmick, a sense of vigilance rising within him. He remembered that Wardmick would, at the end of this millennium, feign friendship with Ahriman to collect evidence of the Thousand Sons' crimes. Magnus, in order to gain approval, allowed Ahriman to candidly introduce the Thousand Sons' situation to Wardmick. This not only became evidence for Wardmick's accusation against the Thousand Sons at the Council of Nicaea but also crucial intelligence for the Wolves, attacked during the burning of Prospero. The Gene Seed Primarch also thought of Wardmick's reminder to Skurson at the office door. Mission. Russ's mission to them is probably to seize this opportunity to gather intelligence. Ning Lu knew the cunning hidden beneath the Wolf King's rough exterior. He sent Wardmick to befriend the Thousand Sons, and he used the fact that he believed the chronicler Caspar Ansbach Hausa was Aemon disguised as Magnus's original body servant. In my legion, the Beyonders disguised as librarians, plus the actual librarians, are even more numerous. It is indeed very possible that Russ is taking conspiratorial action against me in advance. Besides the large number of psychers in my legion, are there other reasons? The Gene Seed Primarch's eyes were deep, and his brain was working rapidly. I ordered the conquered territories to be hidden, and the sudden slowdown in the pace of conquest made Russ suspicious. Or was my small ambition detected by him? Thoughts flashed through Ning Lu's mind. Russ, since you want to play a conspiracy, then let's have a good game. The Gene Seed Primarch released his own pressure, his gaze coldly fixed on Skirson. Take off your mask. Skirson felt a mountain pressing down on him. He felt colder than being in the Fenris glaciers, his body trembled, and he bit his lips tightly. After a breath, he unwillingly raised his hands and unfastened the mask's buckle, his arms trembling from his inner struggle. Skirson's weathered face was revealed, he had no beard, and his cheekbones were prominent. Wardmick gripped his runic staff tightly, he felt the pressure disappear and instinctively raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The 7th Battle Group will travel with your great company, and Librarian Okafor will accompany Wardmick. Wardmick's eyes lit up, and he said, as you wish. After Skirson and Wardmick left, Ning Lu immediately went to the Nation of Disorder. His spirituality spread, and after confirming that no one was around Sanchez, he immediately ordered the Space Monkey to prepare the Sequence 6 Conspirer potion using a giant ice worm that drills in the Fenris Glacial Fjord and a fire lotus root. While waiting, he couldn't help but think. The two main ingredients of the Conspirer, ice and fire, are indeed opposite. The Conspirer's control over flames is further enhanced, corresponding to the fire lotus root. The drilling worm perhaps corresponds to aspects of conspiracy like deception and trickery. A moment later, Ning Lu, carrying the Conspirer potion, arrived at the 4th layer of space. His spirituality spread, and he pulled Sanchez into the Nation of Disorder. Drink it. Sanchez picked up the iron-black potion. He saw a large amount of reddish rust floating inside. Sanchez tilted his head and drank it. As the liquid entered his stomach, he felt an itch in his brain, and his thoughts became more agile and clear. Two flames lit up in his eyes, flickering in the black mist. Ning Lu waited for the newly promoted Conspirer to gather the overflowing potion power, then ordered. The 5th Great Company of the Space Wolves will travel with your battle group. Beware of their conspiracies. Especially that rune priest, Wardmick, he is a cunning wolf. Russ's conspiracy. I have the Conspirer. Sanchez's eyes flickered, he felt his superhuman brain was more intelligent than ever before. As the Black Emperor spoke, a series of misleading, confusing, and deceptive conspiracies brewed in his mind. I obey your will. After Ning Lu sent Sanchez back to the Void Hunter, he went to the 2nd layer of space, where he used his spirituality to condense a magma lakebed environment 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter deep, then inserted the remaining fire lotus root into it. Afterward, he ordered the Space Monkey to prepare a hunter potion. Returning to the real world, he called out to the Honor Guard member at the door. Stevens, come in. The Honor Guard member of the 7th Battle Group quickly walked into the Primarch office. Father, this is your reward. A moment later, the newly promoted hunter knelt on the ground. Thank you, Father, for bestowing this power. I will faithfully perform my duties and earn you glory. Chapter 537, Inspector Slows, Let Us Enjoy Calamity Together. After Flamini succeeded as the chapter master of the 6th Battle Group, he had been leading the fleet, sweeping away Xenos in his territory, the colonized New District. Relying on his precognitive abilities, he led the fleet to the Marsilla Plani star system. After the fleet warped into the real world, Flamini commanded, open the shields. His command throne, like St. Diego Borgkamps of the 5th Battle Group, had been moved to the front of the panoramic viewing window. With a tapping sound, Flamini gazed into the void. After being promoted to Calamity Priest, his precognitive abilities had further improved, especially in foreseeing calamity. Flamini entrusted the void battle deployment to the Mimic Chamber, led by his student of ratiocination aid. His eyes, deep and profound, searched the void for hidden calamity. His gaze swept across the void, and suddenly, a sky full of crimson light engulfed everything. Illusions of ships were battered by the crimson tide. Flamini felt a sharp pain in his brain, a dry retch in his throat, and his eyes stung as if pricked by needles. He reigned in his consciousness, instantly ascending to the third layer of the Thelema mindset. After a few breaths, the intense pain gradually subsided. Inspector Slos's counter to psychic powers is indeed terrifying. I didn't even directly touch his evil will, yet I already felt unwell. However, such a risk is worth it. Once their bizarre ships launch an attack, who knows how much damage they will cause. If Inspector Slos escapes, he will bring disaster to countless worlds. Flamini thought with lingering fear, yet also with relief. He immediately opened his helmet's comms. Inspector Slos's ship is hidden in the Biscay asteroid belt. Prepare for the energy shockwave. Inspector Slos hasn't realized I've found him. He wasn't like a psyker, directly touching Inspector Slos's will, so the other party wouldn't discover him. Devise a plan to board Inspector Slos's ship. Utilize the advantages of our flight formations and lightning fighters. Most of the royal court monks in the 6th battle group had been granted the power of monsters, and subsequently, robots, by the Black Emperor. Based on this, Flamini decided to leverage the advantages of inspiration and calculation to form powerful flight formations. Hurricane Star, which the Black Emperor had instructed to prioritize development, the industrial world of Juya, developed by the former chapter master, and Dominica Mino, which he himself prioritized, provided a solid foundation for his vision. Lightning fighters were rapidly being equipped by the 6th battle group and were gradually establishing an advantage in the Legion. Yes, my lord. After his aide acknowledged the order, Flamini felt his physical discomfort recede. He exited the Thelema mindset and stood up at the same time. He strode forward, entering the elevator. Flamini pressed the button for the forge deck, and the elevator rapidly descended from the bridge. With the hydraulic braking, the elevator slowly came to a stop. Flamini walked onto the forge deck as the elevator doors opened. He saw tech sergeants and their servants busily repairing a land raider that had been torn open on its side by Xenos. My lord. Flamini walked quickly forward, nodding in response to those who saluted him. He walked up to the tech sergeant in charge of the chapter and spoke to the appraiser. To deal with Inspector Slos's threat, I need to open the Forbidden Vault. The Black Emperor's order stipulated that the use of forbidden weapons required authorization from both the chapter master and another royal court baron. To date, there were only 5 royal court barons in the 6th battle group, 4 of whom were lucky ones, serving as his captain of the guard and company captains. To truly adhere to the Black Emperor's command to use forbidden weapons with caution, he had established the Forbidden Armory on the forge deck, with the somewhat independent tech sergeant in charge serving as the final safeguard. The appraiser pondered for a few seconds, assessing the rationality of using forbidden weapons. My lord, please follow me. Flamini followed the appraiser to the adamantium gate. A servo arm extended from the tech sergeant's back, inputting a 33-digit key that changed every 11 standard hours. With the sound of hydraulic transmission, cold mist diffused. The two walked inside, and only after the outer door closed did they both walk towards the guardian sentinels on either side of the inner door. The amber irises in the sentinels' eye sockets looked at them, and with a metallic creak, their lower jaws opened. The chapter master and the royal court baron simultaneously raised their hands, and sharp metal fangs pierced the backs of their hands. Black runes flashed simultaneously on the 2 side-mounted screens, and a synthesized voice sounded. Gene authentication passed, door opening. Flamini quickly walked into the Forbidden Vault, passing a Dark Star weapon captured during the battle with the Squat League, and headed towards the stasis zone where the glass grenades were placed. The moment he picked up a glass grenade, he felt the warp brain worm inside tremble. Flamini acutely perceived a hissing sound echoing in the warp. He inserted 6 glass grenades into the tactical pockets on his ribs, waist, and both sides of his thighs. After the door of the Forbidden Vault closed, the aide's voice sounded in Flamini's helmet communicator. My lord, the assault plan has been formulated and sent to your tactical network. Flamini walked towards the elevator while reviewing the tactical information. Execute the plan immediately. The Relic-class battleship, Lucky 1, subtly altered its course. It handed over the enemy ship it was originally attacking to other ships. Under the coordinated dispatch of the Mimic Chamber, the 361 ships of the 6th Battle Group systematically completed a series of rotations. Each battleship seamlessly changed its target. The Lucky One pursued a Randan ship bristling with spikes and flails. At the edge of the Biscay asteroid belt, 200 lightning fighters flew out like black lightning. Immediately, drone swarms erupted from countless asteroids of varying sizes. A robot, who had participated in the air battle of Cardinal's Head, deftly pushed the control stick and flew out from among dozens of drones. He immediately felt a huge difference from before. The Swordtail Interceptor was an incredibly high-performance machine, with excellent turning speed and sensitive touch response. But compared to the unparalleled power of the Hurricane-type Lightning Fighter, the Swordtail Interceptor was not worth mentioning. The Swordtail Interceptor was too complex, also very light, underpowered, and required many annoying precise operations in combat. The robot calmly glanced at the video screen. The Hurricane-type Lightning Fighter's underslung missile bay was incredibly heavy, and its tail fin, high and upturned, was made of a rugged and practical black metal. Powerful plasma ramjets and the most advanced avionics system gave it super-strong power. The maneuver he had just performed, penetrating the drone swarm, would have required dozens of pulls of the control stick if he were piloting a Swordtail Interceptor. The reduction in operational difficulty meant he could strike the enemy more fiercely. A long-barreled autocannon mounted under the fuselage and a laser cannon on each wingtip simultaneously attacked under his control. A series of flames erupted, and the red enemy target runes rapidly disappeared. The robot calmly shook off the attacking drone swarm, consistently maintaining his course towards the target. He felt the power of the new fighter and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Perhaps its only drawback is its high manufacturing cost, difficulty in maintenance, and piloting. It's even easier for Astartes to pilot it than a Swordtail, but it's difficult for ordinary people. This time, our assault formation only has 15 servants. High manufacturing costs are not an issue for us, the Iron Hands, or the Ultramarines. While the robot was deep in thought, his craft flew rapidly along his calculated and planned route. The Black Hurricane-type Lightning Fighter swept past asteroids with the shortest range and fewest deflections. Thousands of drones were completely unable to keep up with the overwhelming power of the fighter group. They turned into void debris amidst flashes of light. When Flamini saw the Randan disc-shaped evil ship, he glanced at the tactical report. 5 fighters lost, 1 Order Shadows pilot, 4 chapter servants. Target locked, Hellstrike missiles. 195 fighters, each firing 4 Hellstrike missiles, rapidly launched them within seconds. Fire filled Flamini's vision, but the Calamity Priest was unaffected. He already knew the outcome the moment the missiles hit the disc ship. He pushed the control stick and simultaneously gave the order, follow. His craft passed through the sea of fire and flew into the passage that ran through the interior of the spaceship. Without needing to switch fuel, the Hurricane-type Lightning Fighter adapted to the low-pressure environment inside the ship without losing speed. Inspector Slows didn't need to breathe, but his biological attendants did. Black fighters flew into the passage one after another, their autocannons roaring as they unleashed a dense barrage of bullets. Amidst the booming explosions, Flamini's craft passed through the passage within seconds. He saw Inspector Slows wrapped in a necrotic cloak, surrounded by 5 brain eaters. Flamini fiercely pushed the control stick, and his fighter crashed to the ground like lightning. Boom! Prometheum explosions shredded thousands of Xenos, and the personal energy shields of dozens of overlords shook violently. The 14 overlords at the center of the explosion wanted to flee in terror, but their duty to guard their master kept them from moving. A series of explosions tore through their personal energy shields, and waves of fire engulfed their bodies. Flamini, ejected into the air, felt the shockwave strike his thermic field, emitting a piercing shriek. Before falling to the ground, he threw the glass grenades from his ribs. Invisible explosions erupted in the Xenos' mental world, stirring up a terrifying storm in the warp. The brain eaters and the surviving overlords let out a cry of terror, then collapsed one after another. Their souls were obliterated, including all traces of them in the warp. Flamini crashed heavily onto the deck. His body swayed slightly, then he stood firm. The Calamity Priest activated psychic vision, gazing ahead. He watched the clumps of maggots slowly wriggle. The glass grenades hadn't killed Inspector Slows, only caused him minor injuries. Inspector Slows, let us enjoy Calamity together. Flamini pulled out the remaining 4 glass grenades with both hands. As he threw them, he instantly ascended to the 3rd layer of the Thelema mindset. As the maggots wriggled faster, Inspector Slows regained consciousness. He raised his necrotic scepter, and a green ray pierced the thermic field. Amidst the explosions, his personal energy shield crackled. Clumps of maggots had just coalesced outside the fire when the glass grenades exploded. Tsunami-like giant waves roared and churned in the warp, and Inspector Slos's evil will was torn apart by the warp brain worms. Flamini indiscriminately endured the same waves and attacks from the warp brain worms, but he ascended to the 3rd layer of the mind realm, resisting wave after wave of attacks. The Calamity Priest was well prepared, triggering a disaster that benefited him. The Calamity Priest's super high psychic power spread towards Inspector Slows, triggering a mental storm. Inspector Slows, struggling to resist the invasion, immediately fainted. The clumps of maggots scattered onto the ground, forming puddles. Flamini's face was pale, but his pulsating psychic power made him feel a little better. He laboriously opened his internal communicator and briefly gave an order. Transport ship, stasis crystal coffin. Chapter 538 Russ, since you dislike psychic powers, why not just take off your cloak? 865 M31. After Sloth accepted Flamini's sacrifice on the worthy shadow, Ning Lu returned to the real world. He was about to adjust the counterattack plan based on the support from other Legion task forces when he noticed Arsena Dun walking in. My lord, Akarduna, the 2nd Company commander of the Emperor's Children, will arrive in the Carium Gate Stellar region tomorrow. The Ultramarines fleet will also arrive tomorrow, commanded by Glenn Vorsoto. Ning Lu nodded, thinking to himself. Guilliman obviously considered that I had rescued Velsoto before, so he sent him as the commander of the task force. His timely rescue prevented the anti-rebellion fleet led by Velsoto, then the 13 Legion commander, from being completely annihilated in the Osiris sector. As Ning Lu pondered, the silver-haired original body servant continued his report. The Word-Bearer's fleet is delayed for unknown reasons and will arrive in 2 standard months. Ning Lu was not surprised by this. After Lorgar returned to the Imperium, his legion had always been slow to act. He had been reprimanded by Huang Laohan for this. Seeing the Black Emperor's expression remain normal, Arsena continued his report. The Emperor has convened a war council for 9 o'clock on the next standard ship cycle. I understand. The next day, Ning Lu's psychic projection traversed countless light years and descended upon the Golden Palace on Terra. His eyes flashed. The Mars Forge director had not yet arrived. Evidently, after Shayna was relieved, he had no urgent matters to attend to, arriving just in time as usual. Ning Lu also noticed that the seating order hadn't changed, but there was an additional figure. Unlike other Gene Seed Primarchs who attended via psychic projection, he and Mikado attended in person. He was tall and slender, with long limbs, and his entire body looked sharply angular like a raptor's talons. His face was long and gaunt, with a prominent scar on his left cheek. His dark braids were bound by golden rings, falling onto his magnificent armor, which was adorned with white fur and gleaming ornaments. Horus, as usual, introduced Ning Lu in the tone of a big brother. Ning Lu, my father and I found our brother on the vast grasslands of Shigoris. Ning Lu keenly noticed a hint of pride and pleasure in Horus's tone. Chagatai Khan. Welcome, Chagatai, Ning Lu said with a smile. Ning Lu. Unlike his sharp appearance, Chagatai's voice was refined, imbued with an aristocratic dignity. The Star Hunters are excellent hunters, and the Order Shadows were once excellent hunters, but they willingly debased themselves by dabbling in sorcery. As expected, Ning Lu once again heard Russ's taunt. Thinking of Russ's plot against him, Ning Lu's eyes grew cold. He was about to speak, but Chagatai spoke again. Russ, thank you for your invitation, but I have no interest in hunting with you. Ning Lu's eyes lit up. He remembered that Chagatai Khan had the best relationship with Sanguinius and Magnus, jointly leading the application of psychic powers in the Imperium. His relationship with Russ and Mortarion was the worst. During the grand birthday celebration, after receiving Russ's plea for help, he ignored it and left directly after breaking through the Alpha Legion's blockade. Chagatai Khan's inclusion will boost our influence in the War Council. The wild grasses of Shigoris have blinded your eyes. The men of Fenris are truly excellent hunters, you will see it in the war against the Xenos. After Russ finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Chagatai Khan and said to Ning Lu. Ning Lu, my Wolf Lord will defeat Sanchez and win more glory. Do you dare to continue our previous wager? If I win, Sanchez will give his wolf helm to my Wolf Lord. And if you lose? Ning Lu said coldly. I cannot lose. Russ's ice blue eyes were as sharp as knives. I remember you've said the same thing several times before, Ning Lu said disdainfully. Russ was silent for a moment, calming his anger, before continuing. Scarson will definitely defeat your cub. If I lose, my cloak will be Sanchez's. Ning Lu's eyes lit up. He knew that Russ's cloak was a psychic cloak made from the fur of the great death wolf Blackmane after he killed it. The cloak granted Russ the ability to cross the gate of death, allowing him to return in time when needed. Russ leaving him to return at the end of times after the grand birthday celebration was precisely because he possessed the psychic cloak made from the great death wolf's fur. Russ, since you dislike psychic powers, wearing a psychic cloak is also inappropriate. Just take it off. Thinking this, Ning Lu immediately agreed. It's a deal. I accept the wager on behalf of Sanchez. Horus and Sanguinius, Ferris and Fulgrim, Perturabo and Magnus, exchanged glances simultaneously. They all read the same thought in their friends' eyes. Sanchez would win, and Scarson was doomed to lose. Gilliman saw Ning Lu and Russ at loggerheads and was about to intervene, but he didn't expect them to quickly agree to a wager. He sighed helplessly, then saw the Mars Forge director walk into the hall. Then, a golden light shone, and the Emperor and Constantine Valder arrived simultaneously. The Emperor's gaze fell on Ning Lu, and he said in a deep voice. Xenos have invaded the Imperium's territories en masse, and the northern galaxy burns fiercely. 14 expeditionary fleets have been annihilated, and 5 Titan Legion designations have been revoked. I want to know the progress of the war. Ning Lu heard Huang Laohan ignore Perturabo and looked at Perturabo. Although he showed no expression, he would clearly be displeased by the oversight. Ning Lu's gaze also swept over Hannibal, keenly noticing that his cheekbones were higher, and the bone spurs on his face were more prominent, as if about to pierce his skin. The physical changes are more pronounced. He didn't actively participate in the war against Randan, which is unusual. He found more suitable food, or Xenos he could enjoy alone without being discovered. Ning Lu withdrew his gaze, then first mentioned Perturabo's crucial role. Perturabo has already established an iron defense line centered on Shayna, and the Xenos' offensive has been contained. I am about to launch a counterattack. My legion will be deployed through Carium Gate to key areas of the Xenos' occupied territory. Ning Lu would not, as in memory, fight a 20-year-long war with Randan. He intended to complete the decisive battle and annihilate Randan's main forces within 10 years. Very good. The Emperor nodded with satisfaction. Harbinger's chapter will fully cooperate with your plan. I will order the 8th and 12th legions to provide you with support. Ning Lu's eyes lit up. Perhaps there would be another opportunity for corrosion. As he pondered, the Emperor smiled and said, I hope you can win victory soon and cleanse the Xenos. I will prepare a grand celebration for you. Ning Lu's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself. The celebration isn't important, the reward is key. Huang Laohan, it's been a long time since I've been in your treasury. As you wish. The war council ended. As Ning Lu was about to leave, he suddenly heard Sanguinius's magnetic voice. Ning Lu, Magnus, please stay for a moment. After the other figures disappeared, Ning Lu and Magnus looked at Sanguinius together. Sanguinius's smile was as perfectly gentle as his pure white wings. You saw Chagotay's attitude just now. According to the intelligence I've received, he is not averse to psychic powers. He is a brother we can win over. Who among us should speak with him? Upon hearing this, Ning Lu knew that Sanguinius wanted to draw Chagatai into their political alliance. He remembered that Sanguinius was originally the one to reach a consensus with Chagatai Khan. If it were before, he wouldn't have cared who spoke with Chagatai Khan. But now, facing Russ's plot and considering Chagatai's attitude toward him, this was an opportunity. Thinking this, Ning Lu spoke. I will speak with him. He then gave his reason. Through Carium Gate, I can meet him more conveniently. Sanguinius and Magnus, recalling the intelligence describing Chagatai Khan as wild, unconventional, and elusive like the Star Hunters, agreed simultaneously, nodding that Ning Lu would find it easier to meet with him. Chapter 539, 3 Visions and 2 Mind Realms. Limit Star Territory, Feudal World Mancora. The continuous mountain ranges lay like giant pythons on the surface. Shadow stormbirds lurked among the mountains, observing the wars of the local nobles. Librarian Thomas, with young Ethan, walked up a several hundred-meter-high slope. Ethan looked into the distance, his gaze sweeping over rocks and trees, seeing the edge of the battlefield where knights from both sides clashed, their lances and two-handed great swords striking together. Guard my body. Ethan solemnly accepted the order, the Osiris mind control staff and a force sword appearing in his hands. Yes, my lord. Thomas's gaze was profound. He entered Magnus's first mind realm, then successively ascended to the second, third, and finally the fourth. Compared to his mastery of the Thelema mindset, which the Black Emperor created specifically for the Order Shadows, he was less proficient with Magnus's mind realm and had to enter it sequentially. Thomas closed his eyes, following the blowing wind and the subtle trembling of the rocks. According to the Thousand Suns, Etheric Sojourn, technique taught by Hather Mayat, a body of light was released from his physical form. Thomas did not let his body of light ascend into the vast ocean, that was both dangerous and not what he needed at the moment. He carefully drew a wisp of power from the warp, allowing the primal, pure, and vibrant energy to propel his body of light upwards. His physical shell remained in place, guarded by Ethan. Freed from the confines of his flesh, Thomas felt reborn. His diverse and acute senses far exceeded the understanding of ordinary people, even surpassing the comprehension of an Astartes. Only when he activated his warp vision could what he saw barely compare. The body of light, like an arrow, instantly traversed dozens of kilometers. His intangible form passed directly through rocks and pierced through forests. He left a shining trail in the air, visible only to those with etheric vision. Thomas arrived directly above the battlefield. In his body of light state, he overlooked the scene with a supernatural etheric vision. The knight's grayish fear before charging, the bloodthirsty red during combat. A jumble of emotions mixed together, like an overturned dye vat. The entire battlefield, from the perspective of pure emotion transcending the physical, entered his range of perception. The Order Shadows attempted to activate warp vision, examining it with the genetic gift bestowed by the Black Emperor. He felt his eyes detach from his body of light, scrutinizing with a superhuman perspective. The Order Shadows found that his visual range suddenly narrowed, but it was still broader than what he saw in a purely physical state. He simultaneously saw the scene of dozens of knights clashing in the center of the battlefield. The exposed defensive gap on a knight's right shoulder when he charged with his lance tucked under his left arm. The undefended abdomen when swinging a two-handed sword. The warlock finally activated the Eye of Secrets. His vision narrowed further, limited to only 6 individuals. He not only saw their red desire for slaughter but also their rock-hard will. Thomas's eyes saw the waves stirred up by the knight's roars vibrating in the warp. Through the Eye of Secrets, he saw the invisible golden wings within the sound waves. The warlock's thoughts raced as he compared the 3 extraordinary visions he commanded. The Thousand Suns' etheric sojourn has the widest observation range and can observe emotions, but the physical body is exposed, and the body of light can also be attacked. My lord once said that Magnus would sojourn in the warp in this state, often communicating before his reunion with the Emperor. His mind realm was created precisely to defend against predators while sojourning in the warp. After summarizing his first, etheric sojourn, experience, he then thought of the power bestowed by the Black Emperor. The warp vision, bestowed upon the Order Shadows by my lord does not require leaving the physical body, making it safer to use in combat, and it focuses on discerning the enemy's essence and detecting weaknesses. There's another important difference. Hather said that, etheric sojourn, can only be mastered by some thousand suns masters, while, warp vision, is much easier, every captain has now mastered it. Eye of Secrets, can not only examine emotions but also the mysteries behind things. The Knights of Menkora have mastered part of the mystery of Griffin's Howl. As Thomas pondered, he saw two crown-wearing knights, each leading several hundred men, launch a charge. It's time. Thomas's mind stirred, and he drew a wisp of power from the warp. His body of light suddenly shot up like a cannonball. Damn it! The power drawn exceeds my control. As Thomas's thoughts raced, the Eye of Secrets saw a body of condensed golden light dive down, letting out a deafening roar. The roaring sound waves crashed into his intangible form, and he immediately felt intense pain throughout his body of light rapidly dimmed. The Griffin's howl actually caused damage to his body of light. Thomas quickly ascended through Magnus's mind realm, level by level. Each level of Magnus's mind realm has a different function, suitable for different situations, and a higher level mind realm is not necessarily more powerful. While most Thousand Suns simply and crudely used their highest level mind realm in combat, Thomas was not like that. He demanded himself to switch between mind realms according to the situation. But when it came to psychic defense, it was different. Like the Thelema mindset, the higher levels of Magnus's mind realm offer stronger psychic defense than the lower levels. As Magnus's mind realm ascended to the 5th level, Thomas felt the blade scraping sound waves turn into tiny arrows, and the light of his body of light stabilized. Ascending to the 6th level, psychic power isolated the sound waves, and his body of light gradually brightened. As Thomas stabilized his body, he suddenly saw golden light rise, and 4 griffins swooped down. Not good. He cursed under his breath and quickly exited Magnus's mind realm level by level. The highest level of Magnus's mind realm he mastered was the 6th, which could not withstand the griffins' direct psychic roar. He had just fully exited Magnus's mind realm when the deafening roar already struck. Thomas instantly ascended to the 3rd level of the Thelema mindset. An armor of psychic power timely enveloped his body of light before the storm swept over. Boom, boom, boom. Invisible collisions erupted in the supernatural realm, and Thomas's body of light remained unmoving. He calmly condensed a scepter with psychic power and waved it into the air. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The griffins let out cries of alarm and turned to fly away. Thomas carefully controlled his body, steadily descending back into his physical form. The Thelema mindset, created by my lord, although lacking the many functions of Magnus's mind realm, has stronger psychic defense. It is more suitable for the sensitive Order Shadows. Thomas exited the Thelema mindset. With a thought, his voice simultaneously echoed in the minds of Ethan and the 8 librarians around him. Act. The librarians boarded the Shadow Stormbirds, and amidst the roar of engines, the landing gear retracted. The Shadow Stormbirds flew above the battlefield, and Thomas ordered the pilot. Land. He rose and walked towards the hatch, simultaneously raising a hand to press on his custom-made suit. The Space Dwarf adapted psychic circuits, modified for the Order Shadows, lit up. Light and shadow flickered in Thomas's eyes, and the librarians immediately felt surging warp energy rushing in. The librarian was like the eye of a storm, gathering immense energy. With a thought from Thomas, the hatch opened by itself. He stepped out, and the Osiris mind control staff emitted a dazzling light. Stop! Accompanied by his shout, the Osiris mind control staff swung down. In the librarian's etheric vision, a splendid psychic storm erupted on the ground 50 meters below. At the center of the invisible storm, the crown-wearing king, along with several hundred knights beside him, immediately fell from their warhorses, crashing heavily onto the ground. The aftershocks of the psychic storm swept all around. Thousands of knights on the battlefield suddenly heard a voice in their minds, making them understand the incomprehensible shout. They involuntarily stopped their movements and looked up at the black-armored giant in the sky. Their actions gradually affected knights further away who had not been subjected to the psychic shock. The noisy battlefield quieted down within tens of seconds. The two kings supported themselves with their swords, climbing up from the ground. They stared in astonishment at the descending black metal stormbird and the black-armored giant emerging from it. Their gaze finally fell on the black-armored giant descending from the sky, meeting his jewel-like, shining, pitch-black eyes that struck directly at the heart. They instinctively lowered their heads, and at the same time, a majestic voice echoed in their minds. The librarians' telepathy made the feudal kings and knights aware of the existence of the Order Shadows and their lord. 10 days later, 100 librarians completed the conquest of Mancora. Thomas, with Ethan and several librarians, ascended the highest peak of Mancora. The librarian instructed, "Build a fortress on the mountaintop. This will be a place as important as Shadow Keep and the Wenquan Shadows Librarium." "Yes, my lord," a melee scholar immediately replied. Thomas said to Ethan beside him, "Ethan, are you ready for flight?" Ethan paused, then heard the flapping wind, and two raptors descended from the sky. They resembled lions, covered in thick golden fur. Their eagle heads stood tall, their eyes were golden, and their hooked beaks were sharp as hooks. Their ground-covering wings flapped, and they slowly descended. The brain cat's fur bristled, as if facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 540, Fulgrim's eldest son. I have a chance to complete the Primarch Ning Lu's portrait. In the fourth spatial layer of the disordered country, Ning Lu observed the golden griffin from Mancora that Thomas had sacrificed. He immediately correlated it with the main ingredient for the notary potion, the subsequent sequence 6 of the Solar High Priest. I didn't expect Mancora to actually have griffins. No wonder the battle group is named Griffin's Howl, and the librarian also wields Griffin's Howl. Ning Lu's thoughts stirred, generating an idea that he transmitted into the light sphere. Your approach is correct, start with the golden griffin. Afterward, he extended his spirituality to confirm that no one was around Wilshire. He brought one male and one female golden griffin to the second spatial layer. His spirituality rapidly depleted, and a 100-meter cliff rose from the black mist, with the two golden griffins landing atop it. Ning Lu brought the third griffin to the first spatial layer, instructing the space monkey to prepare the notary potion. On the radiance, Wilshire was engulfed by black mist. Upon arriving in the mysterious country, he reverently gazed at the Black Emperor seated on the throne. "My lord, drink it." Accompanied by a majestic voice, a dark gold potion appeared before Wilshire. He picked up the crystal-clear potion, which seemed to illuminate the human heart, and drank it in one gulp. Golden light surged from within Wilshire, instantly dispelling a centimeter of black mist around him. As if provoked, the black mist instantly enveloped Wilshire's body. Light shone in Wilshire's eyes, like two dark gold pages. Specks of light, like sparks, crackled forth, then were immediately submerged by the black mist. The corruption baron gazed at the notary. He keenly observed that the specks of light were miniature dark gold pages. A moment later, Ning Lu watched the notary as he reigned in the overflowing power of the potion. Sequence 6 Wilshire can notarize Beander abilities. Leading over 10 solar high priests, and numerous light supplicants and bards, he is fully capable of purifying a world of chaos cultists, and can handle any unexpected situations. It's time to put on the agenda the acquisition of the Dark Age of Technology spaceship, the Slaughter's Song, by the legendary champion Agulian Vic, ahead of the word bearers. Even if the AI has been corrupted by chaos or resists subjugation, the notary can handle it. As Ning Lu pondered, Wilshire knelt and bowed, saying devoutly, "Thank you for your lordship's bestowal. I will be able to offer more to you." The counterattack is about to begin, Ning Lu ordered, sending Wilshire back to the Radiance. Upon returning to the real world, as soon as he sat on the throne, the communication bead in his ear hummed. My lord, Glenn Vorsoto and Akarduna have arrived. Who would you like to see first? Considering his limited understanding of the prematurely deceased Velsoto and his lack of confidence in corrosion, Ning Lu pressed the communication bead. Akarduna. 5 ship standard hours later, a magnificent purple Skyhawk shuttle slowly landed on the worthy shadow. Stevens, a member of the honor guard guarding the gate, watched Akarduna approach. The hunter instinctively felt that Akarduna was far more powerful than Scarson, the foul-smelling wolf lord of the space wolves. He was confident he could contend with the wolf lord for a while, but instinctively felt he had no chance against the second company commander of the Emperor's children. The hunter vigilantly scrutinized Akarduna. His armor was flawless. Unlike other Emperor's children, the gold on his armor was more prominent than the purple, with intricate etchings extending from the left side of his breastplate to his vambrace. The imperial aquila on his chest gleamed, poised for flight, a unique honor bestowed upon the Emperor's children by the Emperor. His helmet, tucked into the crook of his arm, was adorned with a plume of horsehair, and a red cloak billowed with his bolt gun. Akarduna's 2 longswords, tightly wrapped in yellow silk, were strapped to his legs. The hunter's mind couldn't help but recall the praises and rumors circulating among the legions about this unparalleled swordsman. Fulgrim's eldest son, first court swordsman, leader of 200 swordsmen. It is rumored that he collects 360 sabers, each a fine weapon. His swordsmanship is extraordinary, with few rivals, only Sigismund, Abaddon, and Redoran can match him. This is only among other legions. The chapter masters are undoubtedly stronger. The Forge Lord's numerous mystical items, the rumored immortality of the chief apothecary, and the librarian's many spells would all keep him busy. Stevens, who had just entered the royal court, thought with certainty, and at the same time, somewhat uncertainly. Among the royal court barons, perhaps many can also rival him, or at least are not far behind. Our battle group's 1st Company Captain Thibault and 7th Company Commander Borti are both pyromaniacs. As Stevens thought this, his posture became even more erect. Akarduna's eyes swept over the Gene-Seed Primarch's honor guard, a glimmer of brilliance appearing in them. With a perfect smile, he nodded in greeting, then entered the Primarch office. Akarduna's bronze skin dried the moment he stepped into the Primarch office, his heart rate accelerated, and he swallowed hard. The instant he saw the Gene-Seed Primarch, he understood why Primarch Ning Lu, like his father, Sanguinius, or Horus, often appeared in people's dreams. But he was indeed perfect, unlike his father's charm, it was a majestic beauty, like a sculpture. Akarduna felt an impulse, as if he held a familiar paintbrush in his hand, with parchment spread before him. He wanted to immediately use his most skilled artistic method, to depict the perfect Primarch of dreams upon it. Perhaps, I won't be able to finish it in one go. Akarduna thought regretfully, that would be a flawed piece. Ning Lu leaned back on the throne, observing Akarduna, maintaining his own pressure. Combining his memories, a plan to corrode Akarduna had already formed in his mind. Akarduna, attend to me. Akarduna's eyes shone, and he bowed, saying, It is my honor. I have a chance to complete Primarch Ning Lu's portrait. 1 standard hour later, Velsoto entered the Primarch office 30 seconds early. Primarch Ning Lu, I wish to personally thank you for your rescue on Osiris. The Gene-Seed Primarch scrutinized Velsoto, whom he was meeting for the first time. He keenly noticed the gloomy emotions lingering around Velsoto. In his superhuman brain, relevant memories and intelligence about Velsoto, Guilliman, and the Ultramarines surfaced, and he immediately understood. Guilliman, like most Primarchs, also believed that the Terra descendants were incompatible with the Legion. In Ning Lu's memory, Guilliman had thrown all Terra descendants into the 22nd Battle Group, tasking them with carrying out extermination orders. Although Velsoto and the Terra descendants survived due to his rescue, the fundamental situation had not changed. Though Guilliman, skilled in politics, did not exile the Terra descendants like Lion or Corax, he even appointed Velsoto as the chapter master of the first battle group, but his status was clearly inferior to Marius Gage. Guilliman's rule extended over nearly 200 worlds, yet among the two heroes he appointed, Velsoto, the former Legion commander and current chapter master of the first battle group, was not included. There's a chance, but the difficulty should be close to Balsa Kucheri. Ning Lu instantly assessed the possibility of corroding Velsoto, then said with a smile. This is an inevitability within an accident, it is a result you earned. Seeing Velsoto look at him in confusion, he continued. The legion you commanded, during the rebellion in the 11 star systems enslaved by the Osiris mind control seed, held out until my arrival. The gloom in Velsoto's eyes lessened somewhat, and he spoke with a smile. My lord, I have led the 1st and 22nd battle groups here, honored to follow you in clearing out the Xenos. Ning Lu nodded slightly, pondering the deeper meaning of Guilliman's arrangements. The Randan aliens enslave billions of humans, and their methods are too cruel. Does Guilliman believe they should be purified with an extermination order? Or does he want to use the Xenos to further weaken the Terra descendants within the Legion, eliminating unstable elements? He couldn't draw a conclusion, and his thoughts quickly returned to Velsoto. 2 battle groups, Terra descendants. A not low, corrosion, difficulty. It's worth a try, but not the primary target. Join me in battle and be responsible for logistical planning. Velsoto bowed. My honor. Ning Lu then summoned Arsenadun and issued orders. Issue the command, the full counterattack begins. The first battle group will set sail from Abyss Port, attack Galen, and strike directly at Forgestial Fortress. The 12th battle group will pass through Carium Gate, deploy to the Perheim sector, and liberate the 1.4 billion people enslaved by the Xenos. Ning Lu thought of the plan to corrode Akarduna, and of Thierry Vieira who was arriving, and continued. The Emperor's Children's Second Company, the Ultramarines, 1st and 22nd battle groups, will join me in the Rosats sub-sector. The Squat League's fleet will accompany me. The 8th battle group, upon returning to Carium Gate, will immediately deploy to Rosats. The original body servant noted each command and relayed them to the respective battle groups. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 541, The Legacy of the Dragon Kingdom. Ning Lu builds 4 lines of defense against chaos. Wangquan Shadow, Primarch office. Ning Lu pushed the data crystal that Hather Mayad had offered him towards Arsenadun and said, I think you'll be interested in the contents regarding the Dragon Kingdom. My lord, I am very interested in this ancient nation. Arsena, who spent his free time engrossed in books, data slates, and other mysteries, his eyes shone. Order the establishment of plazas in all territories of the Legion as a public welfare, and require the populace to practice the Tai Chi of the Dragon Kingdom. Ning Lu remembered that the Thousand Sons would supervise the populace practicing Tai Chi in the plazas of Tizca. People found peace in the gentle and precise movements, allowing the repetitive cycles and elegant harmony to soothe their troubled minds. Tizca had a large number of mutants and psychers, and the Thousand Sons controlled potential dangers through this method. Until Tizca's demise on Prospero, Tizca was not actually affected. After Ning Lu arrived in Tizca with Huang Laohan, he did not find the widespread use of Tai Chi. It was clear that the Thousand Sons had obtained this secret from the Dawn Star Rescue operation. After he examined it, he found that Tai Chi had a clear difference from the simplified version he knew. The biggest difference was the many repetitive movements. Each movement needed to be repeated at least 5 times to achieve mental tranquility. Ning Lu speculated that it might have been improved by the crew of the Dragon Kingdom based on Tai Chi during the psychic awakening on the colonial ship's journey to Dawn Star. Although Tai Chi could not achieve the effects of untouchables and holy word psychers, it was not even as effective as protective runes. But its low cost, which allowed it to be mastered through learning, was its greatest advantage. The only resource that needed to be invested was time. This was Ning Luo's line of defense against chaos for ordinary people. He had built 3 lines of defense for the Order Shadows. The outermost line of defense was the Thelema mindset, which forged a resilient will. Willpower was the greatest weapon against chaos. The Astartes refined their will through daily ascetic-like training. Ning Luo created the Thelema mindset specifically for his sons, enhancing their will and suppressing the drawbacks of heightened perception. The central line of defense involved the visionary pathway among the priests screening legion members, followed by purification through the sun pathway. The final line of defense was the nation of disorder. All core figures of the legion could pray to the Black Emperor when they could not resist corruption. At the same time, if someone was corrupted and undetected, and pulled into the Sephira, they would be discovered as an invading force and the power of corrosion would be expelled. After you've reviewed it, give it to the Forge Lord and the Librarian, and have them research demon engines together. Study the craftsmanship of constructs and draw wisdom from it. Attempt to create psychic-driven constructs, but absolutely do not use the method of summoning warp creatures to create them, Ning Luo sternly warned. In Ning Luo's memory, the Thousand Sons during the Grand Birthday celebration period had not mastered the manufacturing techniques of demon engines. They would only encounter them when searching for fragments of Magnus. Kairos, the chief demon of Tzeentch, who had not found a suitable body, temporarily resided within it, instigating Hathor, who suffered from flesh mutation, to tamper with the Book of Magnus. Subsequently, he made a deal with Ahriman, obtained Hathor's body, and thus manifested in the real world. Hathor used the abilities and hints he granted him to discover a colonial ship that should have been destroyed, from which he obtained the secret of the Dragon Kingdom's demon engine manufacturing. The silver-haired original body servant dared not neglect it and carefully took notes. As Arsena walked out of the Primarch office, Lucius stood at the door of Acarduna's cabin. He raised his hand and knocked on the rune. It took longer than expected, and after 6 seconds, the cabin door opened. Lucius entered the cabin. The dormitory prepared by the original body servant for the second company commander was much larger than his as a new recruit. The cabin was spacious enough to accommodate Lord Acarduna's drawing board. After he opened the door, he immediately returned to the easel. Lucius frowned slightly. He had requested to join the task force to improve his swordsmanship. He wanted to seize every opportunity to spar with the First Court swordsman and perfect his swordsmanship. But he felt that today, he would not get this opportunity. Although Lord Acarduna was not as arrogant as other commanders, he was warm to people, but not when he was painting. My lord. Lucius saw the warm Acarduna did not turn his head. His brush left the parchment, and he asked. Lucius, what is it? My lord, I wish to practice swordsmanship with you. Sorry, Acarduna said apologetically, taking his gaze off the drawing board. I have more important matters now. Your painting. Lucius frowned. He couldn't understand what could be more important than swordsmanship. Precisely. Acarduna noticed Lucius's disappointment and patiently explained to the promising newcomer he favored. Inspiration is fleeting, I must seize it in time. May I see it? Lucius wanted to know what Acarduna was painting and, more importantly, how long it would take. Acarduna pondered for a while before speaking. Although an unfinished painting should not be viewed, especially considering that the subject I paint is perfect. But Lucius, I will make an exception for you this once. Lucius walked to the drawing board and looked intently. He glanced at it and felt disappointed. The painting only outlined the contours, far from being complete. The next instant, he caught a pair of wings. Wings. The only 2 gene seed Primarchs Lucius knew to possess wings were Ning Luo and Sanguinius. Considering they were on the Wenquan shadow, the person Lord Acarduna was painting was obvious. Lord Ning Luo, you are painting Lord Ning Luo. Indeed, this is a challenge, so I cannot be distracted, nor can I interrupt it. Acarduna's gaze returned to the drawing board. I understand, Lucius said, then walked out of the dormitory. In his mind, based on rumors, he sketched Ning Luo's image: black armor, golden wings, a spear on his back, a power fist, and, a power sword shining with blue-white light. Lucius's eyes shone. Only Lord Junwang can rival my Jin father's swordsmanship, even the Lion King cannot compare. He walked towards the training deck, his gaze lingering on the waists and shoulder plates of the Order Shadows. The 7th Battle Group and the 8th Battle Group are both renowned for their swordsmanship, especially the 8th Battle Group. He scrutinized for a moment, and after not finding a suitable target, he walked onto the training deck. Lucius picked up a practice sword from the weapon rack. The Emperor's children would rotate weapon training to strive for perfection in all aspects. In the entire legion, only he and Akarduna focused on refining their swordsmanship. He tapped on the panel in the weapon training room, and the training cage opened. I hope the Order Shadows training cage works better. Lucius thought proudly that he had already personally broken one of his own legion's training cages. As the target dummy descended, Lucius flicked his wrist, and the blade thrust forward swiftly. Lucius sweated on the training deck, and after one standard navigation cycle, he still hadn't seen Lord Akarduna. Anxious, he once again walked into Akarduna's captain's dormitory. Akarduna put down his brush, and just as he was about to speak to Lucius, the communicator suddenly rang. After connecting, the voice of his deputy, Solomon Demeter, sounded. Captain, the fleet has warped into the real world. I will attend to Lord Ning Lu. You will command the fleet, Akarduna said with confidence. All Emperor's children knew that he did not possess the command abilities of Eidolon and Vespasian. His command talent was only half of Demeter's. His unparalleled swordsmanship, which was second to none in the legion, was why he was called Fulgrim's eldest son by the Emperor's children. Yes, my lord, I will share the tactical image to your tactical network. Lucius. Lucius met Lord Akarduna's eyes and felt as if he were facing two sharp blades. His heart pounded with excitement. Follow me to the bridge. Lucius's heart thumped. He had yet to meet his Gene father, but he was fortunate enough to witness the demeanor of another Gene Seed Primarch, and a peak swordsman at that. Chapter 542 Lucius. I have a chance to witness Lord Ning Lu's swordsmanship. Lucius followed Akarduna to the bridge. Before even exiting the elevator, he glanced towards the command throne. He immediately found the giant in black armor and golden wings at the tactical table in front of the command throne. Lucius gazed at the magnificent figure, as if a marble statue, and suddenly understood why Akarduna had been holed up in his cabin for so long. He was flawless, in every aspect, he was perfect. Lucius felt the Primarch's deep gaze fall upon him, his obsidian eyes like two sharp blades, piercing his armor and striking directly at his soul. His thoughts stalled, and he stood frozen in the elevator. The moment Ning Lu saw the person behind Akarduna, he recognized him as Lucius, the future chosen of Slanesh from his memories. He had neat white hair, a proudly high nose bridge, and purple eyes that emitted a captivating purple phantom. Among the Astartes, Hather Mayad and Ramsey could rival his handsome face. Ning Lu recalled that Akarduna thought highly of Lucius and had taught the promising young man for quite some time, so he was no longer surprised that he brought a soldier onto the bridge. He withdrew his gaze and continued to listen to the briefing. Chapter Master Glenn Vorsoto of the Ultramarines, 1st Battle Group examined the information on the data slate and spoke. Lord Ning Lu, preparations are complete, and our troop deployment is finished, proceeding as planned. Vorsoto glanced at Diana Bolin. When formulating the plan, he deeply felt that the Order Shadows were no less efficient than the Ultramarines. As he pondered, Luther, who was in charge of the operational plan, spoke. The squat's heavily armored fortress ship will serve as the spearhead, piercing the artificial war satellite. The pilots of the Ultramarines and Emperor's children will shoot down the alien drone swarms. Finally, you will lead us directly to the artificial war satellite. Akarduna, who had walked to the tactical table, and Lucius, who stood behind him, both had their eyes light up. Balsa Kuturi looked at Luther with scrutiny, wondering what he had obtained from the Gene Seed Primarch to suddenly possess an Astartes body 5 days ago. This was not something an apothecary could achieve. Ning Lu nodded in satisfaction. Execute the operational plan. The sector commanders received the order within a second, and they dispatched more liaison ships than usual to ensure the order's transmission. Ning Lu watched the bloody battle unfold in the void through the observation viewport. Without deploying Ramirez-class Star Fort, the Space Dwarf's fortress ship, which was more heavily armored than both the Imperium and Randan, was the perfect weapon against the artificial war satellite. The fortress ship moved forward like a giant whale in the cosmos, as drone swarms swept in like plankton. Their sheer numbers even obscured the starlight. Inside the cosmos giant whales, the Hearthguard sang loudly, proudly praising the names of their ancestors. The Ironkin were orderly, their mechanical arms dancing. Rows of cannon shells, like a torrent, swept towards the drone swarms. Dazzling light flickered, and drones were torn to shreds one after another. The Space Dwarf's artillery roared in unison, the pouring gunfire like rain, capable of tearing an entire main fleet to shreds. Yet, the Randan drone swarms seemed endless, with a dozen drones breaking through the silent quagmire of firepower and crashing into the armor. Their suicidal collisions left marks on the heavy armor. More and more drones broke through the fierce firepower net, continuously slamming into the cosmos giant beasts. The cosmos giant beasts were wrapped in layers, and their pace slowed. Randan warships, covered in spikes and flails, swam over like bloodthirsty sharks, and the shadowy blasts of electricity left ominous dark shadows on the armor like raindrops. Seeing the fortress ship obstructed, Ning Lu shifted his gaze back to the holographic tactical table. He saw blue runes and purple runes sweeping across the green pathway, leaving traces. Velsodo stood before the cogitator, his hands rapidly dancing on the keys, distributing the enemy ship readings identified by the Wangquan shadow as data packets to the Ultramarines and Emperor's Children fleets. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the video screen light up, blue runes jumping, followed by purple rising. Velsodo saw the feedback of white runes light up inside with emotion. Order's shadows actually deciphered the aliens' fake readings so quickly. As Velsodo pondered, Luther's voice sounded. "It's time. Flight formations, sortie." Velsodo examined the tactical image, the words taught by the Gene Father flashing in his mind. Once the implementation phase or primary state is initiated, it must be completed with all available means, swiftly committing overwhelming force. Primary state initiated. As the command was transmitted, swordtail interceptors and lightning fighters surged from the flight decks. In the blue flight formations, more than half were heavier lightning fighters, while the purple formations were the exact opposite. Steel birds, one after another, swept past the cosmos giant beasts. The autocannons of thousands of fighters spat out dense barrages. Flashes of fire shone, and the plankton wrapped around the cosmos giant beasts instantly thinned by a layer. As if provoked, the plankton surged towards the steel birds. The lightning fighters suddenly accelerated, shaking off the attacking drones. The swordtail interceptors weaved left and right, dodging the swarming enemy aircraft. A blue iron bird, in the red light, sometimes soared, sometimes dived. Accompanying a red rune lighting up on the screen, a piercing alarm blared through the helmet. In a silent collision, the swordtail interceptor spun rapidly, trailing flames. Ning Lu watched the holographic display, observing the performance of the two legions' pilots. The Ultramarines' blue flight formations were as precise as machines. Even with the different performances of lightning fighters and swordtail interceptors, and the varying surrounding conditions, they still moved as a whole when dispersing and converging. The Emperor's Children excelled more in individual skill. Even when surrounded by red, they often managed to shake off enemies with dazzling arcs. Amidst the scattered lights like phosphorus, the fortress ship advanced, cutting through thorns and thistles, crashing into the Randan ships. The lady captain, seated at a black-painted brass console, issued orders. The Wangquan Shadow's Anathema-class reactor's output power suddenly increased, and it surged through the space torn open by the fortress ship, like a drawn sword, directly striking the artificial war satellite. "Prepare for boarding." Ning Lu gave the order, and Lucius excitedly gripped his sword hilt. He was actually able to fight alongside the Gene Seed Primarch. "I have a chance to witness Lord Ning Lu's swordsmanship." Throughout the upper decks, teams of black armor warriors walked towards the flight decks. Unlike before, there were not only the honor guard but also 3,300 dark angels with winged swords painted on their chests. Drop pods rained down on the artificial war satellite, and as Ning Lu stepped onto the surface, he immediately saw Lucius swiftly charging towards an alien overlord. While running, he raised his bolt gun and fired a series of bolts at his target, who avoided his decisive battle by ascending into the air. The alien's bat wings flapped, and in an instant, it spun and ascended 100 meters. But every one of Lucius's bolts accurately hit the target. Although he dedicated himself to practicing swordsmanship, his natural precise marksmanship annoyed the other emperor's children. Before he could swing his sword, the alien overlord personal energy shield shattered with a bang, then was immediately torn apart by another volley of bolts. Lucius tucked his bolt gun back into his waist, charging headlong at the alien overlord, delivering a storm of slashes and stabs. The sword in his hand switched freely between single-handed and two-handed grips, sometimes wielded single-handedly like a club, other times held with both hands to slash like a great saber. In the dazzling light, he enjoyed every vibration and explosion of the blade. Amidst a series of shining explosions, Lucius achieved his first melee kill, and he excitedly licked his lips, charging towards the next target. Ning Lu stepped forward, raising his power gauntlet, the twin-mounted bolt gun and the plasma gun gifted by Perturabo roaring simultaneously. Dazzling beams leapt, tearing through the alien overlord's shield, and the subsequent bolts tore it to shreds. He continued his advance, his gaze sweeping over a Carduna. The two sharp blades, sheathed in silk scabbards on his legs, simultaneously sprang forth. Timur, with its gold-woven hilt, had a slightly curved blade, and its hilt was shaped like a stallion's head, adorned with a black horsehair tassel. Athena was longer, with a straight blade and a very narrow cross-guard, abstract ancient Greek runes shimmering on its thin blade. Both flaying knives were forged by a mastersmith from ancient Terra through unique rituals and alchemical techniques. To possess one was the highest honor for a swordsman in the Legion, and though he possessed two, no one questioned his qualification. A Carduna flashed into the midst of four overlords, his twin swords dancing like windmills. The overlords roared, wielding their bladed limbs, attacking a Carduna simultaneously like 8 swordsmen. A Carduna moved with composure, dodging, parrying, and attacking. He had long specialized in weaving between enemies, and no one had ever managed to leave a wound on him. The blades spun rapidly like a whirlwind, dazzling even Zahariel. He is stronger than Koz Wayne, the Legion's first swordsman. Zahariel scrutinized himself. He would never be so swift unless he activated Fear Vision. A Carduna, like a dancer, played a series of attacks with his twin swords. The overlords' personal energy shields crackled, yet not once did their attacks graze his magnificent armor. Timur plunged straight into an overlord body, followed by Athena. A Carduna stepped forward, and behind him, 4 overlords fell almost simultaneously. Chapter 543, Luther leads the rebirth of the Great Knightly Order. On the surface of the artificial war satellite, Luther, wearing the Saturn pattern Terminator prototype armor for the first time, joined the battle. He opened the helmet's built-in communicator and spoke to his followers. Knights of Caliban, today marks the rebirth of the Great Knightly Order. Win glory, declare rebirth. For Caliban, his followers were unconsciously drawn to Luther. His voice contained a certain power. The knights would follow Luther to the ends of hell. For Luther. For the Great Knightly Order. For Caliban. Wearing powerful experimental equipment not yet issued to other legions besides the Fire Lizards and Order Shadows, Luther charged forward. The slaves aimed their laser guns at him, and dense beams of light crackled against his thermal reactive force field. Luther looked at the numb human slaves rushing towards him, knowing that entanglement with them was meaningless. The barbarian suddenly accelerated. His powerful physique granted him savage strength, allowing him to directly knock aside the surrounding slaves. Luther felt his spirituality becoming more active, with power constantly surging within him. He ran a little faster, as if he had returned to the forests of Caliban. He ran faster and faster, smashing through the enemy lines quicker than his power armor-clad followers. Luther saw an alien resembling an upright tiger in front of him, roaring furiously. Their collective roar made the ground tremble slightly. The barbarian stomped his right foot heavily, letting out a deafening howling mask. Hundreds of aliens immediately stopped roaring, shaking their heads, trying to recover from the dizziness. Luther raised his left arm, and the serpent cannon spewed out streams of thermal rays. He rotated his left arm 30 degrees, and dozens of enemies were incinerated into ashes by the molten stream. Luther raised the power sword in his right arm. Unlike most Saturn pattern Terminator prototypes, as a knight of Caliban skilled in swordsmanship, his right arm was equipped with a melee weapon. Selected from Lord Ning Lu's private armory and forged by Lord Vulcan, the heavy power sword gleamed with dazzling blue light, illuminating the entire battlefield like a beacon. The knights, who had broken through the slave army, saw the light emanating from their leader and let out a resounding battle cry. The aliens enslaving humans merged with the forest beasts that had plagued the Caliban forests for generations. The knights marched forward with steady steps, leaving behind the human slaves surging from behind and on both sides, firing dense barrages at the aliens. Amidst the explosions, aliens were torn to shreds one by one. The knights of Caliban drew their swords before being slowed down by the human slaves. Swords were their traditional weapons. 135 trusted knights drew their power swords, leading the other 3,000+ knights wielding chainswords in a charge. The roar of motors echoed across the battlefield. A knight swung his blade, passing through an alien's lower jawbone and directly into the center of its skull. As his arm trembled, blood mixed with flesh splattered onto his black armor. An overlord, at least a head taller than the other aliens, swung down its blade-like claws. The helmet was crushed and torn, and with a dull thud, the Dark Angel's head exploded. He pulled out his arm, and the Knight Commander's blue and white blade had already struck him. Amidst the crackling of the personal energy shield, the tiger-like overlord swept with both claws. The Knight Commander continuously slid, performing the spiral footwork he had practiced countless times since becoming a squire, appearing behind the overlord. The blue light-enshrouded blade struck fiercely on the overlord back. The knights followed, their chainswords roaring as they hacked at the overlord arms, chest, abdomen, and thighs. The overlord repeatedly swung its claws, charging at the knights. The knight calmly retreated, parrying with his chainsword, enticing the overlord to attack. The Knight Commander, following a spiral trajectory, came to the overlord right side, thrusting his blade. Amidst a series of short, firecracker-like explosions, the personal energy shield overloaded. The Knight Commander did not linger in battle, he slid again. The overlord recoiled, swinging its claws to both sides, forcing the knights to retreat. The Knight Commander arrived precisely in front of the overlord, slashing horizontally with his blade. The disintegration field tore through flesh and blood. The overlord felt a chill in its abdomen, looked down, and then slid down, along with its neck and chest. Luther charged forward with his followers, killing all in his path. He rediscovered the feeling of leading the knights before Lionel Johnson appeared. He was back in the center, he was the leader. He was a hero. Luther was in high spirits, those gloomy thoughts completely cast aside with the splattering blood and gore. His voice was loud, echoing through the Vox channel. The knights were infected, they had once thought they would never achieve glory again. Now, they cast off their restraints and galloped across the battlefield. Like a dam breaking, the power unleashed by the knights mercilessly crushed the aliens. The charging knights suddenly halted when 5 4-meter-tall silver-white figures appeared. They suddenly felt their minds numb, their throats filled with rust, and their bodies as if entangled by countless threads. The barbarian's thoughts only briefly paused before clarity returned. He let out a deafening roar. The brain-eater's silver-white spherical head swayed, and a line of viscous fluid oozed from the red lines running through their brains. Luther charged forward. With a thought, his psychic shock unit responded. The laser cannons on his head and shoulders aimed at the same brain-eater, and searing beams of light shrieked, tearing through its personal energy shield. The serpent cannon fired a stream of fire, incinerating the Brain Eater to ashes. Luther rushed in front of a Brain Eater whose head had just stopped swaying, swinging the thick power sword forged by Vulcan, striking it. Amidst the explosion, the blade stopped before the Brain Eater. The barbarian's arm bulged, his strength suddenly increasing, and the blade abruptly thrust forward, piercing into the Brain Eater's body. Luther killed 2 Brain Eaters in an instant. As he charged towards the third, he suddenly saw a bizarre construct emerge from a 1,000-meter-tall silver-white building. It was an overall egg-shaped mass, covered in pale, fungal flesh, with purple blood vessels and metallic netting all over its body. 3 spider-like legs propelled its body, and its upper body, extending from the 3 legs, was a thick, stubby tube. Around the fanged mouth at the top, a cluster of tentacles was symmetrically arranged. Then came the second, the third, 5 constructs crawled out of the silver-white building. They raised their tentacles, and their built-in devices fired streams of necrotic beams. The beams struck the power armor, and pus melted the black armor along with the dark angels. Luther immediately recalled the construct mentioned in the intelligence provided by Lord Ning Lu, created by Sloth. After a brief thought, he decided not to win glory at the cost of the knight's immense sacrifice, and he opened the communication channel. "My lord, we have encountered Sloth's servant constructs." After hanging up the communication, Luther immediately felt grateful for his decision. Squad after squad of constructs, in groups of 3 to 5, emerged from the silver-white building. Brain Eaters, one by one, led the aliens charging from all directions. Luther immediately ordered the knights to form a circular defense to resist the aliens. 3,000 knights formed 2 circles, creating a horizontal spiral shape. The knights retreated in a familiar, spiraling motion, and the surging aliens fell one by one against the knights' defensive line. Luther stood at the center of the spiral, extending to the edges of the 2 circles. He alone held off 10 Brain Eaters. He raised his arm and blasted a molten stream to his left, while simultaneously charging to his right, swinging his sword to stab a Brain Eater rushing towards the front line. The Brain Eater rotated its body, charging at Luther. Luther neither parried nor counterattacked, he immediately turned and rushed towards another Brain Eater. Even as he desperately resisted, a knight still fell within his sight. Numerous Brain Eaters gathered, and the spreading neurotoxin filled the battlefield. The barbarian's resilient will was unaffected, but the other dark angels, one by one, abruptly fell unconscious during the battle. Their bodies festered, pus oozing from their black armor, and they fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding knights immediately filled the gaps, and the spiral formation consequently shrunk. Luther donned his war mask. His heart pumped powerfully, and adrenaline surged rapidly. Each fallen follower granted him immense strength. The Saturn pattern Terminator prototype on him felt lighter and lighter, his movements became faster and faster, and the shining blue blade drew arcs in the air. The barbarian angrily slammed a Brain Eater away, while simultaneously swinging his blade to crush another Brain Eater's head. The knights saw their leader as if he had split into countless bodies. He alone assaulted the Brain Eaters, launching fierce attacks. His dazzling swordsmanship was admirable. Blue light, like a storm, swept over the Brain Eaters. Boom boom boom. 3 Brain Eater corpses, one after another, crashed to the ground. Luther's outburst immediately drew the attention of the constructs. Streams of green rays shot out in unison. Amidst a series of explosions, warning runes for a shattered thermal reactive force field lit up. The next instant, a shadow obscured his vision. Golden wings then came into view, and the majestic figure of a black armored giant landed before him. Chapter 544 Akarduna abandons instinct for the first time, emulating Ning Lu. Lucius ran at a furious pace, driven by his desire to engage the alien strongman and his obsession with witnessing Lord Ning Lu's sword skills, making him accelerate faster and faster. Sword blades flashed, and aliens fell one by one, but his steps did not slow in the slightest. Even so, the golden and purple power armor ahead still reminded him of the gap between him and Akarduna. Akarduna was calm and elegant, making Lucius suspect that he still had strength to spare. Lucius recalled the widely circulated stories of Acarduna within the Legion. As a youth, Acarduna, before he possessed the superhuman body of an Astartes, shamed Tariel Collins, the battle-hardened Old Thunder warrior who was tasked with teaching him. Acarduna defeated his instructor again and again, each time effortlessly. His combat skills were innate, as natural as breathing, requiring no one to teach him. The peerless swordsman, upon entering the battlefield, would charge towards the strongest enemy, moving through the center of the enemy lines. He had never been defeated, nor had he ever suffered a single scratch. He was the perfect swordsman, the proud eldest son of Fulgrim. As Lucius pondered, a golden reflection of black suddenly appeared in his vision. Lucius's gaze immediately fell upon the dazzling blue and white light. Lord Ning Lu's sword blade rotated, swift as lightning, as its edge flashed, energy ripples turned the surrounding dust into a swirling cloud. Lucius angrily kicked away an alien that had entered his sight. He saw that the alien he had just seen was already trapped in something like amber. He angrily swung his sword, tearing the alien to shreds. Lucius didn't even look at the surrounding aliens, his gaze was fixed on the distance. Finally, he saw Lord Ning Lu's surging sword blade, swiftly cutting down the alien's crystal longsword like lightning. Amidst the ferocious afterimages, he raised his power fist, and with a blinding golden light, the Brain Eater, which he had only recently learned about, was bound in a cage. Acarduna's twin swords spun, and no alien could obstruct his view. He calmly observed the battlefield. Every movement of Lord Ning Lu possessed a natural artistry. The exquisite balance achieved between swift movement and heavy force was as splendid as a painting. Sparks of inspiration bloomed like fireworks in Acarduna's mind. To preserve the inspiration and imprint Lord Ning Lu's masterpiece in his mind, he charged towards a Brain Eater that had bypassed the front lines. When he was still 5 meters from the Brain Eater, Acarduna's steps suddenly halted. Lucius, who was close behind him, rushed forward, but he suddenly felt a bitter taste in his throat and his steps grew heavy. Lucius involuntarily slowed down. He narrowed his eyes, not wanting to witness the peerless swordsman's first injury. Just before his eyes fully closed, he suddenly opened them wide, facing the moment of a shattered myth. He saw Acarduna's arm suddenly rise, and Athena's straight blade parried the crystal longsword. Timir's curved blade followed closely, striking towards the bent arm. As the sword blades crossed, Lucius keenly noticed that Acarduna's movements were a little slower than usual, as if spider silk was entanglement around him. Acarduna's eyes gleamed. Combat, for him, had always been as natural as watching a sunrise or listening to music. Effortless, yet after a while, it could become somewhat boring. The music was suddenly interrupted, giving him a brand new opportunity. Acarduna abandoned his combat instincts for the first time, following the trajectory of Lord Ning Lu's sword blade, and swung his own. Timur and Athena spun rapidly. He used his twin swords to embody the imprint left by the blue and white blade in his mind. The crystal longsword flew from its grasp, and its personal energy shield shattered. Acarduna slew the Brain Eater. His body trembled slightly, and he felt his steps become lighter. He sharply turned his head, looking to his left. A black armored figure appeared and vanished from his sight in an instant. That was Zahariel. In 1 second, a Brain Eater's personal energy shield shattered, and its body broke into hundreds of pieces. In 2 seconds, hundreds of alien bodies shattered. 3 seconds later, Zahariel reappeared in view, his speed noticeably slower. Zahariel's body went cold as he saw a Brain Eater charging towards him. The Midnight Poet opened his mouth, chanting a poem inspired by the book, Meditations, a work by the Night Poet and philosopher Aurelius, and a favorite of his former mentor, Master Ramil. In the ancient pulse of the silent forest, a misty veil shrouds secrets, deep and vast. The night's warhorse crushes fallen leaves' soft murmur. His armor gleams like starlight, destined to last. His sword at his side, a cold, bright gleam. Holding untold tales of valor, a silent dream. With eyes like fire, the night pierces the mist's haze. Fearful, yet with faith, he challenges the beast in his days. The soothing poem, light and echoing, made the minds of those who heard the chant momentarily dazed, as if they saw serene moonlight, and a calm, gently rippling lake. The Brain Eater felt its body rapidly grow heavy, as if it could fall asleep even while standing. Zahariel, amidst his chant, relived his memories with the lion beast, and in his fear, he slew the mightiest beast. The Midnight Poet saw the Brain Eater's steps slow, and continued to chant, simultaneously swinging his longsword. Sword and claw clash, thunder explodes. The knight's faith, a steadfast rock, his sword a storm that upholds. His conviction, tougher than steel's embrace. Sparks light the dark, courage makes the beast give chase. As the Brain Eater regained consciousness, the poem's atmosphere abruptly shifted, filling it with fear. Zahariel had already reached him, swinging his longsword down. Two Brain Eaters attacked from the left and right. Zahariel drew his longsword, and just as he was about to meet them, two figures flashed out from his side. Balsa Kuturi, the librarian of the 19th Legion, raised his hand, unleashing a psychic shield, green flames colliding with dazzling electrical discharges. Glenn Vorsoto, the 1st Battle Group commander of the Ultramarines, raised his hand and fired a volley of bolter rounds at the Brain Eater. Lord Ning Lu's honor guard followed, and after receiving support, the knights looked into the distance. He felt an evil will suddenly appear in the distance. Zahariel's consciousness had barely touched that will when he was struck as if by lightning. He supported his body with his sword, not kneeling. Not far away, Balsa's body twitched, and he knelt on one knee. The librarian was defeated by the evil will. He was fortunate to see the Brain Eater in front of him also collapse weakly. Velsoto easily killed the fallen Brain Eater with his combat knife, then looked forward. He saw Akarduna and Lucius, having already pushed through the crowd, following Lord Ning Lu, and charging forward to kill. Lucius strained to keep pace with Akarduna, confronting a construct. The construct's tentacles casually extended sharp bone blades, as if 6 swordsmen were attacking simultaneously. Lucius's vision was filled with blades. He excitedly delivered a storm of slashes and stabs. Blades continuously clashed, and Lucius was forced to use the shield on his left arm to block attacks. Amidst the crashing sounds of a raging tide, he suddenly leapt, his blade parrying 3 bone blades, and his shield blocking the other 3. His sword spun, severing the fanged head. Lucius, in midair, finally saw the scene ahead. He saw Akarduna spinning and killing 4 constructs, charging towards a cloaked worm man. Lucius's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as if he were in a dream. He saw the worm man swing his staff, and in the collision, Timur was sent flying. His other arm, bypassing Athena, grasped the power armor. Akarduna was then flung away. Akarduna was injured for the first time. The peerless swordsman was defeated in an instant. The sloth destroyer's slimy tentacles snaked towards Akarduna on the ground like pythons, when suddenly, a blue and white light flashed. Ning Lu flashed to Akarduna's front, swinging Val's sword and cutting down a mass of worms. The sloth destroyer let out a pained shriek, his arm suddenly swelled, and he swung his necrotic staff, sweeping towards Ning Lu's leg. The Baron of Corruption's eyes flashed, and the worm man's extending arm immediately slowed, retracting due to the power of twist. Akarduna used Athena to support himself and stand up. He had no time to notice his injuries, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning blue and white sword blade. Ning Lu flicked his wrist, and the blade, like unstoppable starlight, left streaks of light on the sloth destroyer, as shrieking worms scattered in clumps. Each of Ning Lu's sword swings shone like a myriad of stars. The perfect masterpiece imprinted by the blue and white starlight shone in Akarduna's mind. The necrotic staff fell to the ground, and a golden light leapt before his eyes. Akarduna narrowed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he saw amber encasing the worms, which had been cut by the blade and scattered into clumps. Chapter 545. I only wanted to corrode Akarduna, but I got a Lucius first. The Battle of the Artificial War Satellite left an indelible mark in the hearts of many. Luther and his followers regained the glory of the great knightly order in battle, and the silent deck was occasionally filled with laughter. After Lucius couldn't find the Xenos, he buried himself in the training deck. The scene of Akarduna's myth of invulnerability and undefeated ending at the same moment, like a shadow, enveloped his mind. Lord Ning Lu's star-like blue and white sword light continuously flashed. Light and shadow, stars and shadows, flashed interchangeably. Lucius continuously swung his sword, chasing the starlight and dispelling the shadows. A week of practice rendered the training cage, made of Miguel steel and sturdier than the Emperor's children, unusable. Before Lucius entered the training deck, he unexpectedly saw a Carduna, clad in magnificent gold and purple power armor. It was the first time he had seen the chief swordsman since the battle of the artificial war satellite. Lucius scrutinized the proud eldest son of Fulgrim, and was surprised to find no trace of defeat on a Carduna's face. He had a feeling that the chief swordsman was stronger than before. Just as Lucius was about to propose a duel to verify his progress, a Carduna spoke first. His smile was as warm as ever, devoid of the shame of failure. "Lucius, today you will meet the king's first swordsman." Lucius's eyes lit up. "Thierry Vieira." "Exactly." Lucius excitedly followed a Carduna into the Primarch palace. As soon as he stepped into the asymmetrical black building, Lucius's thick, handsome eyebrows furrowed. Although it wasn't a Carduna's first time stepping inside, he too was momentarily bothered by the irregular lines, just as he had often been bothered when his brush slipped on parchment recently. As they entered the banquet hall, the dazzling yet blurry figures in their minds instantly overlapped with the black armor warriors. A Carduna and Lucius came back to their senses, then were attracted by another giant. The figure seated on the obsidian chair exceeded the scope of an Astartes. Even the tallest fire lizards were not as tall as he. The body encased in black power armor contained powerful, suppressed strength. A Carduna scrutinized Thierry, his purple gold lacquered gauntlet touching the Timur and Athena on his leg. Ning Lu, on the throne, took in a Carduna and Lucius's expressions. A subtle smile appeared on his face. The plan to corrode a Carduna can proceed to the final step. Lucius took his seat as an attendant, savoring the court cuisine that was as perfect as his own legion. Crispy fried fish bones, with flesh as white as clouds, mixed with caviar, awakened his taste buds. Squid ink enveloping plump geoduck clams filled his empty stomach after his strenuous workout. Lucius sampled dish after dish, adhering to court etiquette. After drinking 11 cups of purple Erzvort, he put down his cup, buoyed by a slight tipsiness. "My Lord King, I have long heard of Lord Thierry's mastery of swordsmanship, and I wish to seek his guidance. Please grant my request." Ning Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned to look at Lucius. "Indeed, you are a person with a great future. I was just about to find an opportunity to propose it, and you spoke first." He was about to speak when Stevens, a newly promoted provoker of the honor guard standing by, respectfully said, "Father, please allow me to fight." The provoker looked at Lucius, and in his mind flashed the image of the swordsman swiftly charging into the Xenos, killing enemies with his exquisite swordsmanship. He instinctively pressed his hand to the Katachan fang at his waist and spoke to provoke. "Swordsman Lucius, defeat me, and only then will you be qualified to challenge the Night Lord." The proud Lucius's purple pupils lit up with fire. "That won't take long. I think this duel should be conducted in a completely new way." Ning Lu's eyes were deep. He knew that the future Slanesh chosen swordsman was exceptionally skilled. Even if he had not yet fully matured, Sequence 8 Stevens should still be unable to contend with him. Unless the combat environment was favorable for him to perform, only then would there be a chance. This is a battle between Astartes. You should not be confined to the training deck. You will conduct an honor duel on the battlefield of the artificial war satellite. Inside the black Skyhawk shuttle, Arsena Dunn looked at the approaching artificial war satellite. "My lord, High Sage Lien Ramirez has made some progress in his research on the artificial war satellite. Although he has not yet fully mastered the manufacturing secrets, he can already utilize most of its functions, such as movement and drone deployment." Glenn Vorsoto, chapter master of the Ultramarines' 1st Battle Group, who attended the Gene Seed Primarch, gazed at the towering, pitch-black cannon barrels through the panoramic viewing window. He knew that without the sturdy fortress ships of the squat people, and without Lord Ning Lu personally leading the boarding, conquering this artificial war fortress would not have been so easy. Order Lien to move it to Carium Gate. If necessary, he can seek support from the space dwarf. Ning Lu pondered for a moment before deciding to reinforce the strategically important hub with the spoils of war. The original body servant noted the command and immediately carried it out. In another steadily flying Skyhawk shuttle, Stevens's left hand gripped his Catachan fang, a devil's claw. Stevens's right hand pulled a bottle of liquid from his waist. As soon as the cap was removed, red venom extracted from Catachan's highly toxic flora gurgled out with green bubbles. Because his opponent was not a Xenos but an ally, he did not use the highly potent venom. The Order Shadows who died in the dangerous jungle proved that these venoms were lethally dangerous even to the superhuman bodies of the Astartes. The venom flowed over the Catachan alloy, and the half-filled mercury sloshed in the hollow blade. Stevens stopped his movements when he saw the blade visibly showing red interspersed with green spots. He stroked the green-furred Catachan wolf beside him and raised the bottle. The Catachan wolf let out an excited growl, swallowed the liquid in one gulp, then narrowed its eyes and lay down beside Stevens's combat boots. Stevens looked down at the approaching ground. The seasoned hunter adjusted the position of the grenades on his body, and mentally conceived his tactics. Moments later, Zahariel, who had disembarked, asked Balsa Kuturi, the librarian of the 19th Legion. "Who do you think will win this duel?" Balsa glanced at the white-haired warrior in magnificent purple power armor, then at the black armor warriors in camouflage paint. If it were in the training cage, Lucius would win easily. Here, Balsa surveyed the surrounding battlefield debris and collapsed buildings. The librarian's eyes were deep, his tone ethereal, his voice seeming to come from another world. "He is naturally swifter than most in my legion, he will still win, but it won't be easy." The silver-haired original body servant, representing Ning Lu, stood between Lucius and Stevens. To enhance the friendship between the Order Shadows and the Emperor's children, Stevens will engage in an honor duel with Lucius. "I declare the honor duel now begun." The provoker raised his hand, lifting his bolt pistol, and provocatively fired a bolt round at the magnificent purple power armor. Lucius's white eyebrows shot up. He instantly drew his sword and charged at his infuriating opponent. Stevens's eyes twitched. Lucius's speed was swifter than anything he had seen before. He retreated towards the 7 o'clock direction, which was the most complex environment he had observed before landing. Lucius did not stop. He wanted to find his annoying opponent and defeat him decisively. Suddenly, his right foot stepped on loose soil, and he immediately detected an anomaly. A diamond-tipped bullet broke through the earth, and the bolt round detonated before it touched the purple power armor. Lucius quickly rolled forward. With a bang, a finger-thick hole was blown out of the sole of his right combat boot. As soon as Lucius's shoulder hit the ground, his handsome face changed, and he raised his left fist, smashing it into a collapsed, diagonally standing pillar. With a bang, he rolled to the side. Velsoto ascended a hill with Lord Ning Lu, offering an expansive view. He gazed down, watching the rising explosion shockwaves, and exclaimed in admiration. Lucius's swift speed has been restricted. Stevens's thinking speed is faster than Lucius's. He is a seasoned hunter who anticipated Lucius's reactions, Balsa lamented. He was a Catachan before becoming an Order Shadow, Thierry said, glancing at a Carduna. He was very interested in the First Court swordsman, renowned among all legions. That is a cruel death world. He grew into a seasoned hunter there. A Carduna nodded to Thierry. Such designed traps were useless against him, who fought by instinct. The decisive battle has begun. With his words, Stevens, having exhausted the bolt rounds and grenades he carried, initiated the final battle. He and the Catachan wolf charged at Lucius simultaneously. Lucius's purple power armor was covered in dust. His handsome face was scratched with wounds from fragments. Though not serious, Lucius felt enraged. The repeated provocations made him abandon the idea of defeating his opponent with flair. "I will trample you underfoot. I will give you a lesson you will never forget." As Lucius was filled with fury by the provocation, the Catachan wolf sprang silently, its crimson teeth with green spots biting into the purple power armor. As the venom crackled, Lucius twisted his body and thrust his sword. The moment the sword tip cut through the thick green fur, Lucius withdrew his sword. Not only because this was an honor duel, not a fight to the death, but also because he felt danger behind him. Lucius swiftly turned and swung his sword. The blade cut through the power armor, striking Stevens's shoulder. The Catachan fang pierced his ribs, and venom seeped into Lucius's body. Lucius trembled as if electrocuted, and his body crashed to the ground. He tried to get up but felt utterly powerless. Lucius stared in astonishment at his opponent, who was propped up by his sword. He hadn't expected to fall. He hadn't even stood before the Night Lord before being defeated by an unknown honor guard. Stevens glanced at the deep sword wound on his shoulder, his collarbone shattered, and said to Lucius with admiration, "You are very strong, my carefully prepared hunt," he paused before continuing, "only resulted in a Pyrrhic victory. Without the power bestowed by Father, I would have lost." Lucius's purple eyes lit up, and he turned to look at the giant on the hillside. The power bestowed by Lord Ning Lu. The Gene Seed Primarch keenly noticed Lucius's gaze, seeing many similar shadows within it. From Luther, Zahariel, Alcar Hasfar, Narit Kiran, I only wanted to corrode a Karduna, but how did I get a Lucius first? While Ning Lu was deep in thought, a Karduna's voice rang out. Thierry. Lucius cannot fight anymore, I will continue the honor duel with you. All right, Thierry readily agreed. Chapter 546. Ferris, sorry I corrupted your little fanboy first. Ning Lu watched a Karduna walk down the slope, memories surfacing in his mind. In the original Battle of Gardinal, a Karduna, with an invincible stance, swept through all the Iron Hands strongmen in the dueling arena, except for Ferris. The former Legion commander, General Amadeus Dukine, and 1st Company Captain Gabriel Santo, were both easily defeated by him. Among the other legions, only a few, such as Sigismund, could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Abaddon, without the blessings of the four gods, would not have been victorious in every battle against a Karduna. Ning Lu's gaze then fell on Thierry, having no doubt that even without using abilities like the Dawn Paladins, Storm of Light, he would still win. With a whoosh, Timur and Athena leapt out from their silk scabbards. A Karduna stared at the heavy power sword, enveloped in shining light, in Thierry's hand, and another short sword which was long for an Astartes but short for Thierry. Good swords. Yours too. As a seasoned weapon master, Thierry took one glance and saw the admirable forging techniques and unfamiliar runes in the twin swords. The duel of honor begins, Arsene Adun said curtly. The Emperor's Children's first court swordsman and the Order Shadow's first swordsman charged at each other simultaneously. Twin swords clashed against twin swords, and a Karduna immediately felt his arms go numb. If he hadn't been prepared, using his exceptional skill to shake his wrists while leveraging the force, his twin swords would have already flown from his hands. Thierry clearly possessed immense strength, matching his gigantic physique, a strength even the powerful fire lizards couldn't rival. A Karduna didn't panic. Thierry was massive, so he would utilize his own agile movements. He took a diagonal step, spun his body, and delivered a seemingly casual but swift as wind slash towards Thierry's back. Thierry injected his faint psychic energy into the psychic longsword forged by weapon master Kaiser, and swung it diagonally backward. Lucius lay in the ruins, hearing a Karduna's conversation with Thierry, followed by the sound of sword blades clashing. He felt an itch in his heart, as if countless insects were crawling. Lucius suddenly sprang up from the ground, then stumbled back down. He felt some of the paralysis in his body recede, and with partial mobility restored, Lucius staggered towards the dueling arena. Lucius saw a Karduna's swift footwork, and his eyes widened, yet he still couldn't fully follow the dazzling sword light within the purple-gold storm. Fulgrim's eldest son's attacks were swifter. He was faster than he had ever been in the training cage, faster than he had been fighting Xenos not long ago. He was stronger. Lucius gripped the sword in his hand, assessing himself, wondering how long he could last in the storm of blades. He hadn't had time to reach a conclusion before he was drawn to the black-armored giant. Thierry's leaping storm of blades pierced through the purple-gold storm. The twin swords swung, stirring up gusts of dust, and brilliant light surged all around. Lucius was astonished to find that Akarduna was trying to avoid direct clashes, delivering slashes and thrusts with movements far swifter than his naturally agile ones, launching wave after wave of attacks. But he couldn't completely avoid collisions. As the swords intertwined, fine sparks leapt from their edges. The broad power sword and the narrow short sword seemed to be an extension of Thierry's body. His mastery of the twin swords was even more fluid than Akarduna's. The sounds of impact became more frequent, like continuously ringing copper bells. In the clash of blades, the one at a disadvantage was surprisingly Akarduna, Fulgrim's eldest son, first court swordsman, leader of 200 swordsmen, champion of the Palatine blade. Lucius could hardly believe what he was seeing, that an Astartes' swordsmanship could surpass Akarduna's. Akarduna had always been an unparalleled swordsman. His defeat by the Xenos was due to a disparity in strength. It was natural that Lord Ning Lu and his father, both gene-seed Primarchs, would have more perfect swordsmanship. But today, he actually saw another Astartes completely overwhelm Akarduna. In his ears, Stevens's words echoed persistently. "Without the strength bestowed by my father, I would lose." Lucius couldn't help but look up at the mountaintop, at Lord Ning Lu. The strength bestowed by Lord Ning Lu. With a bang, he refocused his gaze on the battlefield. Lucius saw Akarduna being knocked away. After landing, he hastily leapt backward, avoiding the incoming sword blade. Akarduna retreated repeatedly, desperately fending off Thierry's attacks. His strength, as well as his proud speed and innate combat skills, were inferior to Thierry's. He had heard Thierry's name before, but never imagined his swordsmanship was so exceptional. Even if he gave his all, there was no chance of victory. Akarduna watched the dazzling sword blade coming at him, raising his twin swords to meet it. He knew the twin swords would be knocked away, but he had no other choice. Just as the sword blades were about to collide, a burst of starlight erupted in Akarduna's mind. The scene of Lord Ning Lu impaling the Xenos with his sword flashed in his mind. Akarduna's twin swords spun fiercely, launching a continuous barrage of thrusts. Lucius's gaze couldn't keep up with the swift thrusts. Thierry, however, understood clearly. It was the 16th form of the Osber Vaya that he had practiced since childhood. Akarduna's attacks far exceeded the limits of what the Osber Vaya, 16th form could achieve. Even when he became a warrior, and later in Order Shadows, he couldn't execute such swift attacks. He swung his psychic longsword in admiration, meeting the rain-like thrusts of the twin swords. The shining sword blade suddenly surged, wrapping the twin swords like a net. As the two intertwined, Akarduna was astonished to find that his twin swords were swept away by an immense force. As the twin swords flew from his hands, he came back to his senses. It wasn't Thierry's immense strength that swept away the twin swords, but some technique beyond his comprehension. Balsa Kuturi and Glenn Vorsoto watched in astonishment from below, that Akarduna was defeated so easily by Thierry. Luther and Zahariel exchanged glances, understanding that Thierry must have relied on the strength bestowed by Lord Ning Lu to defeat the powerful Akarduna. Akarduna remained dazed for a few seconds before he recovered, staring at Thierry. "How did you do that?" "It comes from the Kaiser people's technique. They call it Geku Afu style, meaning pulling back from the brink of the cliff," Thierry said, sheathing his sword and looking at Akarduna with appreciation. "But my ability to master it to this extent is all thanks to the blessings of my lord." Akarduna nodded, then looked up at the black-armored, golden-winged figure on the hillside, and said loudly, "Lord Ning Lu, I wish to witness your power." He yearned to experience it firsthand, to make the blurry images in his mind clear. Ning Lu's golden wings flapped, and he descended to the ground. "Good." Ning Lu watched Akarduna retrieve his twin swords, recalling how Ferris made him pledge allegiance in his memories, and how he died to prevent Ferris from being attacked by the Guardianal's orbital weapons. Akarduna had already witnessed his swordsmanship. Now, he would complete the final corrosion with an absolute power even greater than Ferris's. Akarduna wielded his twin swords, feinting with Temur to draw Lord Ning Lu's attention, then thrusting at the Primarch's right leg with Athena. The Baron of Corruption's muscles bulged, his waist and back twisted, his arms swung, and he unleashed a missile launched by a Titan. The precious sword forged by the Terra weapon master shattered. The ancient Greek runes disintegrated. The power armor's chest plate caved in, the Imperial Aquila was smashed into two irreparable halves, and golden feathers scattered, tearing apart in the air. Before Akarduna's superhuman senses could register pain, he was already flying, then crashed heavily into the collapsed building. The force broke more of his bones, propelling his body like a bulldozer sweeping through the building. Amidst the flying debris, a thrilling mix of fear and elation filled Akarduna's entire being. Akarduna slammed into the hard metal surface of the artificial war satellite, sliding for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. Akarduna woke up from the apothecary's sickbed 5 days later. He opened his eyes blankly, his mind filled with the image of an increasingly close fist. The giant fist contained irresistible power, shattering Athena, forged by a master forger. Blue and white light then leapt up, and the flickering lights piercing the Xenos shone. "My lord, are you all right?" Lucius's voice, full of concern, rang in his ears, bringing Akarduna back to his senses. "I'm fine." Akarduna stood up and said to Lucius, "Follow me." Moments later, Lucius and Stevens nodded to each other, then followed Akarduna into the Primarch office. "You're awake," Ning Lu said with a smile, leaning back against the throne. "Yes, my lord," Akarduna replied, then knelt down. "My lord, I will lead the second company in allegiance to you." Lucius was startled for a moment. Not being part of the second company, he nevertheless knelt down with Akarduna. Ning Lu looked at the corrupted Akarduna, and in his mind echoed a similar oath Akarduna had made to Ferris in his memories. "Ferris, sorry I corrupted your little fanboy first. Fulgrim, sorry I corrupted your favorite eldest son. Slanesh, well, nothing to be sorry about." As he pondered, he rose from the throne, came before the two, drew Val's sword, and using change the concept, turned it into a knight's sword, resting it on Akarduna's and Lucius's shoulders in turn. "I accept your allegiance. I will bestow upon you power, to make you even better swordsmen." 10 minutes later, the newly promoted warriors Akarduna and Lucius knelt again. "Thank you for your blessings, my lord." Chapter 547. Sloth isn't on the ship, how did he get to the surface? Year 866. The full-scale war with the Randan had entered its 5th year, and through the Carium Gate, the Order Shadows launched an all-out counterattack against the Xenos. The first battle group left the Empire's frontier, delving deep into the star system enslaved by the Xenos for thousands of years, the Broken Steel Fortress star system. Troop transport, Light of Alicia. The sound of the loudspeaker echoed across the decks. "I am Toby, from the Bandak family. You may not know me, but you are certainly familiar with my family. Together, we have defeated countless pirates, both human and Xeno. After careful analysis of the tactical situation, the Arbitrator Lord issued an order. The best way to eliminate the Xeno threat is to launch a full-scale assault on Broken Steel Fortress." Toby's voice was impassioned, and the microphone conveyed his fighting spirit to all Alicia. "This is the first major battle for the Alicia Airborne. Get ready. Charge your grav chutes, check your laser guns, and make sure you are ready to win glory." As cheers of, for Alicia, erupted, Toby switched communication channels amidst a brief crackle of static. His voice resounded in all briefing rooms. "Clear orders will be transmitted to you immediately. Check your Valkyrie transports, Taurus assault vehicles, and Barek battle tanks. You should know that ancient Solar Auxilia legions, like the Kino Thousand Legion, which originated during the Unification Wars, did not receive the kind of supplies you have. Based on the supply agreement signed between the Lord Regent and Mars, the Alicia Airborne received far more supplies than they were entitled to. Valkyrie transports, originating from Mars, and Taurus fast assault vehicles, developed with inspiration from the Squat's Centaur all-terrain vehicles, were supplied to the Alicia Airborne. After encouraging his subordinates, Toby hung up the communication and reviewed the reports he had received. The Ramirez-class Star Fortress Abyss Guard had already defeated the Xenodrone swarm. The Arbitrator Lord led his honor guard to board the Xeno's strange disc-shaped ship. As a senior commander, Toby had permission to access intelligence related to Sloth and knew that the ship was unique to this type of Xeno. After reviewing the overall star system battle situation, Toby focused his attention on his mission objective. The orbital bombardment was nearing its end, which meant the time for the Alicia Airborne to launch its offensive had arrived. Based on their mobile deployment, they were usually the first armed force to be deployed. If Sloth hadn't been so evil and powerful, that spaceship would have been their mission too. Battle preparations. As the signal lights turned green, Valkyrie gunships flew out of the hangars of 5 troop transports. Toby sat in his Taurus command vehicle, issuing orders to the Alicia 1st to 5th regiments over the command channel. Our airborne target area has the most regular gravity well in this star system. Therefore, all soldiers must open their grav chutes only below 100 meters. I do not want any soldiers floating in the air, becoming living targets for the Xenos. Ensure your landing is precise to the centimeter, and you will earn the glory of being among the first to set foot on this planet. 10,500 veterans meticulously organized their equipment. A tech priest operated the main cogitator, setting the altitude for the WAS pattern grav chutes. WAS, renowned for its grav pack technology, originally supplied an insatiable demand for equipment only to the Astartes Legion, but based on the agreement, the Alicia Airborne were able to obtain grav chutes specifically developed for them, and 5 regiments had already been equipped. The hatch opened, and the captains loudly urged their subordinates. The Alicia Airborne filed out, fierce winds mixed with steel debris buffeting them. Sporadic anti-aircraft fire lit up, and a dozen airborne soldiers were charred black in the beams. The veterans did not panic. Unlike the newly recruited soldiers who joined after the Alicia Airborne received its name, they had been fighting on the front lines against pirates even before the Arbitrator Lord set foot on Alicia's soil. They calmly watched the numbers on their altimeters rapidly decrease. The first fortunate Alicia Airborne's helmet lit up with a prompt rune, and the preset activation program automatically initiated. Dazzling blue beams hissed out from behind him, and he shouted loudly into his comms, "Death from above." He calmly raised his Necromunda pattern assault laser gun in the stable airflow. The lack of sights did not affect the veterans' battle-hardened marksmanship. Alicia Airborne often fought without resupply after being airdropped. Every one of them was a seasoned marksman. Even more so for the veteran, his grav chute also created conditions for his marksmanship to shine. Lasers hissed, hitting the enslaved Xeno slaves, tearing apart their pale flesh that had not seen the sun for days. The Alicia Airborne, like hail, completed 4 rounds of precise shooting from the air, clearing the landing zone. The WAS-2 pattern grav chutes disengaged, and the Taurus command vehicle landed smoothly. Toby's command vehicle carried fewer supplies, replaced by high-power communicators, vehicle-mounted high-power auspex, and a holographic tactical system. He quickly reviewed the tactical images, nodding in satisfaction. His 5 regiments had a deployment rate of 93.6%, with only 1 Taurus assault vehicle and 2 Barek battle tanks lost. Toby opened his communicator, confirm attack target, Sector D1, Xeno Laboratory. External features, silver-white, circular. Attack. The Alicia Airborne immediately formed an assault line around the Barek armored vehicles and launched their attack. They fired dense beams of light at the Xenos as they ran. Beams of light rained down on the Xeno lines, and the enemies fell in rows. The Taurus sped across the pitted steel surface. Toby examined the clear images provided by the vehicle's auspex and suddenly his eyes lit up. He raised his hand to mark a Highland, simultaneously switching communication channels. 1st Regiment, 1st Company, take the marked Highland. After reviewing the tactical map, the communications officer clarified the commander's orders on the company's communication channel. 2 o'clock direction, 540 meters. After 490 meters, activate jump mode. Altitude limit, 136 meters. The Order Shadow's tech sergeant had combat modified the assault company members' grav chutes, giving them some of the performance of jump packs. The company's 4 Barek battle tanks rapidly turned. Their tracks violently scraped against the steel surface, sending up sparks with a sharp screech. Beams of light shot out from the bunkers, striking the armored hull. The driver slammed the steering wheel, and the tank violently lurched. The sweating gunner quickly aimed the battle cannon at the bunker. The water cooling jacket around the cannon buffered, and the gyroscopic stabilizer precisely aimed the barrel at the target. The shell whistled towards the bunker, and with a deafening explosion, blew the bunker at the foot of the mountain into the air. The assault team reversed their direction of advance. As they ran, they skillfully manually adjusted their WASI pattern assault grav chutes. 25th Platoon, 25 meters altitude, 1st platform. Quote. 1st Platoon, 136 meters, mountaintop. The assault team members adjusted their control panels according to the company commander's orders, quietly blessing the machine spirits. Blue flames ignited, and the assault team members leapt up one after another like frogs. The 25th Platoon jumped to the defensive platform, and the demolition squad rushed towards the bunker. A demolitions expert's throat was pierced, a fist-sized gash emitting black flames. The demolitions expert slammed the satchel charge onto the bunker, avenging his comrades with the soaring metal debris. The assault soldiers leapt in layers, quickly completing the assault and occupying the entire highland. The 1st Platoon, having reached the mountaintop, immediately established defenses on the summit. From their elevated position, they delivered firepower to the battlefield. A sniper raised his scope and fired the first beam at the Silver-White laboratory. The beam accurately struck a Xeno on the laboratory's balcony, its corpse slid down, heavily hitting the ground. Just as the sniper was about to fire a second shot, a pale, fungal-like flesh flashed across his scope. What the hell is that? He pulled the trigger while looking over. It was a bizarre construct, its ovoid body covered in purple blood vessels and metallic mesh. The beam accurately struck the target, but the construct did not fall. A piercing hiss sounded, and streaks of green light rained down on the mountaintop. The excruciating torment of necrotic beams dissolving their bodies made the veterans cry out. Toby, who had received the report, stared wide-eyed at the construct in the video. Damn it! Sloth isn't on the ship, how did he get to the surface? Chapter 548, Only a judge can capture a sloth destroyer. On the sloth vessel, Howard Fend gazed at the 15 brain eaters encased in amber. Where is Sloth? The arbitrator lord knew that Broken Steel Fortress, for the Black Emperor, was not only a planet rich in mineral resources but also a fortress guarding the frontier of the colonized New District. Deploying a Ramirez-class star fort, an asset of such value, demonstrated the star system's importance. Anyone possessing a starship would at least be an Inspector Slows, and he would pose a potentially huge threat to Broken Steel Fortress. Sheriffs, enter your new jurisdiction immediately. Howard's eyes were deep as he let his spirituality spread, examining the new jurisdiction. Lord, nothing found in Sector 1. Quote. A series of reports confirmed to Howard that Sloth was not on his starship. Just then, the communicator built into his helmet rang. Howard saw the call was from Toby Bandak, commander of the Alicia Airborne, and he immediately connected. After listening to the briefing, he issued a command in a deep voice. I am coming immediately. Hold your ground until I arrive. On the surface of Broken Steel Fortress, Toby, having hung up the communication, looked at the battle damage report with a solemn expression. 1st Regiment, 1st Company, 1st, 4th, and 6th Platoons, all annihilated. 2nd, 5th, and 8th Platoons severely damaged, over half casualties. As soon as the constructs appeared, they destroyed 3 of his elite platoons. He looked up at the dim sky and thought silently. I hope the Lord can be faster. Toby took a deep breath and picked up the communicator. This is Toby of the Bandak family. We have captured the alien's killer brain. We have earned the highest honor, as long as we can hold our ground and not let a single alien escape. For Alicia, death from above. On the high ground, the Alicia Airborne looked at the burning Barek battle tank, their eyes firm, and shouted loudly. For Alicia, death from above. The 8th platoon roared as they leapt down, their gravity parachute thrusters propelling them towards the constructs. The constructs swung their bone blades, shredding a dozen soldiers. Broken bodies and blood splattered on the ground. 2 veterans dodged the bone blades, and the constructs opened their mouths, biting down. Gravity parachutes couldn't be as flexible as the Astartes power pack, but they didn't dodge either. The veterans simultaneously pulled out grenades, tearing off the pins before they were bitten. As blood and limbs scattered from the constructs' mouths, explosions rang out. The destruction of the first construct encouraged the Alicia Airborne. Amidst shouts of death from above, platoons leapt down one after another. In a series of roars, 4 more constructs fell. The remaining veterans did not continue their death attacks. They used the opportunity created by their comrades to establish a defensive line using fortifications. Their primary mission was to ambush the enemy, not to destroy the target. The constructs' mechanical feet clung to the base of the mountain, their bodies constantly rotating, searching for enemies lurking on the high ground. The Alicia Airborne were buried in the ruins, accustomed to utilizing all environments and limited resources, and possessing ample patience. A veteran vigilantly watched 10 meters in front of him, as the construct's disgusting slime dripped and sizzled on the surface, burning a large hole in the hard rock. He saw the alien's head turn towards him, and as his right hand pulled the trigger, his left hand forcefully pulled the alien weapon, which lacked the blessing of a machine spirit. He saw the laser beam accurately enter the alien's mouth, and the energy beam also hit the construct, revealing a smile. The construct's body swayed, and the necrotic beam veered off, hitting the surroundings. The veteran calmly seized the opportunity to complete a second attack. Then, in the pain of his dissolving body, he shouted. For Alicia, death from above. 4 constructs fell, having only reached halfway up the mountain. Toby examined the tactical network. Holding the high ground did not fill him with confidence, as he had already lost all his armored vehicles. The Alicia Airborne were completely exposed to the alien construct's attacks, and casualties were accelerating, with 5 regiments already suffering over half losses. Toby looked up at the sky, not seeing the anticipated shining light. He retracted his gaze and resolutely issued a command. All command vehicles, advance. After hanging up the communication, he shouted to the driver. Execute order. Yes, Commander. The driver stomped on the accelerator. It's an honor to fight with you. For Alicia, death from above. The engine roared, and the Taurus assault vehicle shot forward. Toby climbed into the back seat, gripping the twin-linked laser cannon, taking on the role of gunner. The moment he saw the construct's disgusting body, he aimed and pulled the trigger. The beam shot into the alien's fanged mouth, and in a blinding red light, the construct crashed down. 2 constructs simultaneously rotated their bodies, and several beams slammed into the Taurus assault vehicle. Accompanied by a shrill crackling sound, the Taurus assault vehicle was instantly torn apart. Toby rolled over, drawing the laser pistol from his waist, wanting to launch an attack in his last moments. As he raised the laser pistol, a piercing roar sounded in his ears, and a blinding light erupted. Toby's vision was filled with light, and he lost his sight. The ground trembled, and he clutched the pistol tightly. The darkness filled him with fear. Tony, well done, the Alicia Airborne have proven themselves. Lead your men to retreat, I will take over the next battle. Hearing the arbitrator lord's majestic voice, Toby immediately felt at ease. I have completed the Lord's mission. As Howard spoke, he raised his power fist and majestically shouted in Dun language, Lash. As the judge swung his arm, his spirituality, like a whip, struck the construct. The construct seemed to be struck by an invisible soft whip, its flesh splitting open, revealing a body wrapped in disgusting slime. Howard lunged forward, leaping up, his raised arm's power fist glowing with dazzling electric light. The decomposition field shrieked, tearing apart the fungal flesh and purple blood vessels. Howard landed and saw another construct raise its arm, slashing towards his honor guard. He leaned forward, swung his arm, and majestically roared, "Death!" The judge's body merged with a peculiar power. His body instantly swelled, crashing into the construct with a blur. The power fist slammed into the construct's body with an irresistible, unavoidable force. The moment the construct was hit, its body instantly froze, and its swinging arm fell limply. The arbitrator's honor guard followed their lord, launching an attack. Missiles flew from the Saturn pattern Terminator prototype's launchers, howling as they slammed into the construct. The shining power fist tore through the metal mesh. The constructs fell one by one under the fierce attack, and the white building was quickly brought under jurisdiction. The sheriffs almost simultaneously stopped, sensing a powerful evil will. A bloody aura, chaotically intertwined and twisting. A frantic rustling sound, swirling together. They all looked at the great door, from which a figure wrapped in a tattered cloak emerged. The sloth destroyer let out a long, angry roar, and its tattered robe suddenly flared up. Arms formed of worms continuously extended, instantly wrapping around the waist of an honor guard member. Necrotic fluid shrieked, tearing through the thermal force field, and 2 clumps of worms were burned to ashes. The worm arms suddenly extended, digging a large hole in the Saturn pattern Terminator prototype. Just as the fluid was about to seep into the Order Shadow's body, a majestic voice sounded. "Body extension is forbidden here." The worms, like elastic bands, instantly snapped back. The sloth destroyer's evil will spread, sweeping towards Howard. Howard and the 5 interrogators adopted solemn expressions, their gazes fixed on Sloth. In their pupils, 2 flashes of light, like lightning, simultaneously lit up. The points of light grew from small to large, from dim to bright, like lightning tearing across the sky. Sloth was struck as if by lightning. It was the first time he had suffered severe damage in the spiritual domain. The honor guard members uniformly raised their left arms. Plasma cannons shot out dazzling light, and Melta serpents spewed forth molten flames. The necrotic cloak was instantly torn, and the worms turned black, crackling as they fell to the ground. The worm bodies, confined to a humanoid outline by the judge's prohibition, continuously writhed. The fierce firepower, capable of destroying a night mech, continuously pounded the sloth destroyer's body. Clumps of worms were scorched black but suffered no substantial damage. Slime spread, and the sloth destroyer's worms continuously regenerated. The judge raised his arm, pushed his palm forward, and majestically roared in Dun language. "Regeneration is forbidden here." 2 guard members rushed towards Sloth from both sides. The shining decomposition field tore off 2 large clumps of worms. Molten rays shot at Sloth's body, and the worms visibly turned black at a rapid rate. The next moment, the feebly wriggling maggots quickly turned white again, wildly dancing. Howard's eyes narrowed. Sloth's regeneration ability had actually broken through the prohibition restriction. Sloth destroyer. While the judge pondered, he leaned forward, swinging his arm. Death. The Saturn pattern Terminator prototype crashed into Sloth with a blur, its fist slamming down with an irresistible force, breaking the arm that was sweeping the necrotic scepter. In an explosion, clumps of worms shriveled together. The judge did not stop. His raised arm fell. Imprisonment. Extremely viscous transparent liquid flowed, layer upon layer, onto the sloth destroyer's body. The wriggling maggots were instantly solidified into a giant amber. The contradictory sensations of stinging pain from his dried-up spiritual temples and the joyful vitality of his body and mind simultaneously erupted within Howard. After meditating to restore his spirituality, Howard performed a sacrificial ritual on the arbitration. Black mist surged, engulfing him and the offerings. After listening to Howard's report, Ning Lu thought silently. Only a judge can capture a sloth destroyer. After advancing to Sequence 6, Thierry could defeat an Inspector Slows, and even against a destroyer, he could rely on his extremely high defense and storm of light to have a chance of victory. The general situation for Sequence 6 of other pathways was similar. Ning Lu couldn't help but once again conceive the idea of having a judge, in every company in the future. While Ning Lu pondered, Howard continued. My lord, after on-site inspection, I found that the laboratory in Broken Steel Fortress imprisoned a large number of aliens and retained research data. It should be the Sloth Destroyer's laboratory. Ning Lu had already intended to make Broken Steel Fortress, this future, Death Watch, fortress, an important facility in his territory. The current discovery further increased its importance. He said admiringly, well done. I will have Malina go and take over. Ning Lu's thought moved, sending Howard back to the arbitration. He returned to the real world and immediately boarded a Skyhawk shuttle. The biologist reported that she had an important discovery that could affect the battle. Chapter 549. Guilliman's Fearless Brothers. With one's help, I can win any war. Glenn Velsoto followed the Gene Seed Primarch onto the Skyhawk shuttle, looking through the panoramic window. Velsoto gazed at the marble statue like Lord Ning Lu, and the Legion's rumors naturally came to his mind. More than one dignitary from Macragge had mentioned his father erecting statues for his 5 brothers in the Hera fortress. Unlike Marius Gage's close contact with his father, he was far from the center of power. As the chapter master of the first battle group, his contact was limited to every tactical simulation exercise organized by the Primarch. But Velsoto could still guess who the 5 statues were. When Lord Guilliman evaluated his Primarch brothers, he showed exceptional respect for 5 of them. Among my brothers, there are 5 resolute and reliable brothers who fulfill their heavenly duties. They are the fearless ones. The fiery and combative Leman Russ, the steadfast Rogel Dorn, the noble Sanguinius, the unyielding Ferrus Manus, and Velsoto remembered his father pausing distinctly for more than a second. Velsoto couldn't accurately grasp his father's thoughts, only guessing from his complex expression that he had reservations, or couldn't simply summarize, or even had mixed emotions. The meritorious Lord Ning Lu forced Lord Horus to abandon his diplomatic approach and accelerate his pace of conquest. His father would be troubled that 3 important strategic centers in his Ultramar Kingdom blueprint, Thalassa in the west, and Gansen Kos in the north, were preemptively occupied by Lord Monarch. They were like 3 wedges, embedded in the core of the blueprint. As a former Sons of War Legion commander, he knew the important strategic significance of the 3 areas. They, along with Lord Ning Lu's dozen other star systems, formed a contiguous region, yet they divided Ultramar. His father, a great strategist and statesman, could not ignore the torn flaw in the strategic landscape. Velsoto recalled his father, speaking the name of the last person in a calm tone, Ning Lu. Then he quickly said, as if to lead his descendants' thoughts in a new direction. No matter what enemy I face, as long as I have any one of my 5 brothers, I can win any war. Even in the direst of dooms, if the Ultramarines join forces with any one of the 5 allied armies, I can devise a plan for practical victory. Ning Lu is the key among them. If you fight alongside him, then victory will surely accompany you. Velsoto now deeply agreed that his father called Lord Ning Lu the key among the fearless ones. He united Astartes from different legions, allowing them to leverage their respective strengths and earn glory. His combat power was immense, powerful xenomorphs were instantly routed. As Velsoto pondered, green light leapt into his eyes. He saw Malina Scala's ship, the Emerald, as conspicuous as the Space Dwarf's fortress ship. They were anomalies among the many Gothic-style warships of the expeditionary fleet. Unlike the heavy warships, the Emerald, modified from fragments of an Eldar world ship, was like a void garden. Lush trees thrived, like a green ocean. After the Skyhawk shuttle landed, Velsoto followed Lord Ning Lu to the biologist's laboratory. He noticed that vines were spreading throughout the entire warship. Entering the biologist's laboratory, Velsoto saw that the vines were actually swaying within a certain range, as if alive. There were many strange creatures in the laboratory, some with eagle heads, lion bodies, and scorpion tails, others with tiger heads and python bodies. Malina Scala, with a head full of snake-like hair, came before Ning Lu and the others. A catachan vine swiftly shot from the biologist's left side. The Astartes instinctively felt that the vine could pose a certain threat to them. Velsoto and the others couldn't help but gaze intently at the vine. They noticed the vine was pitch black, with a spherical object encased within it, uneven and somewhat similar in shape to a human brain. But it was covered in mucus, with a longitudinal red line. As the vine spread, they all felt their thoughts momentarily halt. Malina smiled and reported to the Black Emperor, "My lord, through research, I have found a way to counter the toxicity of the Brain Eater." She noticed the many followers around the Black Emperor. Malina had only interacted with some of them. She couldn't ascertain everyone's loyalty, so she didn't elaborate on the process, deciding to let someone experience it firsthand. Another vine spread from the right, delivering a green bottle to everyone. "Who is willing to try? I will." During his time following Lord Ning Lu, Velsoto noticed that the people around him possessed different abilities. He scrutinized the green bottle, deciding to experience it personally. The vine extended to Velsoto's front, dripping onto his nose. The green pus rapidly disappeared, seeping into Velsoto's body. Velsoto's superhuman brain carefully distinguished the bodily changes. His brain quickly became clear. Effective. Velsoto looked at Malina in astonishment. In the satellite battle, he had personally fought Brain Eaters. Before the xenomorphs used their bizarre attacks to fell Brain Eaters and other enemies indiscriminately, he had personally experienced how the neurotoxin made his superhuman body and brain sluggish, followed by body stiffness. Now, she had actually found a way to solve the Brain Eater's neurotoxin problem. "I recruited 104 auxiliary army warriors and conducted an average of 52 experiments. Each drop of liquid medicine can immunize an ordinary warrior against neurotoxins within 1 minute. The Astartes' will is stronger, so they should be able to resist for a longer time." Ning Lu's eyes lit up. Brain Eaters were one of the 2 core races of Randan, more numerous than Bone Eaters, and often served as commanders. If a way to solve the neurotoxin could be found, it would play a crucial role. He asked, "Can it be mass-produced?" "My lord, no problem. Indeed, as you said, it is a research result that can influence the course of the war." Ning Lu smiled and nodded. With Malena's discovery, he had more confidence in ending the war with Randan ahead of schedule. "I have prepared a gift for you at Fort Broken Steel. There you will find Sloth's laboratory and research materials. I believe you will benefit from it." Lord Ning Lu's subordinates always seem to find effective ways to solve the problems they face. Malena's eyes lit up. "My lord, I will not fail your expectations." While the Skyhawk shuttle was flying to the Wenquan Shadow, Arsena Dun reported to the Black Emperor. "My lord, the Word-Bearer's Legion's fleet has arrived in the Perheim star system." Ning Lu heard this and fell silent in his heart. The Word-Bearer's movements are truly slow, 3 months later than expected. Thierry has already led the 8th Battle Group back from the Eastern Galaxy. Although a portal shortened the journey, it was still longer than the Word-Bearers. The Word-Bearers' population growth rate is no slower than the Order Shadows and Ultramarines, yet their conquest achievements are meager. No wonder Huang Laohan imposed punishment. He looked at the original body servant, who is the commander. Chapter 550, Lorgar, I'm going to rustle your furious abyss. The commander of the Word-Bearers is Zadkiel. Ning Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Arsena Dun's reply. Zadkiel was the chapter master of the Quill Bearers, and his chapter, at its peak, only had 1,000 Word-Bearers, which was not worth his attention. But he knew that Zadkiel would become the first captain of the Abyss-class battleship, the Furious Abyss. And the only captain. The Abyss-class was the most powerful battleship ever built in human history, its performance even surpassing the Glory Queen-class battleship. Perhaps only the unique Emperor's Dream and Mountain Array could compare to it. It was a powerful battleship created by the Mars Forge director, Kelber Hal, using the secrets he possessed, a gift dedicated to Horus. Subsequently, he destroyed the shipyard, including the construction templates within it. This meant there were only 3 Abyss-class ships, and Horus gifted all of them to Lorgar. After receiving the battleship, Zadkiel, under the command of Kor Farron, went to attack the Makrag moon, Formaska, during the Battle of Kalth, to destroy Makrag. En route, He was jointly attacked by the Ultramarines, Space Wolves, and Loyalist Thousand Sons and World Eaters, resulting in the destruction of his ship and the loss of his life. The powerful Furious Abyss ended its short service life before it could even shine. What Ning Lu cared about more was that he had a considerable understanding of Zadkiel. He was not a devout follower of the four gods, nor a loyal follower of Corferin and Lorgar. Zadkiel was an ambitious man. He sought personal prestige. He was a man who could be corrupted. Zadkiel's selection by Lorgar and Corferin was not luck. He was one of the most outstanding fleet commanders among the word-bearers, and the quill-bearers excelled in ship-to-ship combat. Among the 3 Abyss-class battleships, Zadkiel would inevitably gain command of one. Ning Lu smiled. Lorgar, since you sent priests to spread the faith, I'm going to rustle your Furious Abyss. Guilliman, I've rustled you so many times, it's time to give you some return. If I rustle the Furious Abyss, you won't lose the 7th Company. I will see him in my office. The original body servant noted it down and continued. Bendrag led the Dark Angels in an assault on the Fortress World of Defense Fortress, suffering severe losses and heavy casualties. Ning Lu nodded. In his memory, Bendrag, leading 3 Glory Queen-class battleships, had faced one of Randan's artificial war satellites and paid the price of one of his ships. Now with only one Glory Queen-class battleship facing Randan's main fleet, it was indeed a struggle. I understand. This is also an opportunity to observe and corrupt Zadkiel. 2 days later, Ning Lu leaned on his throne, watching Zadkiel, clad in ash-gray power armor, enter the office. His armor was adorned with stacks of prayer parchments, covered in invocations. His bald head was etched with scriptures, possessing a noble countenance inherited from Lorgar. His gray eyes conveyed enthusiasm and confidence. When Zadkiel spoke, he was full of vigor and fervor. Greetings, Lord Ning Lu. Ning Lu scrutinized Zadkiel. You are late. If it were any other word-bearer's commander who was slow to act, he could completely understand. But Zadkiel was a man of action, and being so far behind schedule was unlike him. My lord, by heeding the power of the true word, I have gained insight into my destiny, to bring the Emperor's light to ignorant worlds. Ning Lu understood upon hearing this. Zadkiel was spreading the faith on an imperial world along the way. If he wanted to realize his ambitions, he needed to gain the trust of the Legion's high command. In the current word-bearers, military achievements were not the most important. Spreading faith in the Emperor was the standard for evaluation. Regardless of Zadkiel's personal thoughts, he would certainly conform. The Dark Angel's fleet is engaged in a void battle with Xenos at Defense Fortress. I will personally lead the fleet. Ning Lu keenly noticed Zadkiel's gray eyes sparkle. You will accompany me. 5 days later, as the fleet set sail, on the bridge of the 7th Battle Group's flagship, the Relic-class battleship Void Hunter. Amlodi Skursenson, Wolf Lord of the 5th Great Company of the Space Wolves, clenched his fists. His angry eyes were hidden beneath a leather mask. He forced himself not to look at Sanchez. Skarsen believed that if the Wild Wolves were asked to name the person they hated most, Sanchez would undoubtedly be first. He had heard the Wild Wolves' hateful curses by the hearth countless times. He wore the Russ Wolf helmet on his face, crafted by the Allfather's artisans for the Wolf King, obtained by defeating Inik Laheven, the former Legion Master of the 6th Legion, in the Flame Wheel campaign. One of the 2 swords at his waist was forged from the teeth of the largest Kraken sea monster on Fenris, killed by the Wolf King. There were only 2, one was the Wolf King's sword, the other was at Sanchez's waist. The Russ Wolf helmet and the Kraken blade should both belong to the Wild Wolves. Skarsen thought that the Wolf King had even put his cloak as a wager this time, betting on who between him and Sanchez would earn more merits. It was a cloak made from the fur of the Great Wolf of Death, killed by the Wolf King. Skarsen's gaze was firm. The Wolf King trusted him, and he would never disappoint the Wolf King. Joran, the Wolf King's most trusted man, had lost to Sanchez. But he, Skarsen, would not. I will never lose. The Wolf King will not lose his cloak. I will reclaim the Russ Wolf helmet. As Skarsen swore in his heart, his rune priest, Verdamek, said with a smile. Lord Sanchez, according to intelligence, the Xenos have occupied the Stafford star system for over 2 years, enslaving more than 1.3 billion Imperial citizens. We should immediately launch an offensive to fulfill the commands of Lord Ning Lu and the Wolf King. Sanchez glanced at the 2 space wolves before him. He keenly read the suppressed anger in Scarson's eyes beneath his mask, and only cunning in Wordmeeker's eyes. My chapter has more warriors and will attack the main planet of Stafford. Your great company will be responsible for attacking Planet 3. My great company will attack the main planet. Scarson's tone was grim, his eyes like daggers fixed on Sanchez. As his gaze fell on the Russ Wolf helmet, he immediately felt dizzy, instinctively wanting to lower his head, even to retract his words. Scarson gritted his lips, not succumbing to the Russ Wolf helmet. Wolf Lord, I believe Lord Sanchez is not underestimating the wild wolves. It's just because they have rich combat experience against Xenos. Sanchez glanced at Scarson and Wordmeeker, thinking to himself. Scarson is more direct, Wordmeeker is more insidious. As my lord said, Wordmeeker is the one to be more wary of. Scarson remembered the Wolf King's instructions, said nothing more, and tacitly accepted Sanchez's arrangements. Wordmeeker looked at the librarian, who wore a psychic hood and held a staff, and said, I wish to travel with my librarian brother of the Order Shadows, we should get to know each other. Okafor scrutinized Wordmeeker, then agreed after a moment. Very well. Chapter 551. Verdamake, this turn of events is completely different from what I expected. After the joint meeting of the Order Shadows and the Space Wolves concluded, Wolflord Amlodi Skursenson returned directly to the middeck. His rune priest, Verdamake, did not follow the Wolf Lord, he stayed with the librarian. Okafor, we should converse before reaching Skaferd. Seeing Okafor stop, Verdamake continued, there are too many disagreements between our legions, but this stems from a lack of understanding of each other. You and I can break down our mutual prejudices. Verdamake shook his long staff, topped with a silver and gold eagle emblem, and said with fervor, imagine, the bonds of friendship we forge will be remembered. Okafor gazed at Verdamake's shaven head, adorned with a simple leather cap. Unlike other wolves, he had no beard and seemed friendlier. However, his father's command compelled the psychic to observe Verdamake with greater scrutiny. Beneath his enthusiastic exterior lurked the shadow of a viper. Okafor glanced at the talismans hanging from the iron-gray armor. The rune priest had far more than any other wolf. Most of them corresponded to the runes recorded by the librarian, which the original body servant had acquired from the Fenrisian king's tomb. He identified 5 psychic defense talismans among them and cautiously refrained from extending his consciousness to probe Verdamake's thoughts. Verdamake, come with me. Verdamake stepped towards Okafor, his iron-gray armor almost brushing against the black armor. The Fenrisians call us sons of the storm. For us, the Sea of Souls is as familiar as the great ocean around Osaheim. The storms of time surge ceaselessly, sometimes gathering, sometimes dispersing, but always intertwined with the grand legends of the vast universe. Okafor listened intently to Verdamake's understanding of psychic powers, a part not found in the runes. The Fenrisians' understanding of psychic powers was much shallower compared to the Legion system based on the Flow and Eldar, and the Thousand Suns system, but it also offered him fresh and profound insights. Verdamake, frankly, spoke all the way until Okafor opened the room door and entered the meditation chamber, believing he had earned some of the other party's trust. Okafor, now I am eager to hear your insights. Okafor stared at Verdamake and spoke the words he had long prepared. Father once said, knowledge contains power. Reading those geometrically increasing possibilities, surveying the fluctuations caused by the entire knowledge system. Every set of combinations will yield 11 different outcomes, no matter how similar the initial conditions are. He called this fractal geometry. Verdamake's eyes lit up upon hearing that Ning Lu himself had spoken these words, and he weighed each word carefully. Connecting the Legion's numbers with knowledge gave him a sense of mystery. Fractals. 11, 121, 1331. Rapid development, but eventually it will decline due to loss of control, just like the Order Shadow's pace of conquest. Thinking this, he asked suggestively, the collision of fractal patterns, leading to geometric growth, knowledge fission. Okafor smiled and glanced at Verdemake, precisely. As Verdemake's eyes brimmed with light, he continued, but the foremost thing Father admonished me was that adhering to the precepts of order is paramount. The secrets one pries into require a firm will to master. Okafor, who had just completed the mystery prior path, said with a sigh, to this end, he derived techniques for tempering the will from Thelema's philosophy. The light in Verdemake's eyes was veiled by a layer of gray shadow. One ship standard hour later, Verdemake, with heavy steps, returned to the 6th level of the mid-deck. Upon entering the deck, the rune priest felt no external disturbance there. Sanchez's honor guard and the librarians and other chapter members resided on the upper deck. The wolves did not receive preferential treatment from the brother chapters. Officers of the Katachan jungle fighters and Attila barbarian cavalry lived on the 1st to 4th levels of the mid-deck. They were housed on one level of the mid-deck, with chapter servants on the levels above and below. Aside from necessary activities like delivering meals, no one was willing to approach their lair. Verdemake stepped into the shadows, and 4 massive wolves with bristling fur approached him. Their muscles were taut, like pistons on a landing deck, ready to fire at any moment. Verdemake nodded to the tall warrior in iron-gray armor who appeared afterward, then entered the camp. Scarson, disregarding the ship owner's wishes, dismantled all non-supporting structures, opening up the entire deck. He arranged his warriors in concentric circles according to custom, with himself at the center. Totems made of giant wolf skulls stood erect, adorned with wolf tails as long as a man's leg and blade-like wolf fangs. The remnants of promethium canisters, ignited, resembled Fenrisian hearths. Lumen lamps were deliberately and intermittently destroyed, creating a lair-like gloom. Scanning systems monitoring temperature and other conditions were found and smashed. Verdemake knew this was Scarson's way of venting his dissatisfaction with the Order Shadows, Ning Lu, and especially Sanchez. He walked towards his wolf lord. Scarson, using the battle tongue of Fenris's 2 languages, rather than the everyday hearth tongue, asked coldly, "Have you found their dark secrets?" "No." Okafor is very cautious. Verdemake shook his head and sat down, picked up a bowl of Fenrisian mead, and drank it down. "I told you, your plan wouldn't work," Scarson said coldly. "If Sanchez wants to beat me, he only has a chance by using their sorceress tricks. We will naturally get the evidence we need. They were once called the Reapers, even if they are now called the Order Shadows, it's just a name change. Sanchez's boys will never restrain their power." Verdemake nodded. "You are right, Sanchez still calls himself the Reaper Lord. I think they will definitely expose their abuse of sorceress power on the battlefield. You don't need to worry about winning, I have a way to help you." "Stop your chatter, I have no patience right now." Scarson swirled the mead in his cup. "Wolf Lord, the Wolf King and Ning Lu are gambling on the merits of Sanchez and you. Not limited to Stafford, but the entire war. Before understanding the Xeno's prey, let the Order Shadows be the trailblazers, and then you can hunt as you please. I don't need these petty tricks." Scarson's mind flashed with the Wolf King's palace on Fenris, and Sanchez's annoying expression and tone. At that time, he could only watch in anger. Now he was a son of the Wolf King, a true space wolf. Scarson drew his great axe from his back and flung it before Verdemake. The great axe cleaved the deck, cutting in by more than 10 centimeters. "You will eventually win and reclaim the Russ Wolf helmet." 25 standard ship cycles later, the joint fleet routed the Xeno's fleet and launched a landing. Verdemake's gloomy expression vanished the moment he followed Okafor onto the surface. "Librarian, we should carry out the commands of Lord Ning Lu and the Wolf King, and cleanse the Xenos." Indeed, the offensive had already begun. "Verdemake, listen," the sound of warhorses, hooves. A thunderous rumble echoed in the space wolf's ears, and swirling sand filled the air. Verdemake looked around and quickly ascended the slope to gain a broader view. Verdemake knew that the Order Shadows possessed several powerful mortal auxiliary army, and it was rumored that some of them were even as capable as the elite of the Solar Auxilia. He did not believe it, nor did he think these mortals had anything commendable about them. Mortals could not keep up with the rapid pace of the wolves. This was why his wolf lord never fought alongside mortals. Verdamake, driven by responsibility for the Wolf King's mission and curiosity, critically observed the Attila barbarian cavalry. Verdamake was first drawn to the horses. Compared to the war horses he had seen in the past, the Attilan's horses were stout and beast-like. The librarian saw traces of bioprocessing on them. Clearly, these warhorses were trained for battle. Their faces were savage, and their weathered countenances bore some resemblance to the Fenrisians, giving Verdamake a sense of familiarity. On their equally dry faces, everyone had prominent ritualistic scars, and they sported mustaches, unlike the Fenrisians' thick beards. Their scent was strong, and to mortal noses, it would be similar to that of the wolves. Most Attila barbarian cavalry wore leather or animal hide coats, with leather riding gloves, boots, and traditional and distinctive wide-brimmed fur horse hats. Verdamake saw every 10 cavalrymen form a squad, gathering with other units to create a broad front. Rows of cavalry, like the Fenrisian Ocean, charged overwhelmingly towards the slave army. A flicker of admiration crossed Verdamake's eyes. He had to admit that the sight of over 100,000 cavalry charging as one was breathtaking. Dozens of company commanders, galloping at the forefront, brandished their sabers. The first row of Attila barbarian cavalry simultaneously leveled their Incaldian-made hunting lances, and the hunting lances, carrying the momentum of their warhorses, crashed into the enemies. The fragmentation spearheads detonated, instantly blowing the enemies to pieces. Verdamake saw the enemy line torn apart in an instant. Okafor walked past him, leaping down directly. "Move out." The rune priest excitedly followed the librarian, his iron-gray armor crashing heavily onto the ground. As he ran, he saw the Attila barbarian cavalry had scattered into groups of varying sizes, flanking and attacking, dividing the slave army into independent positions. These barbarians are quite capable. As Verdamake pondered, he kept pace with Okafor. He watched with wide eyes as the librarians simultaneously raised their staffs. The next moment, he saw the humans enslaved by neural collars fall into chaos. Nearly half hesitated and lingered, about a third dropped their weapons, and the rest charged forward. Verdamake's head boomed, and he stared wide-eyed at Okafor. "You liberated the enslaved human slaves." "Indeed." Okafor retrieved his Osiris mind control staff, fully releasing his psychic power caused his temples to throb. He immediately switched to the Magnus mind realm, entering Thelema mind realm, to calm the pain. Verdamake's thoughts froze. Just as he was unsure how to proceed with his mission, he suddenly saw a dozen Xenos burst from the slave army. The rune priest's eyes lit up, and he raised his staff. Leaping bolts of electricity struck several Xenos, while he also watched several Xenos charging towards Okafor. The newly advanced, fighting scholar, remained unhurried. He swung his Osiris mind control staff, knocking down one Xenos, then sidestepped a lunging claw, and with a powerful clench of his right fist, struck its head. Verdamake was astonished to see Okafor swiftly take down several Xenos. As his attention wavered, a Xenos claw slashed at him. With a resounding bang, 3 talismans on his body shattered, and he was thrown flying. Xenos overlord. Instead of being alarmed, Verdamake was pleased. He stared intently as the monster swung its claws and pounced on Okafor. The fighting scholar blocked the claws with his staff, simultaneously swinging his arm to strike the Xenos. With a resounding bang, the Overlord personal energy shield wavered. The fighting scholar activated his Eye of Secrets, and the invisible energy shield immediately transformed into barriers of varying depths. The fighting scholar delivered a flying kick, retreating amidst a burst of sound, then followed with a series of fierce blows. Verdamake watched as the librarian, like a skilled fighting wolf, Abringa, was at times ferocious, at times swift, leaving the Xenos overlord completely unable to retaliate. Amidst a series of explosive bangs, he finally shattered the Xenos overlord head with a brutal uppercut. The way this unfolded is completely different from what I expected. Verdemake, with a complex expression, walked towards Okafor. Suddenly, he heard the whistling wind beside his ear, and he turned to see a giant wolf, much larger than his wolf lord, Skarson's wolf, galloping towards them. Verdemake recalled the scene at the camp and immediately recognized it as the thunderwolf Sanchez had tamed on Fenris. The giant wolf, over 6 meters long, carried its master, its huge yellow eyes glinting coldly. Verdemake stepped aside, secretly speculating. The Attila barbarian cavalry dispersed the slave army, and Okafor and the other librarians tore open the line, creating conditions for Sanchez to directly target the Xenos commander. Chapter 552. Verdemake, Sanchez, I will make you lose everything. Amlodi Skurson, the Wolf Lord of the Space Wolves' 5th Great Company on Stafford III, swung his great axe, tearing apart 4 human slaves. Blood splattered his iron-gray armor, and entrails slapped against his leather mask. Skarson ignored it, striding forward as chunks of flesh fell from his armor. He let out a howling mask, "Follow me." The comms channel was filled with alternating roars of rage, a reckless charge brimming with firepower, stimulating the wild wolves' bodies as wild energy propelled them and their accompanying thunder wolves forward. "They are the Allfather's traitors. Kill them all," Skarson bellowed, his powerful, deafening roars motivating his wild wolves. The wild wolves snarled in fury, charging towards the Allfather's enemies. Wherever they went, flesh flew and blood splattered. On Stafford Prime, Verdemake hurried to keep pace with Sanchez. The wild wolves hated Sanchez and were most concerned about his situation. Wordmaker knew Sanchez possessed the ability to manipulate fire, and he would surely use this power to win his wager against the Wolf Lord. Once he obtained evidence of Sanchez's abuse of sorcery, its value would be far greater than that of a librarian. If Ning Lu protected his beloved son, it might incur the Allfather's displeasure. If he punished his beloved son, he would lose an arm, and the wild wolves would have their revenge. Perhaps, after giving the evidence to the Wolf Lord, I could demand that Sanchez be forbidden from using his abilities, thereby winning the wager. I would reclaim the Rus Wolf helmet and the Kraken's sword, then stir up a public storm on Terra. Wordmaker's confidence surged as he thought of the rumors on Terra that were unfavorable to the Order Shadows and the Thousand Suns. Although he didn't know why there were no longer any mentions of the Order Shadows, and all accusations of mutation and sorcery were focused on the Thousand Suns, he believed that as long as he could provide evidence, the people behind the scenes would surely join their cause. Sanchez, I will make everyone know that everything you have gained comes from your abuse of sorcery. I will make you lose your honor, lose everything. Wordmaker sprinted, past Thunder Wolves and Katachan Wolves, which helped him stay oriented. The moment flames erupted, he trembled, and the runes in his helmet glowed. Sanchez maintained the 3rd stage of Thelema, resisting the neurotoxin's assault, and flung out a whip of fire, striking at the Xenos. After becoming a conspirer, his precise control over fire improved, no longer limited to the 5 shapes of fire crows, fireballs, lances, fire snakes, and fire walls. He could now freely mold their forms as needed. The fiery whip wrapped around the Brain Eater, its silver-white body crackling. The Brain Eater struggled to raise its arm, and a bolt of lightning descended, striking Sanchez. Flames erupted from the conspirer's body, and he momentarily merged with the fiery whip, instantly closing the distance to the Brain Eater. The Brain Eater shook its arm, breaking free from the whip's restraint, and its crystal greatsword slashed down. The conspirer raised a hand, and 2 fiery snakes shot out from the ground, forming a burning wall around him. The crystal greatsword struck, and sparks flew. The conspirer gestured, and the fire wall surged violently. A series of piercing explosions ended with a single boom. The cold sword was drawn, piercing the red lines of the Brain Eater's head. Wordmaker, who had rushed to the battlefield, narrowed his eyes. Sanchez using the Wolf King's sword disgusted him, but what astonished him more was how quickly Sanchez had killed a Xenos commander. This is just the beginning. Wordmaker thought to himself. Ning Lu has demands of them, they will restrain themselves. But as the battle progresses, they will shed their shackles. The Order Shadow's keen senses will make them excited in slaughter, grieve in the death of their battle brothers, and ultimately lose control. The conspirer cupped his left hand, and the red flames in his palm gradually turned white. 3 seconds later, he had compressed the flames that would have taken 20-odd seconds as a pyromaniac. A searing white lance shot out, trailing a series of fireballs. With a bang, the lance struck a personal energy shield. Amidst the invisible energy ripples, a series of fireballs crashed down. The conspirer raised his sword to parry the crystal greatsword, then lifted his arm, and a blade of fire flew out. The fiery blade flew into the Brain-Eater's spherical head, and with a bang, pus splattered. A Thunderwolf mount leapt, landing on an overlord. The conspirer could always sense a pair of malicious eyes, closely following him. He didn't need to look back to know that the gaze was not from a Xenos but from Wordmaker. The conspirer, using his mount's leap, observed Wordmaker critically. After becoming a conspirer, his physique and fire manipulation abilities did not undergo a qualitative change, but his 5 senses, psychic perception, insight, and brain all received a qualitative improvement. He discerned Wordmaker's astonishment, confusion, perplexity, and a touch of impatience. The conspirer suddenly spurred his Thunderwolf, his mind racing. Wordmaker hasn't gotten the evidence he wants and will surely not give up, he will take more risks. Once he takes a risk, that will be the opportunity I've been waiting for, and they will learn their lesson. 25 standard days later, Wordmaker, with a grim expression, boarded an iron gray Stormbird, leaving Stafford Prime. Through the narrow viewport, he looked at the black spacecraft surrounding them. Sanchez had already finished the battle on the Prime world, but his Wolf Lord had failed to defeat the smaller-scale enemies. The apothecary had even urgently contacted him, reporting that the Wolf Lord was injured. 6 standard hours later, Wordmaker met his Wolf Lord. 2 apothecaries nervously surrounded Scarson, scraping off disgusting pustules with scalpels, and one of them looked up and said, "The Wolf Lord is poisoned." The Xenos, toxins invaded his nerves, took effect, and then affected his body. "I'm fine," Scarson said calmly. "Sanchez, how is he?" "He's fine." Wordmaker walked up to Scarson and began to examine him. "He's truly lucky, those spherical-headed Xenos are very troublesome. But their sorcery has much less effect on us, this is a gift the Wolf King bestowed upon us. He wields his sword quite well, but not as well as my great axe." Wordmaker remained silent for a moment before speaking. "If you're referring to those white-bodied monsters, he killed 16 of them." "He abused sorcery," Scarson stated with certainty. "No, I didn't get any evidence to accuse him." Wordmaker placed his hand on Scarson's head, and a blue light glowed. "Speak. Tell me everything you saw." 3 standard hours later, after asking all the details, Scarson was silent for 10 seconds. "He understands the Xenos very well, it's the first time I've encountered that. I spent too much time and energy on the slave army." "Indeed," Wordmaker nodded, while thinking to himself. "Even so, the gap between the Wolf Lord and Sanchez is vast. Sanchez defeating Joran and Inuk Laheven was definitely not by luck, the Wolf Lord has no chance of winning. But obtaining evidence is still possible, though it requires patiently waiting for an opportunity." Chapter 553, Ning Lu, Urian, keep this secret for Luther and me. 867. M30. Wangquan Shadow, Bridge. Before the holographic strategic table, Zadkiel asked in disbelief. "Sir, are you really giving me command of the Void Battle?" He looked around at the people present, the Night Lord of the Order Shadow's 8th Battle Group, and 3 commanders from other legions, all of whom held far higher status and prestige than him. Luther, the deputy commander of the Dark Angels, Glenn Vorsoto, the former Legion Master of the Ultramarines and current Chapter Master of the 1st Battle Group, and Ikarduna, the 2nd Company Commander of the Emperor's Children. "I have decided to adopt the Void Battle plan you devised," Ning Lu observed Zadkiel, seeing ambition and eagerness in his fiery gray eyes. "Zadkiel, you have always awaited an opportunity, but the first time you got one, your ship was destroyed and your crew perished. Now, I will give you the chance to prove yourself. Zadkiel looked around again. Thierry smiled kindly, and Luther looked at him encouragingly. Velsodo frowned slightly, but still gave a small nod, a questioning born from the Ultramarines' doctrine. Akarduna remained enthusiastic, he was more interested in challenging powerful enemies. Lord Ning Lu's command has even made commanders from different legions accept it. With Lord Ning Lu's support, I can command this grand Void Sea battle. Thinking this, Zadkiel no longer hesitated, he knelt on one knee. Sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity, I will not disappoint you. Zadkiel immediately fell into his role, commanding the fleet to jump into the real world and deploying the Feather Pen descendants into the fleets of each legion. The Feather Pen descendants moved like fish in water within the narrow starship structures, conveying Zadkiel's will to each vessel. Zadkiel reveled in the power of authority, the words from his Feather Pen transformed into runes for various operational procedures, which then became the fleet's navigation plan. The northwestern frontier of the Imperium, Defense Fortress. Black, iron black, blue, purple, gray, and other colored warships jumped from the real world. The commander of the smallest gray warship, however, was not on his own flagship, but on the Wangquan Shadow, commanding the entire mixed fleet. Zadkiel's orderly command, especially his coordination of the squat iron black fortress ships, which had different navigation methods from the Imperium, completed the journey and dispelled many of Velsodo's doubts. But he still doubted whether Zadkiel could handle this great battle. Velsodo reviewed the combat brief received by the cogitator and spoke a reminder. The Xenos have set a trap at Defense Fortress, they have deployed 2 artificial war satellites. Endless drones have severely damaged the Abomination Paradigm. Urian Bendrag was forced to abandon his flagship, overloading its plasma reactor and detonating it. Ning Lu cast his gaze into the void at the artificial war satellite, as hot as a star. The Abomination Paradigm ultimately could not escape destruction. As of today, the Legion with the most Glory Queen-class battleships now only has 2, which is only half of my Legion's number. The destruction of the Abomination Paradigm is actually a good thing for me. Even if I could, Corrosion, Bendrag, Lien, who dislikes Terra descendants, would not let him use the Abomination Paradigm indefinitely. Now this wreckage is mine. In Ning Lu's memory, after the First Randan War, the Dark Angels established a fortress monastery on the remnants of an extinguished star, the Abomination Paradigm and the artificial war satellite. He would not leave the wreckage at Defense Fortress. Ryan Ramirez, who possessed some artificial war satellite technology, should be able to tow it away. The Squat League could even trade stars, though using their help would come at a price. Ning Lu withdrew his gaze, seeing Velsodo's grim expression. Now, they have fewer than 40 capital ships left. Even as we speak, the identification signal of another warship has disappeared. Zadkiel turned to Velsodo and said confidently, "We have 2 missions. Defeat the Xenos, especially the evil artificial war satellites. Rescue the severely damaged fleet of the Dark Angels." Zadkiel's gaze returned to the holographic strategic table. His gray rock gauntlets moved rapidly as he explained his tactical intentions. The artificial war satellite's anti-air firepower has been reduced to 56.13%, and drone numbers have dropped to 14.8%. 2 squat fortress ships can break open its door. He tapped 3 times around the Winged Angel rune. The remaining 3 fortress ships will insert themselves into these 3 positions, forming an incomplete circular defensive perimeter. The Dark Angel's fleet can both utilize the fortress ships' defense and unleash firepower when entering the circular gap. Velsodo gazed at the holographic image, deducing according to the thought process his father had taught him. 13 seconds later, he said admiringly, "The best tactic for the current situation. Inner line maneuvers have shorter distances, and power can be actively adjusted to choose the timing of appearance at the gap. The Xenos fleet cannot predict this, reducing damage risk while allowing continued combat." Velsodo glanced at Lord Ning Lu again. Now he believed that Lord Ning Lu had once again placed the right person in the commander's position. Zadkiel vigorously waved his arm, as if writing a line of victorious truth with a feather pen. Action. Ning Lu watched the holographic strategic table as blue and purple fighters flew from the decks. They were not fighting individually as before. The blue and purple colors mixed, blue runes orderly and precise, purple runes perfectly filling the gaps. The moment the orderly fighter formation collided with the red ocean, the blue fighters soared with firepower runes, tearing off an entire section of red. The blue and purple runes swept through the red ocean like knives. Those fish-like red remnants quickly vanished under the siege of the purple runes. The proud emperor's children perfectly piloted their fighters, filling in for the ultramarines the accidental eventualities that precise deduction could not account for. The established tacit understanding continued to manifest. The purple warships, having slowed their pace, ran their engines at full power, biting at the stragglers that slipped through the blue warship's firepower net. Silent explosions filled the void, tearing apart the spikes and flails of the Xenos ships. The black ceramic battleship, Bridge of the Terra Gloriana. Bendrag gazed at the green holographic image. 3 ships surrounded his fleet. Combined with the communications officer's report, he already understood the tactical intent of Lord Ning Lu's fleet. His fleet had been rescued, but he saw no hope for the future. He had failed to prove himself to the Lion King. Having lost the Abomination Paradigm, having lost 70% of his fleet, and the 4 battle groups sent to support Defense Fortress had also suffered heavy losses in the long war of attrition. Bendrag sighed imperceptibly, his gaze refocusing as he ordered his adjutant. Execute according to the received plan. Bendrag, having given up on proving himself to his father, cautiously commanded his fleet, and under the cover of the squat warships, landed on the surface of the artificial war satellite 3 days later. He led his 8th battle group in an attack, but it was not the decisive battle he had imagined. After carefully studying the intelligence provided by the Order Shadows and the battle reports of the 4 battle groups from Defense Fortress, Bendrag had long devised a suitable tactic. He issued orders to the 6 companies equipped with heavy vehicles. 3rd Company, 8th Company, deploy a 100-kilometer front line. He then ordered the 2 companies equipped with hover bikes, 9th Company and 10th Company, harass the Xenos, lines from both flanks. 1st Company and 2nd Company, attack with me. Bendrag checked his helmet's tactical network, confirmed that the Xenos, slave army had entered the front lines, and immediately gave the attack order. Bendrag charged at the forefront, swinging his sword into the enemy lines. He split an enemy's head with a single stroke, then let out a cathartic roar. The honor guard roared in response, following their commander's stride. Bendrag's sword pierced human slaves along with their neural collars, bringing them release. He smashed the Xenos, heads like a club, delivering them the punishment of death. Bendrag strode forward. He found peace in the slaughter, dispelling some of the gloom that weighed on his heart. Until he saw a giant, spherical head, and his thoughts instantly froze. The Xenos, Commander. Bendrag locked onto the enemy's position, swung his arm fiercely, and his spinning blade tore through the Xenos' overlord personal energy shield, charging towards the tall, silver-white figure. As he stepped forward, he felt as if layers of silk netting were closing in. 100 meters from the Xenos, his steps faltered. 50 meters, his sword-wielding arm paused, and the overlord claw carved a wound into his power armor. When his longsword clashed with the crystal longsword, a pustule grew on Bendrag's neck. He rolled to avoid the white lightning, the pustule burst, and viscous liquid splattered his armor. Bendrag ignored the poison wound, his eyes fixed only on the Xenos commander's bent arm. He sidestepped the electric arc, swinging his sword into the Xenos. The Xenos swung its crystal longsword down, the 2 swords clashed, and energy flared. In a series of energy flashes, pustules burst on Bendrag's forehead, chin, and neck. Pus seeped into his eyes, followed by burning pain, then a soreness in his eyes. Bendrag's breathing was heavy. As he hunched over, he felt a sharp pain in his armpit. He didn't stop his movement, leaping up fiercely, his sword flashing, severing the Xenos' head. After Bendrag slew the Brain Eater, the Xenos' army scattered. As the apothecary used a scalpel to dig out the remnants of the pustules and clean his wounds, his adjutant suddenly approached him. "Lord Ning Lu has arrived." The adjutant paused for a few seconds before continuing, "and Lord Luther." Bendreg's still somewhat muddled thoughts instantly cleared. "What?" He stood up abruptly and walked out of the camp. Bendreg had just seen the black-armored, golden-winged Primarch, and before he could speak, he saw Lord Ning Lu pull out a bottle of green liquid, instantly dart to his front, and drip it onto his nostril. He felt the remaining pustules rapidly disappear within seconds, and all the poison wounds on his body healed. Bendreg stared in astonishment at the small green bottle. A neurotoxin that could poison an Astarte's superhuman body was just cleared away like that. As he stood dumbfounded, the Gene Seed Primarch's large hand clapped his shoulder, and a voice echoed in his mind, affectionately calling him by his given name, not his surname. "Urian, keep this secret for Luther and me." Bendreg looked at Luther, who was walking towards them, and considering the opportunity Lord Ning Lu had given him, he nodded. Ning Lu watched Bendreg with a smile. "A shared secret will draw us closer. Your choice to keep the secret means you're not far from being, corrosion, by me." Zahariel, who once respected Lien the most, also betrayed him because he kept a secret for Luther. Chapter 554 Lorgar, your spawn helping my progeny get a spaceship doesn't count as me screwing you over. Defense Fortress. Urian Bendreg raised his hand, sprinkling the green bottle at his nose. As the liquid disappeared, he immediately felt his sluggish thoughts become clear. He hung the bottle and strode towards the Brain Eater 60 meters away. Urian lunged right at times, rolled left at others, nimbly dodging fireballs. He reached the 5th Brain Eater he had encountered in 16 days, still in perfect condition. Swords clashed, sparks flying. Urian quickly sidestepped, avoiding a fireball flung by a curved arm, while simultaneously thrusting at the alien's thigh. As his sword spun, a scene from 2 months ago, fighting on the alien's artificial war satellite, flashed through his mind. At that time, he was plagued by poison, his thoughts sluggish, his movements slow, and his strength and speed diminished. He fought with all his might, only to achieve a tragic victory. Since receiving the green liquid provided by Ning Lu, he had been in perfect condition for every battle. The Brain Eaters that once gave him a tough fight could now be defeated with ease. It is said to have been researched by one of Ning Lu's original body servants. Under the Lord's command, truly talented individuals emerge one after another. While Urian pondered, his longsword never stopped, delivering a series of precise strikes against the alien. With a bang, the blade tore through the personal energy shield. As Bendreg killed the Brain Eater, on the Wangquan Shadow, Zadkiel headed towards the Primarch office. He was beaming, greeting every Order shadows, Dark Angels, Ultramarines, and Emperor's children he met, enjoying the praises he heard behind him. In just 6 ship standard months, he had transformed from an unknown individual into the universally praised Void War commander of the Defense Fortress. When his father sent him, he hadn't expected to gain such immense prestige. As he reached the Primarch office, he still felt a lingering satisfaction, even wishing to walk the path again. Zadkiel didn't do so. He knew that all the prestige and honor he gained originated from Ning Lu. He would not be late when Ning Lu summoned him. Entering the Primarch's grand office, he saw Ning Lu push a bottle of potion towards him. "Drink it." Zadkiel picked up the black potion, seeing that Ning Lu had no intention of explaining. Thinking of the opportunity and trust Ning Lu had given him, he no longer hesitated, tilting his head back and drinking it. Ning Lu leaned back against his throne. The choice he made for the ambitious Zadkiel was naturally a lawyer, whom he could influence in the future. With a thought, he telepathically imparted the necessary common sense to Zadkiel. After Zadkiel reigned in the potion's power, he looked at Ning Lu with reverence. He had only drunk a bottle of potion and gained unique abilities. He didn't have to endure years of transformation that could have led to death at any moment. Zadkiel knelt, saluting his true master. "I will serve you as my lord." The Quill Pen descendants were previously limited to a name. We were merely conceptual products born in the Colchis Apothecary. Only upon meeting you were we truly written into existence, we were born from the true words you bestowed. Ning Lu did not rise, he released his restrained pressure. Zadkiel's body trembled as the majestic voice echoed in his mind. I accept your allegiance. Ning Lu reined in his own pressure and gave instructions. The war at the defense fortress is over, I have a task for you. Zadkiel wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Please command, my lord. You are to immediately lead the fleet back to Carium Gate. Ning Lu had calculated the journey. When Zadkiel returned to Carium Gate, it would be approximately November Terra time, and by then, the divination dice would be fully charged. After meeting with Wilshire, assist him in seizing a spaceship. His lips curled slightly, and he thought with interest. The Slaughter Song spaceship was originally to be obtained by Argulian Vec, the legendary champion of the Word-Bearers. Zadkiel participated in obtaining the Slaughter Song spaceship. Even if he didn't own it, it's roughly equivalent to the Word-Bearers getting it. Lorgar, your spawn helping my progeny get a spaceship doesn't count as me screwing you over. Ning Lu sent Zadkiel not only to let the Word-Bearers obtain it but also because the Slaughter Song was an intelligent spaceship with its own consciousness. It flew itself, circling the chosen planet. Zadkiel was an excellent ship commander and could play a role in intercepting the Slaughter Song. My lord, your will be done. Zadkiel respectfully accepted the order. Although Ning Lu ordered him to assist others in seizing a spaceship, he was somewhat unwilling, but the Lord's will was above all else. I have just pledged allegiance to my lord and still need time to prove my loyalty and worth. At least my lord has given me room to grow, unlike my father, who endlessly spread faith in the emperor. Ning Lu treats his progeny, and also Luther and others, very well. As long as I prove myself, I will surely receive rewards in the future. As Zadkiel rose, he heard Ning Lu say again, when you report back, I will bestow new power upon you. To have risen to prominence among the word-bearers, Zadkiel's preaching and eloquence were quite outstanding, and Ning Lu believed he could digest the lawyer in a year. Zadkiel's gray eyes lit up. My lord, I will certainly assist Wilshire in obtaining the spaceship. As Zadkiel walked out of the Primarch office, he brushed past Arsena Dunn, who was walking in, and the two nodded to each other in greeting. The original body servant walked to the 11-meter-long table and spoke. My lord, the 8th Legion's task force will arrive in 3 days. Who is the commander? Ning Lu asked with interest. ZSO Sahal. Ning Lu nodded, and his superhuman brain quickly flashed through the data of the future Master of Claws. This Terra Descendants captain, who rose to become a member of the Night Bat Council, a high-level organization in the Midnight Lords where only Nostromo descendants were considered noble blood, was testament to his outstanding ability. Ning Lu knew that after Kurz took over the Legion in the future, he would often send Terra descendants to the deadliest battlefields. During the grand birthday celebration, ZSO Sahal deeply believed in the War Master's theory that Huang Laohan's withdrawal from the Great Crusade was for the sake of becoming a god, and a betrayal of the Astartes Legion. After the grand birthday celebration, due to the disappearance of 1st Company Captain Sevatar in battle, he was promoted to 1st Company Captain, bearing the heavy responsibility of commanding the Legion's elite veterans, but many members of the 1st Company were dissatisfied with a Terra Descendants leader. After Kurz's death, ZSO Sahal firmly believed he was chosen as the successor, recovering the holy relic, the Crown of Night, from the Calidus assassin. Subsequently, because he disagreed with the ambitions of many in the 1st Company, he left alone. When the Aeldari attacked him, attempting to seize the Crown of Night, he was trapped in a warp storm during the battle. 10 millennia later, he awoke and fell onto the Hive City world of Equix. He discovered that the Midnight Lords had deviated from Kurz's admonition that fear is merely a means, and after failing to reunite the young, uncorrupted members of the Legion, he was deemed a traitor, and eventually left in dejection. Reviewing ZSO Sahal's experiences, Ning Lu thought to himself, ZSO Sahal is quite loyal to Kurz, but not as much as Balsa Kuturi, Urian Bendrag, and Glenn Vorsoto. Urian and Glenn are not far from being completely corrupted by me, Balsa also shows signs, and Zso Sahal has a considerable possibility as well. 2 days later, as Zadkiel led the fleet away, Zso Sahal, clad in Mark III iron power armor with the symbol of the Crimson Suns painted on his shoulders, walked into the Primarch office. Ning Lu, by the Emperor's command, I await your orders. Ning Lu looked at Zso Sahal, who had removed his helmet, revealing his pale skin. He knew that the Crimson Suns all came from the prisons of Terra, descendants of prisoners who grew up in darkness and death. Most of them were cruel and violent, but Zso Sahal was one of the few who remained calm and self-controlled. Zso Sahal, welcome. I will lead you to glory. Arsena has prepared your quarters. Zso Sahal's eyes lit up. Ning Lu's name was known to all on Terra. Even in the dark, lightless prisons, stories circulated of Ning Lu slaying greenskins and killing Midas. Zso Sahal had even fantasized about becoming an Order Shadows and fighting alongside Ning Lu, but his origins denied him the opportunity. My honor. Chapter 555. Void Claw and the Emperor's Private Armory, who is the Bone Eater's killer? Perheim Sector, Perheim Prime. William Wood pulled out a king's coin. The clown's gaze focused on it, his eye color rapidly deepening as he silently chanted in Dun language. Now is the time to go to the battleground of the Psi Titans and the Bone Eaters. Now is the time to go to the battleground of the Psi Titans and the Bone Eaters. After chanting 11 times, the clown flicked the king's coin upwards, then extended his gauntleted hand flat. Clap. The king's coin fell, landing steadily in his palm. Heads up. This indicates the mission will be successful. After his interpretation, the clown pressed the accelerator, and the land speeder sped away with a roar. Suddenly, William felt a void ahead of him. He slammed on the brakes. The inertia sent his body lurching forward, blood rushing to his head. The clown raised a hand and pressed down on the motorcycle, his body elegantly rising to stand steadily on the handlebars of the single-person land speeder. Any ordinary person seeing this scene would be dumbfounded. The black-armored giant was standing steadily on the handlebars. A psychic might assume he was relying on telekinesis, but William was not involved in that aspect. He relied on the abilities bestowed by his father. William's face was pale, the presence of the untouchables made him uncomfortable. He then adjusted to execute this mission, the high-powered holographic camera embedded in his helmet helping to calm his nausea and urge to vomit. Afterward, he activated psychic vision to observe the Psi Titans ahead. William had received orders from his lord, and he had 2 missions this time. One of the missions was to observe the Psi Titans, which were being deployed on the battlefield for the first time. A black hole-like shadow, 2 pale, suffering souls. William frowned slightly. As a psychic, he strongly disliked Psi Titans. This awakened his vague memories from before he became an Order Shadow, the caste enslavement of Gardinal. The Harbinger's chapter was the Emperor's private armory. He had sealed all information regarding Psi Titans, and even the Primarchs and the Mars Forge director in the War Council had no right to know. However, the Order Shadow's database contained information left by his father, accessible to those of Baron rank and above in the royal court. Although William was not a Baron, he had temporarily gained access due to this mission. He knew that the psychics within the Psi Titans were not like the pilots in ordinary Titans. They were fuel, they were weapons. They were not treated as people. The red glow on their bodies, representing health, was almost completely obscured by black and gray. They were controlled and driven by untouchables. As my father said, soul-driven Titans is a more fitting name. William deactivated his psychic vision. After calming himself for a moment, he began to observe the Psi Titan's external appearance. The built-in scanning system showed its height to be 25.21 meters. Marauder class. As William pondered, 3 Marauder class Psi Titans suddenly accelerated. William recalled the database entry that Psi Titans were extremely fast, far exceeding Titans of the same class. He quickly swayed his body and dropped back into his seat. As the engine started, he leapt down the hillside, simultaneously seeing the towering, tree-like bone eaters ahead. 5 of them. As he identified the number of both sides, he activated psychic vision again. The psychics, confined in crystal boxes, were being driven to burn. As psychic energy was released, boundless hatred and agonizing pain manifested, with black mist drifting for several kilometers and frost covering the ground. 6 Psi Titans Oblivion cannons fired simultaneously at one Bone Eater, tearing open a warp rift like a vortex weapon. Amidst the piercing shriek, the turbulent warp energy instantly ripped apart the personal energy shield enveloping the Bone Eater. The swirling, ominous black hole engulfed the ruins of the surrounding battlefield before letting out an unwilling howl and vanishing. The Bone Eater also vanished, along with a long, terrifying shriek. William's face was pale, but he still stared intently at the battlefield. The mission given to him by the chapter master originated from his father's command. Beams of light, like rain, simultaneously struck the Psi Titans. The firepower of the 4 Bone Eaters concentrated on the Titan in the center of the triangular formation. Boom, boom, boom. The Marauder-class Psi Titans ran at high speed, their burst of speed even faster than a Warhound-class Titan. The tops of the Bone Eaters rustled, and the light instantly disintegrated into needle-like points. Amidst a buzzing explosion, the void shield of the central Marauder-class Psi Titan was instantly breached. With a rustling sound, the needle-like points condensed into blinding beams of light, whistling as they struck the Psi Titan's body. A faint light suddenly flared, perceptible only to psychics with etheric vision. The shattered armor rewove, and the damaged machine instantly restored itself to new. At the same time, the psychics' harrowing screams echoed in William's and the rapidly approaching Xeno's minds. William instantly ascended to the 3rd level of Thelema, and the terrifying wailing gradually subsided. In the clown's psychic vision, the 6 dim figures trapped within the Titans grew even darker. William knew they had been drained of years of their lives to sustain the prisons that held them. As 4 terrifying wails concluded, all Bone Eaters died, and the red glow representing health on the 2 psychics in the central Titan in psychic vision almost vanished. They are about to die. As William pondered, he suddenly felt the ground shake violently. He looked up to see a forest of giant trees surging forward. 14 Bone Eaters. William decided to immediately execute his second mission. He looked around and chose a rugged, narrow mountain path. He turned and headed towards the Bone Eater closest to the escape route. The Bone Eaters ignored the little thing on the ground. They furiously attacked the Psi Titans. William noted that the Psi Titans' attack and recovery capabilities were stronger, but at the cost of burning psychics. The Bone Eaters' firepower and personal energy shields were inferior to the Psi Titans, but they were more numerous. The crew, who had burned away most of their lives earlier, could no longer repair the machine. Its speed also slowed, and driven by the Untouchables, it unleashed its last vestiges of light upon the enemy. As the Bone Eaters toppled like mountains, 2 cries of agony rang out. The Marauder Psi Titan's reactor exploded, its blinding light stealing the Xeno's vision, and the energy shockwave tore apart one Bone Eater. Gravel pelted the land speeder, causing the black vehicle to shake. The clown moved to the right with the shockwave, simultaneously raising his arm. With a brief bang, 5 throwing knives, exquisite weapons forged by Vulcan to hone his craft, shot out. Swish, swish, swish. The throwing knives struck the Bone Eater, whose personal energy shield was gone, and a blue force field shrieked as it tore apart patches of green. The Bone Eater let out a painful cry. The damage it sustained far exceeded the scope of 5 throwing knives. With a rustling sound, he turned his arm and aimed at the hateful, little thing, on the ground. Beams of light shot out, flying towards the land speeder. As the clown attacked, he deftly twisted his right hand, and the land speeder, amidst the shockwave and gravel, executed a beautiful, perfect turn, changing direction. The clown pressed the accelerator, and the land speeder's exhaust flared with firework-like bangs. At the same time, he raised his left arm, and the 5 throwing knives flew back to their original positions. Vulcan had used some technology to make the thrown knives automatically return. It was not like Jushin's spear, given to his father by the Emperor, which would automatically return no matter where it was thrown. William preferred to compare it to the recorded Eldar weapons, singing spears and witchblades, both of which were limited to a certain range. The difference was that Vulcan's throwing knives were automatic, requiring no psychic guidance. The clown didn't need to look back, the incoming beams of light formed an image in his mind. Relying on intuitive foresight, he could grasp the Brain Eater's next attack. Dozens of consecutive beams of light failed to hit the hateful enemy. The Bone Eater charged forward, its head rustling as the beams of light directly disintegrated into needle-like points. The clown felt the myriad needle-like points, sharply swerved, and simultaneously pulled the handlebars. The land speeder almost crashed into the cliff face, and the light crackled, most of it striking the cliff wall. The clown felt a dozen or so beams of light striking his back. He pushed with his hand, his body instantly springing up, spinning in the air to dodge the scattered lights. The clown flipped down and immediately found his balance. Without cushioning, he directly twisted the handlebars, and the land speeder made a sharp turn. William was like a clown at a Terra Palace banquet, leaping and dodging on a tightrope. The Bone Eater lumbered through the mountain path, light covering the sky and ground, causing countless rocks to roll down. It missed its target but obstructed its own path forward. While tumbling 6 times in the air, William opened his communicator and sent the canyon's positioning rune to the tech sergeant. After landing back on the land speeder, he felt the light momentarily cease. He pulled out a coin and silently chanted in his mind, "The Void Claw experiment is dangerous." After 11 repetitions, he flicked the coin up, and the moment he saw the number, he breathed a sigh of relief. The number represented negation, no danger. Outside the canyon exit, the tech sergeant received the signal. As an archaeologist, he felt honored. Humanity's ancient doom weapon, an experimental weapon, would be used in real combat for the first time under his control. His hands moved swiftly, and the 25-kilometer range was quickly confined to a 3-kilometer diameter. Auspex, Energy Telemetry System. Runes leapt across the video screen, eventually becoming 2 signals, one large and one small. The archaeologist firmly pressed the rune on the panel, simultaneously speaking into the communication channel. "William, 12 seconds to launch preparation. I advise you to immediately boost your engine to maximum power. Countdown begins, 12. The archaeologist's hand rested on the control stick, his eyes fixed on the screen, where runes had already been classified and marked as red and black. The black rune rapidly moved away from the red rune. 1, 0. The tech sergeant abruptly pulled the control stick. Along with a brief, violent tremor, the entire black casing shook. The reactor's blinding light engulfed the entire black casing, and a heatwave that would melt ordinary people washed over the tech sergeant. Amidst a flurry of flashing runes, a 3-meter-long steel arm on the outer top of the casing opened its fist. Black light shot out, striking the Bone Eater's head 4 kilometers away. A black hole, devouring all light, formed. Time seemed to stand still as the massive Bone Eater and the rocks within a 1-kilometer radius were swept up by an unseen force. The energy shockwave hit the land speeder, sending the vehicle spinning away. The clown continuously twisted his body and maneuvered the handlebars with the momentum. The land speeder stopped in midair. The clown looked up and saw that the Bone Eater had vanished. William pondered for a few seconds, thinking to himself, both Psi Titans and miniaturized Void Claws are killers of Bone Eaters. Psi Titans are more agile and have faster attack speeds, but they consume psychics and untouchables. Void Claws have longer preparation times, longer attack intervals, and more limited usage scenarios. Chapter 556, Korn, I'm Stealing Your People. November 867. On the Worthy Shadow, Ning Lu reviewed the report in his hand while listening to Arsena Dun's report. In accordance with your orders, the Harbinger's chapter was dispatched to 5 war zones where Bone Eaters appeared in large numbers. The commander only reported the battle results to you. 15 Psi Titans collectively killed 149 Bone Eaters. Our observers confirmed that the battle achievements were largely consistent, and also collected some images and formed a combat report. Ning Lu nodded slightly, thinking to himself, Huang Laohan is quite willing to invest heavily. The current Harbinger's chapter cannot have more than 20 side titans. In fact, these 15 might be all of them. Ning Lu remembered that in 967 M30, Huang Laohan requested that 25 warlord-class titans be permanently conscripted into the imperial palace's treasury, which caused a strong reaction from the Mechanicus. Although many Jiao Lao already regarded Huang Laohan as the omniscious incarnation on Earth, some were still dissatisfied that Mars' interests were not fully respected by Terra. Ultimately, Mars allocated 8 warlord-class titans from its reserves, with the remaining number to be fulfilled by production from various forge worlds. Ning Lu pouted. Huang Laohan loved to freeload, no wonder the titans guarding the imperial palace gate were only 2 warhounds. If he had just brought out some dark age of technology, he could have at least traded for 100 or so warlord-class titans. After all, each of Mars' 3 original Titan legions had at least 200, and counting the other second and third tier Titan legions, Mars had at least 800 to 1,000 warlords. The key is, Huang Laohan hasn't given me anything good in a long time. Ning Lu reviewed the report and found that, as he expected, the current Psi Titans were all Marauder class. The current Psi Titans are experimental models built by Huang Laohan using forbidden technology collected from the Dark Age of Technology, especially the soul-binding cross that restrains Psykers. The Marauder class only enslaved 2 Psykers. The mature Warlord class version, 100 years later, used 3 batteries. While Ning Lu was contemplating, the original body servant continued to report. We experimentally deployed 1 miniaturized Void Claw weapon in each of 10 war zones. A total of 34 Bone Eaters were killed, and 3 experimental weapon devices were lost. At the same time, 281 people died in luring and guarding, a number approximately 36.2% of the average casualties for achieving similar results. Ning Lu nodded slightly. Compared to the more than 20 Titan legions already destroyed by the Empire, and the dozens of Titan legions lost in his memory, the effect of the Void Claw was evident. The Forge Lord believes that the Void Claw weaponization has been successful. To distinguish it from the Doom weapon, he suggests a separate name. Because the launcher is shaped like an arm, with a fist-like top, he suggests naming it the Void Fist. Good, Ning Lu nodded in agreement. After listening to the silver-haired original body servant's briefing, he gave an order. Gulan Sarak, apothecary of the 12th Legion. Order him to report. The commander of the 12th Legion was not the excellent talent he remembered and was not worth the time to corrupt, but Ning Lu made a significant discovery among the officers. Gulan Sarak, a student of Fabius Bile, chief apothecary of the Emperor's children. When Angron returned, he had already been promoted to chief apothecary of the 12th Legion. Most critically, Gulan was the creator of the World Eater's version of the Butcher's Nails. Angron ordered him to find a way to implant the Butcher's Nails without killing the host. The 6th layer of the Nation of Disorder space can corrupt not only gene seeds but also items. The Butcher's Nails were the most suitable target. Thus, a plan began to brew in Ning Lu's mind. Corrupt Gulan, making him develop a new Butcher's Nails that meets Angron's requirements and has a backdoor, so that implant recipients would not be overwhelmed by anger. A few World Eaters, such as the contemptuous 9th Company Commander Drigar who disdained Khorne's faith, and the distant 1st Cavalry Lord Invictus, were not completely driven by the desire for slaughter. The corrupted Butcher's Nails and gene seeds would make some World Eaters loyal to him, and also serve as a restraint on slaughter. Ning Lu's own corruption could not contend with Khorne, but he relied on the Nation of Disorder, the mighty power of the Sephira. At the same time, due to the barrier of the warp in reality, Khorne could not extend his big hand to everyone. As chief apothecary, and with Angron's authorization, Gulan presided over the implantation of gene seeds and Butcher's Nails, which could make most people act according to his orders. Ning Lu's plan could cover most of the World Eaters, meaning he could compete with Angron and Khorne for people. The most bloodthirsty and murderous would still be corrupted, but he could also steal a portion of them. I want those loyal World Eaters who can restrain their desire for slaughter. Khorne, I'm stealing your people. Stealing 1,000 people isn't a waste of effort, 3 to 5 tens of thousands wouldn't be too many either. After Arsena exited the Primarch office, Ning Lu's mind stirred, and he arrived in the Nation of Disorder. He picked up the divination dice and silently recited the information he knew about the world of Tovandis. Limit star territory, the Maelstrom area, a Slanesh-worshipping devil world. Above the orbit, a dark age of technology spaceship, the Kill Song, circles, its shape a bright silver star, hanging high in the planet's night sky. The world-level complex astrology of the Tovandis warlocks points to the Kill Song, which they call the legendary steed. After silently reciting it 11 times in his mind, he tossed the divination dice in his hand. The triangular prism tumbled several times in the air before landing in Ning Lu's open palm. A holographic-like vision unfolded before his eyes, and the Gene Seed Primarch's superhuman brain absorbed the star map. After Ning Lu injected the star map and the known information about the world of Tovandis and the Kill Song spaceship into the data crystal, his mind stirred, his spirituality spread, touching the golden sphere. After confirming that no one was around Wilshire, he pulled him into the Nation of Disorder. "My lord," Wilshire knelt on one knee, bowing devoutly, "by your command, my battle group has arrived at Carium Gate and rendezvoused with the word-bearers offspring of Quill Battle Group." "Zadkiel can be trusted," Ning Lu said, his telekinesis spreading out, sending the data crystal to Wilshire. "He will assist you in going to Tovandis, purifying the cultists, and seizing the orbital Kill Song spaceship. You may decide, based on the situation, whether to use Exterminatus. There are countless planets in the galaxy, but those suitable for human development are limited. Unless absolutely necessary, the Empire would not issue Exterminatus, preferring to expend resources, military force, to acquire them." Ning Lu had not yet issued Exterminatus. By comprehensively utilizing Beyonders, he could always find a way. But Tovandis was different. The Maelstrom was a real world, permanent warp rift second only to the Eye of Terror. Tovandis was almost entirely populated by chaos cultists, making purification extremely difficult, and it might continue to be plagued by chaos in the future. The Kill Song has a consciousness. After purifying it, use your abilities to establish a covenant with the machine spirit. Ning Lu chose Wilshire to capture the Kill Song spaceship not only because his battle group had Beyonders like the Solar High Priest, for purifying chaos cultists, but more importantly because of his covenant ability. In the future, Iron Men and other AI creations, after he corrupted them, would all be maintained and commanded by Wilshire and his second battle group. Purifying chaos corruption, restraining artificial intelligence. "Yes, my lord." Wilshire bowed in assent and was then swallowed by black mist. Ning Lu returned to the real world, burying himself in data slates, refining his decisive battle plan. He decided to attack the Xenos command base early, launching the Tax's decisive battle ahead of schedule. Before the decisive battle, the final preparations are needed. Ning Lu remembered that in the Tax's decisive battle, 3 Gene Seed Primarchs, including Lehman, leading 300,000 Astartes, still found the battle situation extremely grim. In the end, Huang Laohan released the largest Void Dragon fragment from the Evernight Labyrinth, only then winning the victory. "I can't put all my hopes on Huang Laohan, I need to be prepared. Moreover, I need to get the predetermined benefits first. I will go to Ball Saver first, rescuing Omega more than a decade early. Although I will lose a few biological samples, at least I can ensure I get them." Ning Lu knew that Alpha was best at obtaining intelligence and information. With more and more Imperial worlds being reconquered, Alpharius might discover the whereabouts of his twin brother earlier. While Ning Lu was contemplating, a warrior in the blue and white armor of the Warhound Legion entered the office. "Lord Ning Lu, Gulan Serac, apothecary of the Warhound, reports to you as ordered," Gulan said excitedly. He didn't know why he was so fortunate to be granted a private audience with Lord Ning Lu. As he spoke, he couldn't help but observe Lord Ning Lu from a biological and genetic perspective. Perfect. As perfect as Lord Fulgrim. A face like a marble statue, eyes as deep as obsidian, skin as lustrous as jade. He had transcended the biological realm and could not be accurately described by words. Only perfect. A Kurduna told me, Ning Lu stated his pre-planned reason, that you are an excellent apothecary. I need your knowledge and abilities to study the Xenos and resolve the threat. Arsena will prepare a laboratory for you, and you will report to me daily. Gulan realized after hearing the name of the Emperor's Children's Second Company commander, he had studied under Bile for a considerable time. No legion apothecary could compare to him. Looking across all legions, besides Bile and Lord Ning Lu's chief apothecary, Mikkel, no one else could match him. To be able to study Xenos and see the perfect Lord Ning Lu daily, observing a gene seed Primarch, this was simply a dream. My honor, Gulan said excitedly. Chapter 557. Hather, the master of the Path of Ruin should serve my lord with me. On the bridge of the Tizca's radiance. Hather glanced at Piak and asked Ignis beside him. Are you ready? Ignis surveyed his surroundings, the divinatory prisms displaying omens of fortune and misfortune. The hanging astrological clock showed the patterns of celestial movements. Vast amounts of data surged across the sculpted pillars, overwhelming even the augmented thralls. A group of 1,000 sons from the Raptor cult within the Destroyer cult transmitted information with swift and agile minds. Librarian, thanks to your support, I have obtained all the resources I need. Ignis said gratefully. He didn't know why Lord Hather had chosen him, but he was determined to seize this opportunity to realize his and his cult's ideals. Hather looked at Ignis with scrutiny. He didn't know why Lord Ning Lu valued Ignis. The Destroyer cult was merely one of many small groups within the 1,000 Sons, and Ignis was a newcomer to the cult. But Lord Ning Lu's will was paramount, and he had to obey the command. Hather's face broke into a perfect smile as he relayed the briefing he had just received, reminding Ignis. The Xenos, artificial war satellite, possesses a massive number of drones and powerful armaments. The Dark Angels lost a Glory Queen-class battleship. My lord, firepower and defense do not determine the outcome of a void battle, Ignis said with a confident smile. Space combat under the guidance of the Path of Ruin is a perfect combination of mathematical conclusions and probability statistics. Its key lies in a series of elegant numerology. By applying the conclusions of arcane computations, one can manipulate the entire course of the battle. Moreover, we also have the support of the Order Shadow's 10th Battle Group, and Lord Ramsay is willing to cooperate with my plan. Hather nodded. He had to trust Ignis. This was Lord Ning Lu's instruction. Execute your plan and achieve victory. The hypnotist's eyes were deep as he quietly opened the digital door embedded with threads of fate, psychologically suggesting to Ignis. Follow me, and you will gain more. Yes, librarian, Ignis responded excitedly, focusing on the surging data stream after the fleet warped into the warp, unaware of the subtle influence. Data shared by the Order Shadow's fleet. Drone trajectories, thrust vectors, deflection angles. Data flowed in like a turbulent torrent. Detailed, clear, fast, Ignis exclaimed. The hypnotist's thoughts, like a gentle hand, carefully moved within Ignis's mind. Although the psychiatrist's psychological suggestion had already transformed, if the target's mind was strong, they could still detect or resist it. He had to be careful. Lord Ning Lu's legion possesses a mimic chamber, capable of mobilizing the entire fleet's auspex and other detection equipment to conduct a comprehensive scan of the enemy fleet. They deciphered the Xenos, deceptive readings, which mimicked Imperial warships. The hypnotist, from a nearly objective perspective, explained the Order Shadows and Lord Ning Lu's fleet. This was natural, given his role as a link between the two parties and his past experiences. This is truly astonishing, to fight alongside the Order Shadows, Ignis's eyes gleamed. My arcane computations will be 10 orders of magnitude ahead of the Xenos. As Ignis spoke, he spread his consciousness across various mental states, performing instantaneous analysis of numerous variables. Unlike most Thousand Sons who push their minds to the highest level they command during combat, or a few like Hather and Ahriman who switch mental states to best adapt to the current situation, Ignis required computational power. Simultaneously covering the 1st to 6th mental states, Ignis's computational abilities surged. His thoughts merged into the Raptor cult's thought network. The hypnotist quietly joined. After gaining the power bestowed by Lord Ning Lu, he had made great strides in mental abilities. In telepathy, he was no less than any Raptor master, and in mind reading, he surpassed Apophis, the Grand Master of the Temple. He had also left all other 1,000 Suns behind in terms of influencing minds. The hypnotist performed a psychological suggestion within the Raptor cult's psychic network. Coordinate with the Order shadows and achieve victory. The hypnotist's suggestive words simultaneously reached his Third Order and the 360,000 Sons of the Raptor cult within the Destroyer cult. Ignis's thoughts, spanning 6 mental states, divided the Rosa star system into 916 quadrants. Commands for course correction, route adjustment, and fire solutions, with breathtaking speed and clarity, reached all crew members through the Raptor cult members stationed throughout the battleship, and then quickly arrived at the 1,000 Suns and Order Shadows fleets. Tiska's Radiance, starboard maneuvering array, 49% thrust, sustained for 5.1 seconds, then portside compensation will be applied accordingly. In the instant his thoughts arose, Ignis simultaneously learned that the Firebird School's masters were dissipating heat and using the vast ocean of fire to enhance the power of the prow lances. Fire in 6.2 seconds, Ignis 194 fire solution. Ignis had already compiled 358 unique fire solutions, integrating his mastery of the Path of Ruin into them. In 1 second of real-world time, Ignis wove plans for the 1,000 Suns and Order Shadows fleets. Simultaneously, his operational plans reached the entire battleship, and then, after 15 and 23 seconds respectively, covered every single battleship of the 1,000 Suns and the Order Shadows. The red and black warships rapidly dispersed. Frigates and destroyers acted independently, each flying to a different quadrant. Capital ships formed groups of 3 to 5. The sight, filled with mathematical beauty, almost brought tears to Ignis's eyes. Hather, too, marveled at the artistic beauty. Ignis had foreseen the future development of the battle. Each of his commands targeted different moments in the future, from 6 minutes and 9 seconds to 10 minutes and 7 seconds. The Xenos warships and drones were like his puppets on strings. Hather suddenly understood why Lord Ning Lu valued Ignis. This devotee of the Path of Ruin was unmatched among the 1,000 Suns in terms of space combat. An excellent void combat commander, a master of the Path of Ruin, he should serve my lord with me. As Hather pondered, Ignis temporarily disconnected from the psychic network, returning to the physical world to assess the battle. Hather went to the observation window, capturing the artistic tableau with his eyes. The overwhelming swarms of Xenos aircraft intersected with the warships, as if pulled by an invisible hand. Red and black warships threaded through the gaps, torpedoes raining down on the surrounding drones. Macro cannons, dispersed across various quadrants, roared, like dazzling fireworks. Lances wreathed in etheric flame detonated within the spiky, flail-covered Xenos vessels. In the first wave of engagement, the combined fleet lost only 1 sluggish battleship, while the Xenos lost dozens of capital ships and tens of thousands of drones. Hather returned to the holographic strategic map, accompanying Ignis as he repeatedly used the Path of Ruin to capture enemy movements in the constantly changing combat quadrants, continuously making tactical responses and macroscopic decisions. The combined fleet traversed the explosions of warheads and energy vortices, the winding trails left by their exhaust plumes intertwining in the dark void. Hather withdrew his gaze from a colossal object that had entered his field of vision, keenly noticing a hint of worry mixed in with Ignis's swirling thoughts. He asked Ignis, who still commanded the battle, "Is anything unexpected?" Simply put, as the distance closed, the increasing number of Xenos drones exceeded my expectations, Ignis said. Slow your pace, maneuver in the surrounding quadrants. I trust your control, Hather said with a perfect, sincere smile. After 5 seconds of silence, Ignis spoke. But the artificial war satellite's production capacity might exceed the supply capacity of our forge decks and transport ships. Unfortunately, I cannot destroy the artificial war satellite in the void. But I can open a passage, creating an opportunity for a boarding action. Hather nodded. Formulate a plan. Ramsey and I will lead the boarding party. As Hather contacted Ramsey, Ignis swiftly formulated a new plan. The plasma engines of the destroyers burned, shooting like arrows towards the artificial war satellite. The drone swarms immediately surged forward like fish scenting food. A blinding light bloomed in the void, the overloaded reactor like a burning miniature star. Ignis silently watched the void outside the observation window, a series of blossoming flames. You have been more than excellent, Hather's perfectly resonant voice sounded. We lost some destroyers, the Dark Angels lost a Glory Queen-class battleship and hundreds of capital ships. Ignis nodded, his gaze returning to the holographic strategic table. Execute the assault plan. The black and red warships passed through the silent light, reaching the orbit of the artificial war satellite, and a rain of light crashed down, sounding the horn of vengeance. Chapter 558. Rose Bishop, vs. Bright Feather School, Temple Head, who is the first Biomaster. Ramsey, the Lord of the Order Shadow's 10th Battle Group, and Hather Mayat, the Librarian of the Thousand Suns, met on the surface of the artificial war satellite. Ramsey looked at the soaring eagle, composed of 1,000,000 golden stars, circling around Mayat. Then, he turned his gaze to the guardian spirits circling around. The Thousand Suns considered possessing guardian spirits as proof of their mastery of etheric arts. Each guardian spirit's appearance differed, depending on the preferences of the Thousand Sun who shaped it. The guardian spirits of the Bright Feather School Thousand Suns shared the common characteristic of being beautiful, much like their own magnificent appearances. Thousand Suns with ordinary faces were not qualified to join the Bright Feather School. As their bio-artistry improved, their appearances would increasingly approach perfection. Eventually, every Thousand Son of the Bright Feather School would be handsome, comparable to the Emperor's children. Hather's gaze lingered on Ramsey's face for a moment. Even from the perspective of the Bright Feather School, Ramsey's appearance was almost identical to that of Lord Ning Lu. But no one would mistake Ramsey for Lord Ning Lu, even if the Gene Seed Primarch did not release his aura. Hather's gaze then met Ramsey's, and the two Astartes, renowned for their bio-magical abilities, read the same thought in each other's eyes. Who is the first Biomaster among the Astartes? Hather saw a 30-meter-tall bone-eater stride forward. Me first. All right. Ramsey watched as the Thousand Sons of the third chapter's honor guard marched forward, and a rain of light shot towards them. The red power armor was instantly torn apart, and flesh and blood splattered. Hather ascended to the 8th layer of his mind and raised his ornate staff. The ruby at the head of the staff glowed brightly, illuminating the beautiful staff body intertwined with gold and silver. Piak. The Thousand Sons with etheric vision saw the golden starlight illuminate, covering dozens of thousand suns. The torn flesh grew rapidly at a visible rate, and the bodies repaired by bright feather artistry were smooth and lustrous. Bright feathers, gather your strength. Splendid and beautiful guardian spirits soared above the Thousand Sons of the school, and they, following the temple head, waved their staffs. Red, blue, green, gray, psionic lightning of different colors converged, finally forming a fierce electric orb that smashed into the Bone Eater. Accompanied by the roaring sound of the energy shield tearing apart, the unprotected Bone Eater was exposed before the Biomaster. Hather's eyes narrowed slightly, and the Bone Eater's raised elbow solidified. Bio-psionic energy spread rapidly, and in an instant, his arm was frozen stiff. The Brain Eater's head rustled, and his body trembled violently, like a large tree swayed by a hurricane. The storm gradually subsided, and the green body quickly dimmed. As if decaying wood was disintegrating, the Bone Eater's body crumbled. Amidst the rumbling of the ground, Hather thought to himself. A Bone Eater facing a Warlord-class Titan one-on-one can usually achieve victory. I should only be able to destroy a Warhound-class Titan, but dealing with creatures like the Bone Eater is easier. Hather turned his gaze to Ramsey. It's your turn. Ramsey nodded slightly, and the honor guard bypassed the Thousand Sons, moving to confront the surging Xenos. Amidst the roar of bolters, Ramsay raised his hand and crushed the head of a lion-headed, deer-bodied Xeno. Spirituality spread, and the corpses on the ground shook and climbed up. The flesh servants pounced on the lion-headed, deer-bodied Xenos, and the moment their forearms collided, the Xenos were astonished to find that the corpses of their own kind were even stronger than when they were alive. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, the flesh servants tackled the Xenos. 5 flesh servants surrounded Ramsay. The honor guard saw this somewhat horrifying scene, but felt no repulsion. They all knew this was an ability granted to their lord by their father. The Thousand Sons looked at the temple head of the Bright Feather School in astonishment. They had never seen such a bio ability. A hint of surprise flashed in Hather's eyes, an ability granted to Ramsay by my lord. Feeling the surrounding gazes, the hypnotist quickly reacted, spreading his spirituality and suggesting to the guard members. The Order Shadow's bio abilities are vastly different from the mysteries we possess. Upon hearing this, the guard members turned their gaze back to Ramsay. Ramsay's ungloved hands swiftly passed over the 5 flesh servants. The flesh was disassembled and reassembled like building blocks, transforming into 4 complete bodies. The remaining flesh wrapped around his arms and helmet. The Rose Bishop must have enough flesh, otherwise he cannot fully unleash the power of flesh magic and is prone to injury. A hint of surprise flashed in Hather's eyes. He could manipulate tissues within himself and others, but he couldn't disassemble and combine them at will like this. He pondered for dozens of seconds before thinking of a potentially feasible method. Pre-arranging bright feather rune arrays with psionic crystals and using bioenergy to reassemble flesh bodies. Clearly, relying on prior preparation was not as effortless as Ramsay's impromptu execution. While Hather was deep in thought, he saw Ramsay walk towards the Bone Eater, and he instructed the guard members. "Stay here." A hint of surprise flashed in Hather's eyes. Ramsay was going to deal with the Bone Eater alone. Although he had spearheaded the entire process of killing the Bone Eater earlier, he had still relied on the strength of his school's Thousand Sons when breaking the energy shield. Of course, there was also the assistance of Piok and other guardian spirits. Hather stared at Ramsay, who was covered in flesh, his black armor instantly transforming into a red figure that rapidly crashed into a greenish rhino-shaped body. The Xeno roared and charged over, but the Rose Bishop's body suddenly melted like a candle, turning into pure, viscous flesh. His body twisted in a spiral, merging into the Xeno's body. The flesh wrapping the armor provided energy to the Rose Bishop, squeezing into the Xeno's flesh, and he did not consume too much spirituality. The Xeno charged for more than 10 meters, its 6 thick lower limbs leaving deep marks on the ground. He turned his head in astonishment, his dim yellow eyes seeing nothing. Illusion. The Xeno's eyes suddenly became terrified. He felt something drilling through every piece of flesh within him. After his body trembled for a few seconds, he was driven by the Rose Bishop, who had merged with him, and walked towards the Bone Eater. The flesh servants followed around him, as if they were his guards. Neither the Xeno nor the Bone Eaters noticed them, and Ramsay successfully reached the Bone Eater's feet. As the Rose Bishop emerged from the rhino's body, the Xeno instantly died. Clusters of flesh transformed into a storm that swept around, tearing more than 10 Xenos into pieces. Accompanied by the explosion of the flesh bomb, the Bone Eater's energy shield crackled from the corrosion. Cracks appeared in the shield around the Bone Eater's feet. 4 flesh servants rushed over like sharks smelling blood. The Bone Eater bent down to look, but due to his massive body, his sensory organs saw nothing. However, the streaks of blood that flashed in his etheric vision made him feel threatened. He raised one of his 3 legs, which, like the roots of an ancient tree, slammed towards the flesh servants. The Rose Bishop raised his hand, and spirituality spread. 2 flesh servants instantly transformed into flesh bombs. Clusters of flesh storms soared into the sky, smashing into the Bone Eater's feet. The energy impact made the Bone Eater sway slightly, and the remaining 2 flesh servants lost a good portion of their bodies in the explosion. But they did not stop. each rushing towards the other two legs. Blood surged, and two flesh servants each drilled into a leg. Blood moved within the green, and the Bone Eater felt as if two guns had pierced his legs, drilling frantically. The Bone Eater's head rustled, and he didn't know how to deal with such a crisis, so he could only aim his arm at the flesh-wrapped figure. The Rose Bishop snapped his fingers, and the flesh bombs embedded in the Bone Eater's legs detonated. The Bone Eater's body immediately tilted forward, and the beams of light that shot out tore the surging Xenos behind him into pieces. The Bone Eater stabilized his body and angrily attacked the rapidly running figure. The flesh wrapping the Rose Bishop instantly floated up, weaving into a cloak above his head. Amidst a series of explosions, the flesh cloak was shattered, and there was no longer a bloody figure on the ground. The Bone Eater's head rustled. He wasn't quite sure if the fleshy, little man had been killed by him. The next moment, clusters of incoming flesh bombs made the Bone Eater realize that the strange, little man was still alive. The Rose Bishop rapidly moved among the Xenos. Flesh was his power. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out on the Bone Eater. His energy shield shattered with a crash, but he was helpless. Amidst rustling sounds, the Bone Eater aimed his arm in the direction of the strange, little man, launching an indiscriminate attack with beams of light. Nearly 100 Xenos were torn apart by the energy beams, their bodies vaporized. The Rose Bishop's body melted like a candle, transforming into pure, viscous flesh, merging into the remaining flesh of the flesh bomb, and moving rapidly. No one noticed the movement of the flesh. Hather shook his head slightly. Ramsey's ability, though strong, was still too strained. The Bone Eater had found a way. As long as his source was cut off, it would be fine. Ramsey paid the price of his life for his recklessness. He raised his staff, and just as he was about to avenge Ramsey, he suddenly saw a figure charge towards the Brain Eater from the side. The bloody figure sprang from the ground, moving rapidly across the Bone Eater's body. The Bone Eater turned his body, but the Rose Bishop, driven by flesh, was faster. The Rose Bishop charged all the way to the top of the Bone Eater's head, and as he emerged from the Xeno's body, he launched a flesh curse, using flesh as a medium. The top of the Bone Eater's head instantly turned blood red. His mountain-like body crashed heavily to the ground, crushing more than 10 panicked Xenos. Hather looked in shock at Ramsey falling from the sky. He had actually killed a Bone Eater by himself. Proud as he was, he thought with dismay. Ramsey is the first biomaster among the Astartes. The black-armored figure crashed to the ground, scattering flesh and shattered rock. The bloody scene lingered in the minds of the Thousand Sons, but a perfect smile once again bloomed on Hather's face. Although I am not as good as Ramsey in bio abilities, I still have the abilities granted by my lord. I am also a master in the psychic domain. Chapter 559, Omega, I'm here to rescue you. Since the full-scale invasion of Randan began, the imperial world of Balsaver had fallen. The brutal Xenos enslaved most of the imperial populace. Among the survivors who fled to other worlds, stories circulated of the Emperor's Death Angel, a majestic, tall warrior, who saved them. He was bald, and with a giant spear, he slew the beastly Xenos, shouting at them, "Quickly, get on the shuttle, I will follow." They never saw that warrior again. On the eastern horizon of Balsaver, in the Hedana suburbs, stood a row of chimneys and cooling towers. Low-voltage power towers supplied immense energy to the silver-white complexes, and the constructs dragged decaying corpses, offering them to their creators. In a tower-shaped building, sloths wrapped in burial shrouds moved around a central cage of great pillars. The great pillars were enveloped by a green energy field, and a tall giant stood within the necrotic energy cage. Omega calmly surveyed his surroundings. He had tried 20 methods, but still couldn't break free from the cage. He didn't try again until he thought of a new approach. The necrotic slime could cause considerable damage even to his naturally transcendent body. Once, he had been unconscious for a long time. He watched indifferently as the worm men passed through the pillars, drawing blood from him or cutting off pieces of flesh. Physical pain was much easier to recover from than necrotic pain. Through observation, Omega also understood the Xeno's purpose: to study him, to enslave him. He saw a worm man approach a pillar, raise a staff, and as evil runes flickered, green light burst simultaneously from the tops of 20 pillars. Omega's body trembled, but he didn't cry out in pain. This was partly because he was completely paralyzed, and partly because he refused to show weakness to the Xenos. The worm man's body suddenly swelled, and to prevent any possible counterattack from Omega, he circled around. A needle pierced Omega's left leg, and blood rushed into the syringe. The sloths had tried using experimental instruments, but any instrument would be destroyed by this human, full of secrets. Feeling a tremor, the clusters of worms quickly retracted. A massive fist slammed heavily onto a worm's body, and dozens of maggots splattered onto the ground. The clusters of worms bent and twisted, retreating with the collected blood. The sloth suddenly swelled, the clusters of worms carrying the syringe leapt before the energy field, and its vocalizer glowed eerily. Omega, surrender. You can't resist much longer. Dream on. Omega said coldly. A dense rustling sound arose, and Omega turned his head to look. He saw restless clusters of worms under the hood, realizing something seemed to have happened. The Imperium is launching a counterattack. Omega didn't hold much hope for the change. He had seen the corpses of Astartes, devoured by the worm men like food. Perhaps only the gene seed Primarchs, spoken of by the populace, could defeat that worm man. He searched among the worm men for that evil figure. At the same time, inside the Wenquan shadow, which had warped into the real world, Ning Lu returned to the real world after receiving the sloth sacrificed by Howard Fend and the Bone Eater arms sacrificed by Ramsey and others. Upon reaching the bridge, he examined the holographic stratagem. The sloth fleet, as he remembered, was not massive. Ning Lu entrusted the void battle to Luther, Glenn Vorsoto, and Diana Bolin, then called up the Imperial data for Ball Saver. He glanced at the hologram, zooming in on a major southern continent. A series of designations flashed by until a huge urban cluster appeared. Residential areas and manufacturing plants were distributed there, surrounding a central starport. Hidana. Augur matrix scan results show that the city has no life signs, it's a dead city. Ning Lu raised his hand, tapping the power plant area 120 kilometers north of the spaceport. Prepare for teleportation. Parameters set. Localization error 1 kilometer, non-lethal materialization success rate 95%. Summon the chief apothecary in Galan Serac. Although the Imperial world had undergone inevitable destructive changes after the sloth occupation, he remembered Alfarius leading his squad to successfully complete a covert teleportation. Omega, I'm here to rescue you. Ning Lu gazed at the area below. He knew that among the many sloths, there was a Primarch-level powerhouse beyond a destroyer. He defeated the grown Alfarius in an instant. He knocked away Alfarius's Surisanata twin blades, which decades later would be known as the Pale Spear. Librarian Kurul sacrificed his life to unleash psychic energy, stalling the sloth for a moment, and Alfarius seized the opportunity to throw an armor-piercing grenade, detonating it from within to kill it. Aside from Talos, only on the Randan homeworld might one encounter stronger sloths. As Ning Lu pondered, Mikkel and Galan arrived on the bridge. After they saluted, the Gene Seed Primarch sent a thought pulse to Mikkel with a flick of his mind. Your mission is to obtain the sloth's experimental data and biological samples. Mikkel bowed slightly to the Black Emperor, indicating he had received the order. The combined fleet, with absolute naval superiority, crushed 5 disc-shaped sloth warships and the Randan warships bristling with spikes and flails. A calm beat in Arsena Dunn's ear chirped. He pressed it to listen, then reported. Based on Ball Saver's planetary curvature calculations, we are expected to enter the theoretical maximum teleportation range of the target location in 1 minute. Ning Lu nodded slightly, leading Luther and the 11 other chosen individuals onto the teleportation platform. The light of the teleporter rapidly intensified, becoming blindingly bright, then the platform's runes lit up. Ball Saver, northern suburbs of Hidana, a dazzling light flared. The materialized individuals were 5 meters above the ground, and the flashing light immediately drew the attention of the surrounding constructs, which moved in teams of 3 to 5. Metal clashed against concrete, emitting a series of clattering sounds. Gulan looked down at the numerous constructs. He had seen their broken limbs in the laboratory, but this was the first time he had seen their complete forms. Their lower bodies consisted of 3 flexible metal legs, ending in sharp spikes, moving with an elusive and hurried speed. The upper part seamlessly connected to a pale, stem-like fleshy body, with a bestial, fanged maw in its center, surrounded by whipping tendrils. Upon identifying the threat, 1 or 2 from each team charged straight over, while the rest raised their arms, and their internal devices fired green necrotic beams, wildly sweeping. The others dodged, but Gulan was slightly slower, and a beam struck his chest directly. Golden flames shot forth, colliding with the green beam. Amidst the explosive roar, Gulan landed, only to see Lord Ning Lu swiftly darting past, his golden wings flapping behind him. Golden flames rained down, and construct after construct turned to ash in the inferno. Gulan's eyes twitched. He saw dazzling emerald energy beams sweeping through the surroundings, vaporizing entire blocks of concrete. The concrete blocks above lost their support and fell in large sections. Lord Ning Lu saved my life. After landing, Gulan's eyes glowed, and he followed the figure in the air, raising his bolter pistol. Bolter rounds entered the fanged maw, penetrating deep into the body. Like a bursting balloon, disgusting slime splattered and crackled. Zahariel and Balsa Kuturi had been informed in advance and sensed the sloth's evil will. They unleashed their psychic powers rapidly and without reservation. Balsa raised his force staff, and lightning struck a construct, its pale, fungus-like flesh exploding, and purple blood vessels bursting. The arc leapt to a second construct, then a third. A series of constructs fell amidst ear-splitting roars. Zahariel awakened terrifying memories, donning the fear mask. Everything around him instantly slowed, and his body continuously flickered between reality and unreality. Reaper constructs, with metal tendrils like pincers at their ends, shot out from both sides, striking at the black figure. Whoosh, 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 all the constructs, attacks missed. They couldn't attack the librarian, who had leapt into the warp. Each time Zahariel leapt back into reality, he left a wound on a construct. Construct after construct fell rapidly. 4 seconds later, fear vision ended, and Zahariel returned to the real world. He looked into the distance. The sloth's evil wills were interconnected, like a man-eating abyss. Chapter 560. The sloth that beat Alfarius helplessly was nothing more than this. Zo-Sahar, the company captain of the 8th Legion, felt as if he had returned to his childhood. When he was in the Terra prison, he would curl up warily in the corner of his cell. At that time, his only joy was to sketch the figure of Lord Ning Lu in a semi-conscious state, based on others' descriptions. He wore power armor and followed Lord Ning Lu's back, charging towards the Xenos. Just like now, Zo-Sahar, following his combat instincts rather than careful calculation, shot a bolt gun round at the Xenos from behind cover, just like Glenn Vorsoto, the chapter master of the Ultramarines, 1st Battle Group. The whipping wind battered his body as he swung his lightning claw, colliding with the metallic tendrils of the construct. A surge of adrenaline caused his pale skin to flush slightly, and the claw master erupted violently. He leapt like a bird of prey, meeting the suddenly opening fanged maw within the construct. The shining electrical field tore apart the construct's sharp fangs along with its maw. I must catch up to Lord Ning Lu. The moment Zo-Sahar landed, he charged forward. Urian Bendreg parried the bony blade of a tentacle with his sword, the piercing shriek drowned out by the rushing wind. He saw the Mark III iron power armor, the Crimson Sun's left shoulder bearing a splash of blood, a skull, and black wings. Is the Claw Master that strong? Zo-Sahar saw 2 disgusting Xenos, tall and robust, nearly 3 meters in height. He had 2 arms, and beneath his dark hooded robe, he seemed to have 2 legs. His hands were entirely masses of maggots, one hand gripping a staff of corrosion, and where a human face should be, there was only a writhing pile of worms. Two purple figures each charged towards a worm man. Lucius, wielding a single sword, charged towards the worm man, the scene of Lord Akarduna being instantly defeated flashing through his mind. The pugilist gripped his longsword with both hands, colliding with full force against the staff wrapped in emerald energy. At the moment of impact, the pugilist was knocked back several steps. The pugilist, far from being afraid, was pleased. Lord Ning Lu had said that sloth varied in strength, and his opponent was still within his handling capacity. The pugilist switched to a one-handed grip on his sword and charged at Sloth. "Your time is up, meat," the Sloth Overseer's Voxcaster spat out in broken but discernible low Gothic, a hissing sound like it was filled with slime and decay. "I will savor your flesh." Emerald energy flashed again, accompanied by a hiss, as a necrotic beam passed over where Lucius had just stood, reducing a section of the wall to dust. The pugilist darted left and right, leaping and rolling, and in an instant, arrived before Sloth. A jarring clang resounded as the staff blocked the ornate blade. "Meat, foolish." Clusters of worms suddenly lunged at the pugilist, necrotic solution crackling, instantly melting his power armor. Just as the Sloth Overseer was about to feast on the uncorrupted, unappetizing flesh, he suddenly realized that the flesh's body had not torn. The pugilist's body had weakened the effect of the supernatural power. He clenched his fist and slammed it into the worm man's head. With a bang, worms fell to the ground. A perfect smile appeared on Lucius's handsome face. Punching heads, surprisingly satisfying. As Lucius pondered, he saw two golden lights descend from the sky, enveloping the worm man before him in amber. "Lord Ning Lu, I offer my lord what he desires, and he will surely be pleased by this. Perhaps I will soon receive the next bestowal of power. But I don't seem to have fully mastered the power of the pugilist. I still prefer using a sword." As Lucius pondered, he couldn't help but look at the other pugilist. Lord Akarduna's reforged armor had already removed the excessive golden decorations that differed greatly from the Emperor's children. If Lord Ning Lu hadn't forbidden it, both he and Akarduna would have engraved the crown, wings, and other symbols of order shadows on their armor. Akarduna's purple armor was intact, Athena was still reforging, he held Timur in his right hand, and from his left fist, dozens of maggots crackled and fell. "Lord Akarduna is still stronger than me. Whether before, or as a pugilist." Lucius clenched his fist and charged towards the next sloth. As Zosahar swept past Akarduna and Lucius, he saw the two golden lights descending from the sky and quickened his pace. Then, he saw Luther, as tall and robust as an Astartes, throw his head back and let out a roar. Zosahar's ears rang, and his steps involuntarily halted. He stared blankly at Luther, who, like a space wolves or a warhound, charged into the worm man. With a bang, he scattered a stunned worm man. Golden light fell from the sky, but Luther did not stop, charging towards another worm man. But that worm man was not stunned like the previous one, he moved swiftly, brandishing his long staff. As soon as Zosahar regained his ability to move, he heard a loud bang. His superhuman senses allowed him to perceive the power of that blow. Luther's strength is so great. The barbarian felt the power surging within him, and he let out a howling mask of excitement, swinging his sword to cleave. The sloth destroyer's malevolent will faltered slightly, then recovered, and he let out an angry, wicked shriek. The barbarian's thoughts paused, his eyes losing focus. Immediately, the barbarian's exceptional psychic strength brought him back to consciousness, and he saw Sloth's staff-wielding arm rapidly retract. His other arm instantly swelled and slapped his chest. The barbarian was sent flying, the slime melting his black ceramic armor, and a series of crackling sounds erupted from his powerful body. The sloth destroyer raised his staff, emerald light shining, he was about to point it at the meat when a greatsword, shining with the light of dawn, swept in. Zosahar saw clearly that Thierry Vieira resheathed his two swords at his waist. As he raised his hand, a glowing two-handed greatsword materialized out of thin air. The Dawn Paladin swung the Sword of Dawn, and each attack was accompanied by a purifying effect. Large clumps of worms splattered and crackled, turning charred upon hitting the ground. A golden light descended from the sky, and amber sealed the wounded sloth destroyer within it. The rescued Luther looked at Thierry with envy. He must have received more power from my lord. I must strive hard, serve my lord, and receive more blessings. As he pondered, he suddenly saw a dozen worm men charging at Thierry and quickly called out a warning. Be careful. The Dawn Paladin, unhurried, plunged the sword of Dawn into the ground before him. The great sword then disintegrated, transforming into countless fragments of dawn-like light. The dense, innumerable fragments formed a shimmering and violent sharp hurricane, sweeping across the surroundings. The terrifying blow, signifying the destruction of the light storm, enveloped all dozen sloth destroyers. The bodies of the sloth destroyers instantly disintegrated, and large clumps of worms were torn to shreds. The Dawn Paladin desperately controlled the center of the light storm's aim. 4 sloth destroyers were instantly torn to shreds along with the slime within them by the overwhelming light fragments, and their evil wills were purified. The Dawn Paladin felt a significant drain on his psychic energy, knowing that he would be unable to conjure the Sword of Dawn again for a short time. He calmly drew the 2 swords from his waist and looked at the descending golden light, which enveloped his offering to the Black Emperor. Zoe passed through amber prisons one by one, finally seeing the figure of Lord Ning Lu. He was about to rush forward to fight alongside his lord. Suddenly, a cloaked worm man emerged from the shadows, clinging to the ground. The Claw Master angrily swung his arms, his lightning claw screeching as it collided with the staff wrapped in emerald energy. In the crisp clash, the force field shattered, and both lightning claws broke. Zoe eyes were filled with shock. The worm man they were fighting was actually that strong. Zoe was thrown backward. He saw the Xeno's strange weapon aimed at him. He knew that evil energy could penetrate his power armor. Zoe sighed with a hint of regret, then a silver-white light suddenly lit up in his eyes. He widened his eyes, watching Lord Ning Lu in front of him, his sword spinning, piercing through the worm man's body. Lord Ning Lu then raised his left arm, his power fist flashing with light again and again, and the worm man was bound in an amber prison. The crimson necklace wrapped around Ning Lu's right pinky finger glowed, and his psychic energy rapidly recovered. He had captured a total of 52 sloth using imprisonment. Ning Lu felt his psychic energy recover and turned his gaze to the approaching sloth. Maintaining the 3rd layer of the Thelema mindset, he could still perceive a powerful and evil will. Ning Lu raised his arm, and both the twin-linked bolt gun and the plasma gun crafted by Perturabo roared simultaneously. Bolter fire thundered, and plasma beams flashed. 2 maggots fell to the ground, their wounds instantly healing. Ning Lu's golden wings flapped, and Sloth moved with him. The Corruption Baron's left arm swelled, his waist and back twisted, and his arm swung out, delivering a punch like a cannonball. Boom! The collision of fist and staff produced an explosive sound that made even the Astartes' ears ache slightly. The result was immediate upon impact. The staff pushed Sloth backward. The sloth that struck down Alfarius's pale spear with one blow is nothing more than this. The Corruption Baron took one step and was in front of Sloth. Sloth dared not directly confront the black-armored giant again. The maggots writhed, and his arm instantly swelled. The Corruption Baron's eyes flashed, and Sloth's arm immediately twisted. The necrotic staff, originally aimed at Ning Lu's side ribs, slammed into his abdomen. The Corruption Baron originally intended to distort and cause the attacking arm to contract. The powerful sloth was not entirely driven by Beander abilities, but merely had its direction distorted. The Corruption Baron flicked his wrist, and the tip of his sword pointed at the staff. Sloth felt his arm lose control, and seeing the sword tip coming, he dared not resist. The worms on his body shook, and the staff rapidly retracted. Then, he saw the glowing gauntlet raise, and he quickly retreated. Sloth then saw the gauntlet strike the ground, yet it strangely made no sound. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly flew rapidly forward. The Corruption Baron, through a punch, injected the bursting psychic energy into the ground, outlining a circle. As he stood up, the geometry figure, pulled by psychic energy, was rapidly dragged before him. A dazzling blue-white light instantly erupted, and Sloth hastily blocked. Amidst the booming collisions, Sloth felt unusually uncomfortable. He felt as if he had lost control of his body, his worm arms constantly slipping. What made him feel even more bizarre was that no matter how he moved, he couldn't increase the distance from the black armored giant. His strength was also too far from the giant's. With each impact, worms were destroyed by the force. The space for him to extend and retract became smaller and smaller, confined within a narrow space by an invisible prison. The corruption baron's psychic energy burst forth, and the rotating, geometric, ring prevented Sloth from retreating. Distortion restricted the worm's ability to extend and retract, making Sloth like a training servitor controlled by a program. In a series of explosive sounds, Sloth's worm arms burst, and the necrotic staff crashed to the ground. The sword tip turned, and blue-white specks of light, like stars, exploded within Sloth's body. Ning Lu raised his power fist and pushed forward. Extremely viscous transparent liquid flowed, layer upon layer, enveloping the clumps of worms. Ning Lu gazed at Sloth in the amber prison and curled his lips. The sloth that beat Alfarius helplessly was nothing more than this. Chapter 561 Seeking monthly votes for triple update. Omega, you are a gene seed Primarch, I should personally escort you back. After restraining Sloth, Ning Lu left Thierry Vieira in temporary charge, then led the remaining 10 men into Sloth's building. Inside the silver-white building, the stench of decaying corpses assailed them. Chief Apothecary Mikel gestured to Galan Serac, the apothecary of the Warhound, and the two headed towards the experimental facilities containing worm men of various sizes. All experimental data and biological samples had to be taken away. Ning Lu led the other 8 men past piles of rotting bodies and strange cables, walking towards the central pillar, where a tall and mighty figure stood within a shimmering emerald-green force field. Omega, who had not yet mastered his own power like Alfarius, had not compressed his height to the Astartes range. His build was similar to Thierry's. Ning Lu could barely make out the leaping serpent adorning the Baroque-style armor. Mucus residue and charred maggots on the ground indicated that these were the results of Sloth taking experimental materials. Ning Lu raised Val's sword, its bloody chain having already refilled his spirit. Val's sword is an item, the necrotic scepter is also an item. Val's sword is equivalent to the necrotic scepter. Change the concept, transformed the sword into the necrotic scepter's blade, which, wreathed in green ghostly light, swiftly struck the pillar. Amidst a series of harsh explosions, Omega leapt out, his back, arms, and other areas torn by the emerald energy. His Baroque-style armor was almost completely ruined, and a flicker of pain crossed Omega's eyes. His body hunched for a moment, but he quickly straightened himself. I am Omega. Thank you for your help. Omega's voice was deep and, strangely, without an accent. His gaze lingered on the warriors behind Ning Lu, who were clad in black pottery, purple, blue, and blue-white armor. Astartes, his gaze returned to the black-armored giant, and his innate high-level reasoning ability made him state with certainty, Gene Seed Primarchs. They are even more powerful than described in the legends of this world. Were you also created by the Emperor? Zoshar looked at the rescued person in astonishment, a thought flashing through his mind. He is also a Gene Seed Primarch. After I crawled out of the damaged device, I realized that it was unlikely I was born through natural gestation, Omega explained. The world where I was born was once inhabited, but its civilization had perished. I was alone until pirates landed, intending to scavenge the ruins, and only then was I able to venture into the star system and escape. I used the ship's navigation charts to make short warp jumps, gradually finding a route to human-inhabited star systems. Omega looked at the black-armored giant, who was sheathing his sword, and continued, I heard rumors of the Imperium and the Emperor. Based on those stories, I was certain that he was my creator. I arrived here hoping to find answers, but as soon as I set foot on this planet, the invasion began. Zoshar's conjecture was confirmed, and he couldn't help but glance at the magnificent figure of Lord Ning Lu. The worm men captured a Gene Seed Primarch, but Lord Ning Lu rescued him. Lord Ning Lu is indeed a paragon among Primarchs. Ning Lu keenly sensed the fervent gaze of reverence from behind him, coming from Zhou Sahar. Zhou Sahar has already been corrupted. Much faster than I expected. Ning Lu watched Omega, the thought flashing through his mind. Omega is equivalent to a high sequence. My corrosion ability cannot corrupt him. His thoughts shifted, and he considered another possibility. Defeating him might allow him to be bound in the 7th layer of the Nation of Disorder, providing energy like sloth. However, Alpha excels at intelligence, and there is a supernatural connection between Alpharius and Omega. Although the Nation of Disorder would block it, there would still be traces when used. Huang Laohan can also vaguely sense the locations of the Primarchs, and if the missing other half is never found, a trace might lead back to me. Ning Lu's gaze fell on the tattered Baroque-style armor, and he said with a smile. Omega, your guess is correct. I know you still have many doubts and questions, and you will get your answers. But you have suffered too much torment and need healing and recovery. My chief apothecary will provide you with assistance. After 20 blood samples were placed into pre-prepared stasis coffins, along with 6 tissue samples, filling his backpack, Mikkel heard the Primarch mention him. Mikkel immediately came to the Black Emperor's side, understanding his meaning. The Black Emperor wanted more biological samples, and treatment was the most natural opportunity. Good, Omega walked towards Mikkel. I hope to speak with you in detail as soon as possible. After Galan's backpack was full, he also came over excitedly. Treating a Gene Seed Primarch was a good opportunity to improve his skills. Ning Lu then said to the other 8, search the surroundings. He left Jushin's spear in the laboratory, then found an opportunity to move all of Sloth to the Nation of Disorder, imprisoning him in the 7th layer of space with ropes formed by the threads of rules. Ning Lu gazed at the struggling masses of worms around him. The number of sloths exceeds 100, increasing the speed of making worm charms by more than double. His gaze finally fell on the unrestrained, Primarch-level sloth. Ning Lu could not be sure if the 7th layer of the Nation of Disorder could restrain him. He was now going to conduct an experiment to verify his conjecture. If successful, he would be able to implement his idea of bringing the Star God Shard of the Silent Tier here. The Battle of Talos, with Lion and the other 3 Primarchs, was still in an extremely bad situation. He had to prepare in advance. Sloth suppressed psychic abilities, rendering warp and related methods ineffective against them. Since Huang Laohan won by relying on the Void Dragon Shard, he also had to approach it from this aspect. But he would not release the cage binding the Silent Tear, to prevent the Star God Shard from escaping. Ning Lu had to ensure that he could use the power within the cage. The Baron of Corruption's eyes were deep, his consciousness spread, and threads were driven by his will, wrapping around the amber. The Baron of Corruption felt an invisible barrier. With a thought, black mist surged, enveloping the threads. Ning Lu saw the threads enveloped in black mist penetrate the amber without hindrance, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, the Justiciar pathway also belongs to the Nation of Disorder, and will not reject powers of a higher rank or different aspects of order. Ning Lu took out a prepared charm made of twin gold, shaped like a crown, black wings, and a symbolic spike. The Baron of Corruption's thoughts stirred, a rustling sound arose, and black mist surged, enveloping the charm. After more than 10 breaths, the charm had several worm patterns on it. As a Gene Seed Primarch, and having obtained certain permissions of the Nation of Disorder, I don't need to pray to the Black Emperor myself. By responding to myself, I can complete the creation of the charm. The success of the experiment also means that my plan can proceed. Ning Lu's thoughts moved, and he immediately returned to the real world. 3 days later, the Wangquan Shadow set sail alone. The combined fleet was responsible for clearing out the remaining forces in the star system, and 5 appraisers, with 20 tech sergeants, were studying the Sloth spacecraft. 10 beast tamers remained on Bal Saver, excavating data. Ning Lu spent 2 hours introducing Omega to various aspects of the Imperium. He spoke to another Gene Seed Primarch with an almost perfect memory and superhuman insight into important details. Most of the time, he didn't need to finish, the concepts he expounded would be understood by him. 2 hours later, Omega, who had changed into a ceremonial armor, gratefully said to Ning Lu. Ning Lu, I thank you again. Without your rescue, I don't know how long I would have been imprisoned. No need to be polite. Ning Lu nodded slightly, thinking to himself. I know, over 10 years. I will send you back to Terra. Omega's eyes gleamed, he wanted to return to Holy Terra as soon as possible, he wanted to see his creator. He suppressed his excitement and humbly said, Thank you for your help, but I heard that you are commanding the war against the Xenos, and you shouldn't delay your time for me. No, Omega, you are a Gene Seed Primarch, I should personally escort you back. I cannot express my gratitude, Ning Lu. Omega's deep voice overflowed with gratitude. Ning Lu thought to himself, this is exactly why I'm leaving the front lines. Returning to the solar system, I can then search for the silent tier fragments. Moreover, for the Talos decisive battle, how can there be only one Primarch? Finding a few more helpers will also result in fewer losses. As Arsena Dun escorted Omega to the side hall of the Primarch Palace, Ning Lu sent messages to the already corrupted Zoshar and Galan, instructing them to come to his office in 10 minutes. Then, with a thought, he arrived at the first layer of the Nation of Disorder. He ordered the Space Monkey to prepare the Sleepless and Apothecary potions. The Claw Master's fighting style, the Darkness pathway, was more suitable than the Hanged Man pathway. Furthermore, Nerit Kiran and Alistair Rocha of the 19th Legion had already been selected by him for the Hanged Man pathway. Ning Lu's plan for the Butcher's Nails also made the Paragon pathway very suitable for Galan. However, considering that this pathway already had too many talents, and after Huang Laohan found Angron, he would have Akan Land examine whether the Butcher's Nails could be removed. Akan would provide Galan with the perspective and information of the Paragon pathway. A moment later, Galan and Zoshar arrived at the Primarch office together. Having obtained Omega's body samples and personally healed the Gene Seed Primarch, Galan felt that his knowledge had greatly improved. He was saved by Lord Ning Lu and witnessed the huge gap between the Lord and the newly recovered Primarch Omega. When he saw the potion in front of him, he didn't hesitate at all. The Sleepless and the Apothecary knelt together. Thank you for your bestowal, Lord. We are willing to follow in your footsteps. Whatever you command, we shall obey. Ning Lu drew Val's sword, which, after changing the concept into a knight's sword, he rested on their shoulders. I accept your fealty. Chapter 562, First Voyage Through the Maelstrom, Overly Cautious Reaction. 868. M30. Limit Star Territory, the Maelstrom. On the bridge of the Radiance, Wilshire stood before the holographic tactical table. Entering the Maelstrom was a new experience, even on its fringes, they felt the strangeness of the area. The real world, influenced by the warp, flickered in and out of existence. The number of officers tasked with communication had doubled. The Mimic Chamber, unique to the Order Shadows and the Iron Hands, was affected. Contact ships from the storeroom were dispatched. Contact Ship A1, proceed to Sector A59 and establish contact with the Song of Shadows. Quote. Contact Ship C5, report information on the Sun Shadow. Wilshire's superhuman hearing took in all the chaotic information. This operation is also an accumulation of experience. Perhaps in the future, the Legion will face similar situations. He gazed at the holographic star chart, where black and iron-gray runes occasionally flickered out of existence. Sometimes, runes would suddenly jump into view, but only as blurry points of light. A beeping hum suddenly sounded in Wilshire's helmet comms. Runes jumped up, coming from his Legion's chief navigator. Since entering the Maelstrom, he had never left the navigator's sanctum. Nor would anyone be foolish enough to enter the navigator's sanctum at this time. Being exposed to a navigator's gifted eyes and becoming a lunatic, or even dying, was already the best outcome. After Wilshire connected, the voice of the Othello family's navigator, Othello, sounded. Lord of Light, I have good news to report to you. My family's navigators and I have observed a common anomaly that will occur in 3, or perhaps 4, days. Please forgive me, I cannot quantify the exact time here. We call it the Malix wind. At that time, there will be an area like a warp rift, a calm sea breeze by warp standards. We can ride this wind and waves to Tovenus. What are the risks? Esteemed Lord, Othello chuckled, there are always risks. The calm space within the Malix wind might ground the ship for days, perhaps weeks, and there's always a chance of it being permanent. However, the Othello family's experience shows that the situation usually doesn't get that bad, and it shouldn't be your primary concern. The most common occurrences are fluctuations in the Geller field, and crew members going insane. He said, with a hint of helplessness and pride. They don't possess the firm will of the Astartes and us, they will be affected by the tides and lose their minds. I understand. Plan the course. Wilshire ended the communication and immediately began to formulate a plan in his mind to deal with potential threats after 3 or 4 ship standard cycles. He had obtained some forbidden Imperial truth knowledge from the data crystal given to him by the Black Emperor. Knowledge that violated the Imperial truth. In the warp, there were Chaos Devils. Chief Communications Officer. At Wilshire's summons, an attendant walked over from the center of the noisy area. My lord. Wilshire nodded slightly. Dispatch contact ships to ensure all vessels, including our allies from the offspring of Quill, understand our travel plan. Yes, my lord. Wilshire then switched communication channels and issued orders to the Legion's librarian. Assign all members of the Royal Court and the librarian's area of responsibility to deal with potential threats from devils, warp predators, and uncontrolled crew members. My lord, this won't be difficult for us, the astropath said confidently. Upon entering this area, our psychic powers are amplified, even the scribes can perform astropathic communication. As long as your orders aren't overly complex, I can relay them to other ships. Maintain your Thelema mindset during communication, Wilshire reminded, then ended the call. 4 ship standard cycles later, Wilshire did not frequently glance at the hanging clock like the servants. The timer in his helmet reminded him of the time, only 42 standard minutes remained until the end of the day. Wilshire clasped his hands together and inverted them, silently praying in his heart. May my Lord bless us. After repeating it 11 times, he unclasped his hands, and at the same time, the voice of the chief navigator sounded in his communication helmet. My lord, the Malix wind has risen. Requesting warp jump. Granted. Wilshire said decisively, simultaneously switching to the Legion's communication channel. Alert. The Black and Grey Rock warships cautiously began to increase their warp engine power. The ethereal light, visible only to psychers, was clearly apparent, but all ship portholes were lowered, and no one witnessed it. On the lower deck, the laborer Jorlington sat on a crate, feeling his oil-stained pocket. His last ration card was gone. He angrily smashed the can on the ground, a few drops of unpoured oil mixed with green liquid splattered out. Jorlington immediately pounced like a mad dog, licking the liquor from the deck. 10 seconds later, his fist slammed hard on the deck. Damn it, why can those officers and Astartes drink fine wine? Jorlington didn't know who could drink on this ship, he was just making assumptions based on what he'd heard from others. He had just gotten up from the ground when his movements suddenly stiffened. A cacophony of sounds filled his ears. He looked around in panic but saw no one. He suddenly stopped, and a look of madness gradually appeared in his eyes. Yes, yes. If they don't give it to me, I'll take it. Jorlington grabbed the wrench from the crate. In 2 steps, he reached a copper pipe and, with 2 bangs, broke it. A wave of heat rushed over him, soaking his thin clothes. Damn it. Jorlington trembled in pain, but thinking of the wine, he immediately shook his head, disregarding the burns on his body. He quickly walked towards the direction of the ration warehouse. After walking dozens of steps, he suddenly saw a man covered in oil stains, holding a rusty box, sucking from it in small sips, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. That was the expression he made when he drank wine. Mine! Jorlington roared, and the laborer trembled, looking up in surprise. The copper pipe slammed hard into the laborer's face, again and again. Jorlington dropped the wrench, grabbed the lunchbox, and looked inside. Damn it! Upon seeing the green color, he recognized it as the porridge boiled in the ship's large pot. Jorlington picked up the wrench and smashed it hard on the back of the laborer's head. Paw! He spat, walked 2 steps forward, then suddenly turned back and fumbled through the blood-splattered body. A moment later, he pulled out 4 yellow cards. That was 2 days' wages for the lower deck workers, enough for them to live for 4 days. Although he heard the elders say that this treatment already exceeded most other Legion Void crew members, Jorlington was always dissatisfied. He wanted wine, a lot of wine. Jorlington's eyes lit up. Kill 24 more people, and I can buy a bottle of wine. A hissing sound echoed in his ears again. He clapped his hands sharply. Right, why buy it? Kill that fat pig, and it's all mine. Kill them all, kill them all. Jorlington shouted excitedly. He killed 7 more laborers, replacing the copper pipe with a dagger. As he walked towards the 9th laborer, that person suddenly looked up, saw Jorlington, covered in blood, and immediately let out a loud shout, taking off running. Die! In the center of the deck, a light supplicant, hearing the report from the deck enforcers, immediately rushed over. Sir, the enforcer exclaimed, quickly chasing after him. He didn't know why this adjutant had come to the lower deck, and in such a hurry. This was originally the responsibility of the enforcers. The light supplicant, 3 seconds later, passed through the winding areas and found the blood-soaked laborer wielding a wrench. The light supplicant, remembering the Lord's instructions, dared not delay. 2 small sun-like lights suddenly flared in his eyes. Like the light of the midday sun, it suddenly illuminated the dim deck, temporarily blinding the 2 fleeing laborers. The light supplicant, seeing that the sunlight did not purify the enemy, suddenly had a flash of insight. Could it be that I overestimated him? He did not approach, cautiously drawing his archaeological handgun. A flash of stellar light, and the laborer's body was instantly vaporized. Well, I really did overestimate him. The light supplicant gave a self-deprecating smile. His reaction was overly cautious. At the same moment, on the Song of Shadows, 2nd Company Commander Olivier, who had rushed to the upper deck. He also raised his archaeological handgun, firing a beam of light, collected from a planetary radiation layer, at the monster with its tongue pressed to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Blood mist surged, but the devil possessing the body did not fall. The solar high priest spread his arms, as if to embrace the other party. A sacred, descending, clear, brilliant, pure, and warm light struck the devil's head. The devil let out an angry roar, rapidly dissipating in the summon holy light. Chapter 563, a sentient spaceship that likes to listen to songs, signing a singing contract. In the Tovandis sector, black and gray rock-colored ships emerged from the light. On the bridge of the Radiance, Wilshire walked to the holographic stratageum table. Auspex, maximum power. The energy of the Anathema-class reactor was reallocated, and the scanning arrays repeatedly provided feedback. As the entire sector became clearer, the surrounding screens lit up one by one. Wilshire looked up at the largest screen, which displayed an enlarged scan. His target, the Kill Song, a ship from the dark age of technology. Its appearance was completely different from the Gothic ships of the Imperium. The Kill Song was ancient and minimalist in style, its exterior seemingly composed of silver armor and glowing windows. Wilshire opened his helmet's comms and assigned tasks. Sound Array Master, the Kill Song has extremely high cognitive abilities. Send a communication request and try to persuade it. Librarian, contact Zadkiel immediately. He is to devise an interception plan and a boarding plan for myself and the Honor Guard. Tell Winterborn that his first company is to proceed to the surface of Tovandis to investigate the heretical corruption of the local populace. Upon receiving the librarian's report, Zadkiel immediately sprang into action. The lawyer had already, during the journey, made 5 company captains and their lieutenants devout followers. He was certain he had become a true lawyer, and after helping Wilshire acquire the ship, he would surely receive another boon from Lord Ning Lu. With the coordination of the liaison ships and the librarian, Zadkiel's plan was implemented. Capital ships were dispersed around the planet Tovandis, like roadblocks. 116 frigates and destroyers were scattered among them, ready to initiate interception if the target attempted to escape. Zadkiel's fleet flew in orbit on the outermost perimeter, serving as the final line of defense. Tovandis had not developed interstellar travel capabilities, so the first company's fleet reached orbit without any hindrance. Shadow Stormbirds flew out from the Sun Shadow and other vessels, silently heading towards the surface. On the bridge of the Radiance, Wilshire stood before the observation window, gazing at the kill song. Silver-white aircraft, distinct from those of the Imperium, flew out from the kill song and made contact with the black liaison ships. Wilshire waited patiently until his helmet comms crackled. "My lord, it took some time for me to understand what that ship was conveying. It seemed to say, the sound array master's tone was uncertain, don't disturb it while it's listening to music." Wilshire was momentarily stunned, he hadn't expected such a reply. My lord had mentioned in the data crystal that the kill song came to this world on its own. He also mentioned that most of the heretical worshippers in this world believe in the chaos god Slaanesh. One aspect of Slaanesh is the god of pleasure and art, fond of songs. Kill song. It seems to match. Play any songs you can find on a loop, Wilshire thought of the many bards under his command. He immediately ordered his captain of the guard, compile a list of all Order Shadows in the battle group who are skilled in singing. Finally, he instructed the librarian to send a message to Winterborn to verify if the Chaos cultists on Tovandis were connected to songs. Winterborn's Shadow Stormbird landed 35 kilometers east of the area with the highest life signs detected by the Augur Matrix scan. Stepping out of the Stormbird, Winterborn looked around. In the basin, ancient towering trees stood, and a winding river flowed like a silk ribbon. A beautiful world. After admiring it, Winterborn became even more vigilant. Leaving a lieutenant to lead 2 squads to guard and protect the aircraft, he led the remaining honor guard forward. After crossing 6 hills, a thin mist rose, hanging on the verdant trees. The Order shadows strode forward, like dissonant figures intruding upon a beautiful oil painting. "Alert!" Winterborn shouted loudly, as he glimpsed 6 figures approaching from a distance. Their movement was extremely strange. Wrapped in silk, they moved with a sideways gait, their knees and ankles bent at odd angles, like reptiles. They advanced in a bizarre manner, yet their speed was exceptionally swift. The golden light in the solar high priest's eyes brightened, and he immediately saw the bodies beneath the silk. Horns curved backward, long tails erect, and long tongues flicking out. Slaanesh devils. Solar holy water. Having encountered Slaanesh devils not long ago, he knew how to deal with these creatures. 6 light supplicants drew golden bottles from their waists and threw them forcefully. Accompanied by explosions, the Slaanesh devils let out shrill screams. The solar high priest raised his hand, and golden, ethereal flames ignited in the air. The flames exuded the majestic and pervasive aura of the sun, pure and sacred. The twisted bodies of the Slaanesh devils burned down like candles into drops of liquid, disappearing amidst unwilling howls. Winterborn led his team onward, receiving reports filled with static through his helmet comms. Some supernatural force was interfering with communication signals. As he continued, he encountered no more Slaanesh devils, and beautiful singing gradually seeped into his ears. Reaching the edge of the dense forest, he surveyed the front, seeing a translucent, viscous creature covering the purple rooftops of the buildings. Its surface was gelatinous, covered with countless unblinking eyes. Like some giant parasite, it occupied the rooftops of a series of houses, with a diameter of several hundred meters. Its boundaries were fluid, constantly moving and oozing pus. 6 colossal tendrils hung down from the massive, amorphous body like writhing tentacles, and the air was filled with absurdly disgusting hissing sounds. Winterborn's gaze followed the tendrils downward, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw each tendril wrapped around a person, their bones creaking, slowly shattering in torment. The slime corroded their faces, and their eyes, ears, noses, and other organs rapidly disappeared. Yet, the 3 men and 3 women simultaneously wore smiles of both pain and eerie satisfaction, as if enjoying it. The surrounding people knelt on the ground, devoutly and fanatically chanting beautiful songs. The beautiful melody contrasted sharply with the cruel torture. A flicker of anger crossed Winterborn's eyes. The Tovandis people are beyond salvation. Attack! Boltgun roared open fire, blasting the heretics into pools of blood mist. Golden light ignited in the solar high priest's eyes, and the sun expanded. A sacred, descending, clear and brilliant light, radiating pure warmth. Summon holy light, tore a hole tens of meters in diameter in the body of the Slaanesh devil. Countless dense eyes on the gelatinous body simultaneously fixed on Winterborn. The solar high priest felt an itchy sensation all over, as if he was being targeted by a malevolent supernatural being. The tendril-like tentacles curved and twisted, spreading towards him. Golden light flashed in the solar high priest's eyes, and he recited in Dun language, "Holy fire." The archaeological handgun was raised and fired, and the pure light, under the effect of sacred vow, transformed into a pure golden beam. Bang, bang, bang. 3 tendril-like tentacles erupted in golden flames, rapidly disappearing in the golden light. The solar high priest gripped his thunder hammer, and the blue force field rapidly turned golden. The solar high priest strode forward, swinging his golden great hammer. Bang, bang, bang. The great hammer smashed left and right, and the cleansing strike successively cut through the tendril-like tentacles. Winterborn continued forward, seeing chaos cultists charging madly, weapons in hand. He shook his head slightly, watching them coldly as they were torn apart by bolter fire. The Order shadows strode forward, their black armor growing heavier, as if enveloped in slime. Concentrate, the solar high priest commanded, and golden light pulsed, covering the surroundings. The viscous sensation rapidly disappeared within the solar halo. Solar holy water. The solar high priest raised his hand, and dozens of drops of golden liquid materialized, sprinkling onto the monster along with the solar holy water, thrown by the light supplicants, which they had prepared in advance. The Slaanesh devil let out a pained shriek, its gelatinous body seemed to melt, rapidly disappearing in the light. The Slaanesh devil, curled into a ball, was only a tenth of its previous size. The solar high priest reinserted his weapon into his waist, and his hands danced, igniting golden, ethereal flames in the air. The flames, exuding the majestic and pervasive aura of the sun, densely formed an ocean. Pure and sacred, they covered the Slaanesh devil like a net. Amidst unwilling roars, the Slaanesh devil rapidly vanished in the light of fire. 4 hours later, the Shadow Stormbird rapidly ascended. Winterborn's compiled information grew, and he established a communication link with the Lord of Light to begin his report. Wilshire listened to Winterborn's report. All 15 detachments had witnessed Slaanesh devils and the chaos cultists who worshipped them. After 4 seconds of silence, he issued an order. Eradicate Tovandis. Prepare the aircraft. I will lead 200 of the battle group's best singers to the kill song. Maintain speed, and each Stormbird is to play a selection of songs. Black Stormbirds emerged from the various warships, and the best singers from the 2nd Battle Group's companies gathered in the void. The kill song's speed orbiting Tovandis suddenly accelerated, like a silver-white steed streaking through the purple starlight. Ship after ship arranged themselves in attack formation in high synchronous orbit. Thousands of weapons aimed at the planet's surface below. Bombardment cannons, energy weapons, kinetic weapons. The multiple sonic booms caused by hypersonic bolter rounds drowned out the lingering songs on the surface, replaced by deafening roars. Lances of light pierced through the illusory weapons, and dazzling vertical beams twisted and slammed into the surface. Lava bombs rained down from the sky, flattening verdant peaks like hammers. Blinding energy weapons cast scorching trails, tearing through the twilight mist. The silver-white ship rotated, and its weapons turned one by one. The Order Shadow's fleet diverted energy, maintaining their void shields at maximum power. The kill song did not open fire. An standard hour later, it slowed down, then turned and approached the Stormbird formation it had previously avoided. Inside a Stormbird, Wilshire smiled. His method had succeeded. As the songs of Tovandis gradually subsided, the kill song would naturally be drawn to his song matrix. My lord, the kill song has revealed its flight platform. It seems to be inviting us in. Land, Wilshire commanded. 2 standard hours later, Wilshire led his team into the ship's interior amidst the singing. He noticed that the walls were composed of polished chrome surfaces and fluorescent strips, each curved wall smooth and flawless. The floor was bright silver, and the walls were covered with mirror-bright metal. Every corridor and doorway they passed through was circular, and blank readout screens were everywhere. All these screens and the luminous strips on the ceiling continuously emitted an even light. Despite its age, its condition was remarkably well maintained by internal machinery, bright and clean, even cleaner than Imperial vessels. Wilshire did not proceed to the bridge. Instead, he went directly to the ship's core, as instructed by the Black Emperor. After passing through 2 decks, a piercing whooshing sound suddenly erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silver-white disc-shaped metal objects, with 2 cannons mounted on their sides. Shiny drones, with a cannon hanging below. Wilshire raised a hand, and 200 bards sang out loudly. Deep melodies and magnetic rhythms echoed through the deck. The flying saucers and drones dispersed with the rhythm, and the team proceeded to the ship's core. Towering, gray-black memory stacks, like skyscrapers, encircled the entire plaza. The surface of each structure bore faint light ripples, and the wide, circular, dimly lit stone field was covered with slender lights forming complex geometric shapes. Swirling patterns decomposed and reassembled with the ship's thoughts. Wilshire signaled the music to stop, and he shouted, "I have a proposition." As the singing ceased, countless aircraft whizzed in. Wilshire's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "Sign a contract with me, and you will hear the songs we sing for you every moment." Wilshire waited for 15 seconds, still receiving no response. He took off his helmet, recalling the Viking war songs sung in the Terra Morval hive city where he was born. Vikings go forth to foreign lands. Men of the north set out. On the king's ship, warriors stand side by side, ready for battle. The rousing war song rang out, and the surrounding order shadows stamped their feet to the rhythm of the song. The majestic song played like thunder, echoing in the ship's core. The song ended, and the sound lingered in the plaza for a long time. A minute later, the sound gradually subsided, and a sound array, with an approving emotion, as if a person were speaking, began. "I am willing to sign a contract with you." The notary pulled out the parchment he had prepared, writing the contract in Dun language and Gothic on both sides. Contract between Wilshire and the Kill Song. Obligations: to continuously sing for the Kill Song. Rights: the Kill Song shall serve the Order Shadow's 2nd battle group, including void combat, repelling boarding actions. Silver light shone on the contract, and then with a rumbling sound, a silver-white arm extended from the gray building, signing simultaneously with Wilshire. After the notary signed in approval, he felt a subtle yet invisible connection form between the parchment in his hand and himself. Chapter 564, 3rd update, begging for monthly votes. Gilliman, prepare the stretcher team. In the 4th spatial layer of the disordered country, Ning Lu thought to himself after hearing Wilshire's report. I didn't expect the Kill Song's AI to be quite human-like, actually enjoying music. Wilshire's handling was very effective. He seized upon its hobby. Once the contract is signed, it cannot be violated. A contract, established by a notary, cannot be violated by a Sequence 5, and even a Sequence 4 demigod attempting to forcefully breach it would pay a considerable price. Although the Kill Song's AI is intelligent, it clearly does not exceed the Sequence 5 level and will be bound by the contract. Ning Luo's thoughts shifted, and he returned to the real world. The communication bead in his ear buzzed, and upon connecting, Arsena Dun's voice came through. My lord, we have reached Terra's orbit. The hand imprinter has prepared a welcoming ceremony for you and Lord Omega. The black Skyhawk shuttle slowly descended onto the landing pad of the Lion's Gate starport. Servitor skulls adorned with streamers, and an array of sounds synthesized. Lord Ning Luo, the Gene Seed Primarch of the Order Shadows, the King of Vostronia, the ruler of the Tricon system. Welcome, Lord Ning Lu, son of the Emperor, Gene Seed Primarch of the 11th Legion, has come to be among you. Praise be, Lord Ning Lu, who saved his brother Omega from the hands of evil Xenos. Quote. The praises for Omega also began to sound. Welcome, Lord Omega, son of the Emperor. The Gene Seed Primarch of the 20th Legion, he is the 17th son of the Emperor to return. Upon hearing this, Ning Lu imperceptibly glanced at Alfarius, who held the pale spear, and a smile involuntarily curved his lips. Alfarius, the first Primarch to be recovered, unknown to all. Omega, however, is no longer publicly the last Primarch to be recovered. The 20th Legion, which only made its first public appearance during the Third Randan War, has also been exposed to public view ahead of schedule. Ning Lu remembered that Alfarius, in order to recover Omega and endorse Lian's views on secrecy, sought out Lian, who was commanding the war against the Randan. Before this, the Alphas, under the guise of other Legion Astartes, operated on the Imperium's secret front lines. Ning Lu then thought of the publicly first son to return, Horus Lupercal. Horus, I suppose I helped you save face. Omega met you under Alfarius's name, and you were completely unaware, thinking you had recovered Omega yourself. Yet you didn't know that Alfarius had recovered his brother over 100 years ago. As Ning Lu pondered, his gaze naturally fell upon the unremarkable Astartes in the crowd. He keenly sensed Alfarius's hidden excitement. He was thrilled by the reunion with his twin brother, yet he had to conceal his emotions. Now, Omega is Omega, and Alfarius is Alfarius. Omega's gaze met Alfarius's in the crowd, and in that instant, they both knew the other was their missing half. Omega's body was practically vibrating, but he strenuously suppressed the urge to walk toward his twin brother. With a glance, he understood his twin brother's desire to keep his identity hidden. While excited, Omega also felt uncomfortable. His innate urge for concealment made him unaccustomed to being exposed to so many gazes. Mikado, holding the aquila-headed staff, walked up to Ning Lu and Omega. He spoke reassuringly to Omega, who was uncomfortable being in the public eye. Omega, welcome back to the Imperium. Your father will be pleased by your return. I hope to see him soon, Omega said, his gaze sweeping over his twin brother. You will, Mikado said, adding, I have also prepared a celebration for you. Then, he turned to Ning Lu. I salute you, Ning Lu. You rescued Omega from the Xenos' hands, preventing him from further torment. Boarding the vehicle specially prepared for him, Omega, facing the cheering Imperial citizens lining the streets, had already adapted. He waved to the enthusiastic populace, eliciting a deafening roar of cheers. The vehicle slowly started, streamers fluttering. The Imperial citizens offered Ning Lu a fervent cheer, no less enthusiastic than that for a returning Primarch. Conqueror of Xenos, the evil Xenos will ultimately be purified by Lord Ning Lu. Eternal victor over the enemies of humanity, Lord Ning Lu will surely win the war. Quote. After a long journey, the vehicle stopped in front of the ceremonial hall. Mikado walked to Ning Lu and Omega, and whispered, Ning Lu, preparations are complete. The War Council will convene tomorrow. Ning Lu entered the hall and immediately felt the fervent gazes of the Imperial nobility. Vischer, Othello, and other navigator families had acquired immense wealth and prestige through cooperation with Lord Ning Lu, making many nobles envious. The existence of the Order Shadows allowed the navigator families to respond more effectively in crisis management and many other aspects. The Drake family's position in the Solar Auxiliary Army also became increasingly solidified, with Barton commanding over 10 million auxiliary army troops. Exquisitely prepared dishes by Imperial chefs were served one after another. Ning Lu savored a specialty fruit from an agricultural world. The palace chefs had hollowed out its flesh, leaving only the firm outer shell. They stuffed it with minced beef and fish, seasoned with sea salt and several spices, and roasted it repeatedly over a fire. Ning Lu put a piece of meat into his mouth, the wonderfully fragrant, delicious meat perfectly blended with the sweet and sour taste of the fruit. He picked up a glass of wine, swirled it slightly, and looked at Alpharius, who stood among the guards. His gaze occasionally met Omega's, then quickly separated. After the banquet, Ning Lu noticed that Omega, the protagonist of the feast, had disappeared from everyone's sight. Alpharius and Omega must have found a secluded corner and are eagerly beginning to converse. No one is more familiar with the palace than Alpharius. After discovering a flaw in the palace's defenses, he infiltrated the custodes' defenses. It was only after killing a custodes that he found the guardian's spear handy, and thus grew to like spears as a weapon. The next day, Ning Lu stepped into the Golden Palace for the first time. As he entered the hall, he saw Horus enthusiastically introducing Omega to a poker-faced perturbo. Ning Lu, Russ's irritating voice sounded, "Are the warlock boys failing, and now you need to actively seek help?" Ning Lu took his seat, not even glancing at him. "Do I need to remind you? Your Wolf Lord's achievements are far behind my Reaper Lord's." Russ snorted, "There's a saying on Fenris, the last hunter alive is the winner. I also have something to tell you. Enjoy the last moments of wearing your cloak. I will never lose." Russ's psychic projection glared fiercely at Ning Lu. Ning Lu ignored him, noticing that after the Mars Forge director entered the palace, his gaze behind his faceplate lingered on him for a second. Golden light shone, and the Emperor, accompanied by Constantine Valder, arrived at the meeting. Constantine, seeing Omega's face identical to Alpharius's, couldn't help but recall that scene from many years ago. The first time someone broke through the custodes' defenses and intruded upon his master's landing site. That first lapse in duty was branded in his heart. It meant there was a flaw in his defenses, and someone might threaten his master. "Omega, welcome to our ranks. I hear you're adapting well." Ning Lu understood Huang Laohan's meaning. Omega might be the only Primarch who didn't need others' guidance, as his twin brother Alpharius had taken on that responsibility. "Father." Omega stood up, bowing solemnly again. The Emperor smiled and nodded, signaling Omega to sit down, then looked at Ning Lu. "Ning Lu, you proposed convening a war council to launch a decisive battle against the Xenos. I want to hear your plan." Tax is the Xenos' main base for invading the Imperium, Ning Lu, who was well prepared, replied. He knew Huang Laohan wanted to end the war quickly. Winning the decisive battle will annihilate the Xenos' main force. The remnants in other star systems will only be able to eke out a meager existence. If the Xenos' main force is not defeated, Imperial territories will continue to be attacked, and more humans will be enslaved. The Emperor's eyes glowed golden. "What do you need?" "Over 150,000 Astartes, and 2 Primarchs to assist." The Astartes participating in the Tax decisive battle originally exceeded 300,000. Now, with him initiating the decisive battle nearly a decade early, he needed more support to avoid significant losses for the Order Shadows. At least 150,000 troops from other legions needed to be deployed. As soon as Ning Lu finished speaking, Omega eagerly interjected. "Father, I am willing to assist Ning Lu." He and Alpharius had discussed and reached a consensus that Ning Lu was the best candidate for War Master. This war was a good opportunity for them to express their gratitude and support. "Good." The Emperor nodded in agreement, then his gaze swept over the many Primarchs, seeing Russ's undisguised eagerness, the hidden light beneath Mortarian's mask, Dorn's calm and resolute face, and finally said. "Lien, Robert, assist Ning Lu in defeating the Xenos of Tax." "My lord, your will be done." Ning Lu looked at Lien. "Indeed, Lien, as the original protagonist of the Randan War, you will not be absent." "As you wish." Guilliman saluted Ning Lu. He believed that fighting alongside such a crucial brother of the Indomitable would surely lead to victory. Ning Lu returned a smile, but he knew that Tax's sloth was even more powerful than Ball Savers, and Guilliman clearly couldn't defeat him. "Guilliman, prepare the stretcher team. The honor guard, perhaps." Ning Lu then thought, at least the war plan will be more complete. Moreover, there are 4 Primarchs participating in the Tax decisive battle, perhaps 5. This depends on whether Alpharius and Omega are considered as one entity or 2. One psychic projection after another departed. Ning Luo noticed that only Ferrus Manus had not left. A leaden voice sounded, "Ning Luo, I need to speak with you." Omega glanced at Ferrus and the Mars Forge director, then left with Mikado to attend the welcome celebration prepared for him. The Mars Forge director stood up, his mechanical tentacles swaying, and walked towards Ning Luo. Chapter 565, Mars Holy Invitation. The Mars Forge director's mechanical tendrils swayed, and his sound synthesizer let out a melodic chant. "Let us praise the dual charge and bioelectricity together." His words abruptly stopped as he looked at Ning Lu expectantly. Ning Lu glanced at his red-robed body, where intricate electroplated markings were visible on his exposed arms and torso, and 12 wires wrapped around his head. The current Mars Forge director, having risen from the electro-priesthood, is testing me with a second-tier electrical hymn. The second-tier electrical hymn was a lofty and sacred prayer within the Mechanicus, and he naturally knew it by heart. "And the Omniscia, who ignites the light of reason within us, may we bring his charge to those who convert to his light." The wires hummed with crackling electrical sparks, and the electroplated parts glowed brilliantly. The sound synthesizer's voice carried clear admiration. "Ning Lu, you are indeed blessed by the Omniscia. On behalf of Mars, I officially invite you to accept the doctrines of the Omniscia. Your brother, Ferrus Manus, has already accepted, and we have opened our vaults of knowledge to him." Ning Lu felt Ferrus's silver coin-like eyes on him. Ferrus, who embraced the philosophy of the weakness of flesh, had the most technologically advanced legion among all the legions. In terms of technological capability, Ferrus is first, I am second, Perturabo, who can conduct targeted research and development as needed, is third, Vulcan, who is best at crafting weapons, is fourth, and Magnus, who unearths knowledge and has traveled with Perturabo for a long time, is fifth. Lion, who obtained Huang Laohan's forbidden weapons, is similar to me and Ferrus in this regard. Mars was vast, possessing the most technology in the Imperium of man. Huang Laohan did not have as much technology as Mars, but he controlled many unique technologies, some he collected, and others from the Terra warlords he defeated. Although Ning Lu had unearthed some holy templates, he could not compare to Ferrus, who could freely enter Mars' secret vaults. But like Huang Laohan, he also possessed many unique technologies. Ning Lu's private armory, the Dark Angel's reliquary, and Ferrus's Mimir crucible were where the most forbidden weapons were stored. Like Ferrus, if I accept the invitation, I will become the Primarch with the most advanced technology. Thank you for your invitation, but I cannot accept the philosophy of the weakness of flesh. Ning Lu knew that for the Jiao Lao to believe he was a follower of the Omniscia, he would have to make his descendants undergo extensive mechanical augmentation like the Iron Hands, which he could not accept. Among the Jiao Lao are Arkan Land and others, and there are many Forge World allies, there is no need to accept such harsh conditions. I also have the Paragon Pathway Beander. If I can corrupt Dora Cole in the future and successfully subdue Perturabo, with 2 talents full of creativity, I will naturally be able to rival the Mechanicus, or even surpass it. As for forbidden weapons, I have already reached out to the Dark Angels and recorded the possible location of the Mimir Crucible. I will naturally acquire some of them in the future. We of the Mechanicus are deeply saddened that we cannot share the light of our creed with someone like you, for you are more capable than a sage of bringing the omniscious holy light to us. The Mars Forge director's voice carried obvious grief. The various factions on Mars had reached a consensus. Besides Ferrus, who accepted their philosophy, the 3 Gene Seed Primarchs they most wanted to be inspired by the omniscious holy light were Ning Lu, who had recovered multiple holy templates, Perturabo, whose understanding of binary language surpassed a sage, and Vulcan, in that order. Ferrus said nothing, looking at Ning Lu thoughtfully. I am willing to trade the captured alien artificial war satellite with Mars. Are you interested? The crestfallen Mars Forge director, thinking of the powerful artificial war satellite that had even self-destructed with the Dark Angel's Gloriana-class battleship, immediately said. Of course, I am very interested. I will send a representative to negotiate with Mars. Seeing Ning Lu finish his conversation with the Mars Forge director, Ferris's leaden voice rang out. Ning Lu, is the heavy tank section you were responsible for complete? Ning Lu nodded. For the secondary weapons mounted on the sides, I chose laser cannons to more quickly harvest small armored units and heavily armored infantry. Ferris's silver coin-like eyes gleamed. Practical, wise design. I think the heavy tank can now be finalized. Proceed with experimental manufacturing. The decisive battle with the Xenos will be the best testing opportunity. I would like to name this tank Sikaron. I have no objection, the Mars Forge director said. Good. Ning Lu nodded. Besides himself replacing Guilliman as Ferris and Mars' collaborator, the Sikaron battle tank had not fundamentally changed, not even its name. After Ning Lu left the Golden Palace, he boarded a black Skyhawk shuttle. Deafening cheers erupted across Terra. People would receive a 20-day holiday to celebrate Omega's return. Upon returning to the Wenquan Shadow, Ning Lu summoned his original body servant and chief apothecary to his office. With Omega not on board, Mikkel, who disliked light and completely concealed his body in armor, directly reported his findings. My lord, during treatment, I extracted genetic material from Lord Omega, which can cultivate 215 gene seeds. I also researched Lord Omega's blood. The vampire involuntarily licked his tongue. Each drop of blood surpasses that of the fire lizards and kraken. They even transcend the category of blood, they are incomprehensible things. They, along with the biological tissues, can both serve as mystical materials. Ning Lu nodded slightly, and after a moment's thought, he said, cultivate 10 gene seeds into Astartes, and give 2 drops of blood to the Forge Lord. The artisan already possessed the ability to create mystical items. Even if he couldn't complete it alone, with some ritual magic ability, he could leverage his own power. He could use Omega's blood as a mystical material to create mystical items, and discover his descendant, Alpha. The rest, sacrifice all to me. I bestow 5 drops of blood upon you, but do not consume them all at once, that would be a waste. Ning Lu instructed, and with a thought, he sent a mental pulse. Now, dilute 1 drop and consume it in batches. You control the specific progress. If you feel it's too much, immediately pray to the Black Emperor. After that, each time you receive a bestowal of my power, consume another drop. Ning Lu then said, keep 5 drops, and when Malina returns, give them to her for research. He again sent a mental pulse telepathically. Sacrifice the rest to me. Ning Lu remembered that Kugath, in the future, had used Nurgle's cauldron and a drop of Guilliman's blood to brew a virulent poison called the Godblight. The blood of a gene seed Primarch contained mysterious and powerful energy, making it an excellent material. Currently, the Beyonders' sequences were not high enough, so using it all would be a waste. This is all what I deserve. Omega suffered 10 fewer years of torment, and Alpharius was not beaten severely. Alpha's chief librarian Kukura and many of the most elite Lena Terminators did not die. I really am a warm-hearted good person. The biological tissues will be researched by you, Malina, and Galan together, and you will share the results. Thank you, my lord, the vampire replied joyfully. He had only smelled Lord Omega's blood and knew it was the most delicious food he could find. Each drop of blood was supremely delicious. If it didn't belong to the Black Emperor, he would have tasted it long ago. The vampire could draw some power from it, but he couldn't withstand the full power of a Primarch, which was why the Black Emperor told him to consume it in batches. My lord, Baal Savor was ruled by tech oligarchs before it was conquered by the Xenos. After they rejoined the Imperium, they were granted continued local rule until the Xeno invasion. The tech sergeants have found several of their ruins and have begun excavation. I understand. Ning Lu nodded slightly, his right thumb pressing on the drawer of his desk. As runic symbols flickered, the drawer popped open. Ning Lu took out a data crystal containing the Tears of Silence, and a topographic map indicating its location was given to Ramsey. Set sail for Piraeus. Huang Laohan had not mentioned in the War Council whether he would provide assistance if the decisive battle at Tax became a stalemate. Ning Lu could not be sure if he would open the Evernight Labyrinth and release the Star God Shard, so he had to prepare. Now that Omega had left, it was the right time to acquire the Star God Shard. Afterward, he could rendezvous with Lion, Guilliman, Omega, and the hidden Alpharius to launch the decisive battle. Your will be done. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.